starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Sasuke, shoot an arrow at the guy called Salamander Hanzo. The ninja coalition has a large number of people. Even people like Hatake Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza, who have only fought twice, don't like each other, not to mention other ninjas with generations of blood feuds. The gathering area is full of cursing. On the surface, they don't want to curse and stir up conflicts, but they have to curse behind their backs. It's all the fault of Konoha's ninjas. In the past, they always relied on that bastard Akihara Kagura. Now they can't handle the rebellious ninjas in their own village. They have caused so much trouble to the ninja world, and they want us to come and die. Say less, that guy wants to destroy the ninja world when a group of ninjas were cursing. In the medical ninja unit, a young ninja wearing glasses and a blonde ninja wearing glasses listened to those words. They were still smiling and distributing medical supplies. It was Kabuto Yakushi and Nono Yakushi. Medical ninjas are scarce no matter where they are. Tsunade wanted to place Kabuto Yakushi in a special unit because she thought that Kabuto Yakushi's impure world reincarnation technique would be very useful, but Kabuto Yakushi wanted to protect the dean, Nono Yakushi. This is the most important thing. No matter what happens, the dean must be protected. Even though the ninjas outside were clamoring that the ninja world was about to be destroyed by Akihara Kagura, Kabuto Yakushi still had only one thing in his mind, which was to protect the dean at this time. Kagura Nono Yakushi muttered the name, and there was still a trace of worry on his face. Kabuto, will this world really be destroyed by him? If everyone thinks so, then it's fine. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't believe the rumors flying around outside. We do our part and protect ourselves in this war. Kabuto Yakushi didn't need Akihara Kagura to tell him. He knew what he should do. Just like many years ago, he didn't understand or even misunderstood Akihara Kagura, which led to him and Nono Yakushi almost dying under Uchiha Itachi's knife. Now Kabuto Yakushi is very clear. As long as you protect the dean, everything will be fine. Kabuto. Orochimaru's voice appeared behind Kabuto Yakushi, and he said with a smile, "Are you really not considering going with us to deal with Akihara Kagura? Am I not already doing it?" Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses and responded with a chuckle, "The work of the medical ninja team is also work. You know what I'm talking about." Orochimaru shook his head and continued with a smile, "The reincarnated ninja team will be very useful in defeating Akihara Kagura. It is a waste of your talent for you to stay here and do these trivial things. I'm sorry to refuse." Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and rejected Orochimaru's proposal. In order to avoid Orochimaru's entanglement, Kabuto Yakushi asked back, "At this time, Lord Orochimaru should be holding a meeting up there, right? That's where the big shots go." Orochimaru responded with a chuckle, a mocking smile on his face. Those idiots left the person who could really solve the war aside, but were discussing an opponent they couldn't defeat. It's the greatest pain in life to be with a group of stupid people. "Orochimaru, we're going to a meeting." Jiraiya suddenly appeared and shouted Orochimaru in the distance. That idiot Orochimaru could only curse. Under Jiraiya's entanglement, he couldn't continue to entangle Kabuto Yakushi here, so he could only leave with Jiraiya. On top of the tower, the big shots in the ninja world were still discussing strategies on the tower. In a meeting room. In the middle of the meeting room was a map of the ninja world. The chief of staff of the allied ninja forces, Narashikaku, held a wooden stick and pointed at several places marked on the map. "According to our deployment, the large forces will be distributed on the border and coastline of the Land of Lightning. We have sent a perception force of thousands of people to keep an eye on Akihara Kagura's movements at any time. Don't underestimate Akihara Kagura's wisdom." The voice of the third Tsuchika Jinoki was a little angry. When he returned to Iwagakure village after the last meeting, he saw a mess and listened to reports from other ninjas. The third Tsuchika Jinoki talked about the lesson of the Iwagakure village and said in a deep voice, even if he didn't take action last time, the Iwagakure village would have been captured by his army. The information I got is that he led tens of thousands of white Zetsu to bypass the Iwagakure village's outposts and borders, emerged directly from the Iwagakure village, and quickly surrounded the village. We learned the lesson of the Iwagakure village. Narashikaku nodded and tapped on the map with a wooden stick. "We are in this position, we can support each other at any time. Even if individual troops are besieged, other troops can quickly go to support. But he will probably rush over openly. Nara Shikoku analyzed Akihara Kagura's psychology and explained softly, now Akihara Kagura and the White Zetsu army are entrenched in the Valley of the End. From the land, they take the route of the Land of Hot Springs and head straight for the Land of Thunder. But we cannot rule out the possibility that they will act from the sea and land directly on the coastline of the Land of Lightning. Although the coastline here is mostly cliffs and is not convenient as a landing point, according to intelligence, these cliffs have little effect on the White Zetsu. Of course, this war must be resolved on land. We will only place a part of the perception troops on the coastline and let them land directly on our defense positions. Anyway, it is unlikely that we can stop them. The perception troops will grasp the enemy's whereabouts. The 100,000 White Zetsu will definitely be divided into groups. The surprise attack force will attack a small-scale enemy to test the enemy's true strength. The intelligence force will be led by Yamanaka Inoichi and will transmit the information remotely. The headquarters will then decide whether to change the plan next. If nothing unexpected happens, the first unit will be a medium-range attack unit, led by the Reikage Garderu, responsible for blocking the enemy at every step and leading the enemy into our blocking position. The second unit will be a close combat unit, led by the Iwagakure-jun and Wong-tu. After the first unit retreats, the second unit will engage in close combat on the front line. The third unit is a close to medium-range combat unit, led by Hatake Kakashi, and will immediately attack to provide support when the battle situation is unfavorable. The fourth unit is a long-range combat unit, temporarily led by Nara Shikamaru, and is always ready to support the battles on the front line and possible battles in the rear. The fifth unit is a special combat unit, composed of samurai from the Iron Country and other ninjas who are good at special tactics, led by Mr. Mifune from the Iron Country. As reinforcements in the rear, there are also medical units and guards, all deployed in the center of the battlefield. Once Akihara Kagura's White Zetsu army appears to besiege the medical unit, it will be convenient for any unit to rescue the 5 cage present knotted one after another. In such a short period of time, the ninja coalition of nearly 100,000 people from the 5 major countries and other small and medium-sized ninja villages was assigned to this extent by Nara Shikoku. This military advisor from the Fire Country is indeed very smart. But besides that, Nara Shikoku hesitated, and said in a somewhat stern voice, there is also the most important and most dangerous troop. They are responsible for fighting against Akihara Kagura. When Nara Shikoku said this, his expression became extremely solemn. This troop will confront Akihara Kagura head-on. Nara Shikoku glanced at Tsunade, and said softly, although Uchiha Madara claims to be willing to help us, we must have a reserve force to fill in at the critical moment. This troop needs to use its life to stop Akihara Kagura. The cages present fell silent one after another. This is the most difficult for the allied ninja forces. Once no one can stop Akihara Kagura, it means that this war is likely to turn into Akihara Kagura leading the White Zetsu army to kill through the allied ninja forces. However, a Jonin who participates in stopping Akihara Kagura is almost the same as a Jonin. Even these cage-level masters are just making Akihara Kagura consume a little more chakra. Jiraiya, or Orochimaru and I will join this army. Tsunade signed up directly on behalf of herself and her 2 friends. She knew that Jiraiya would definitely participate, and there was no need to consider Orochimaru's opinion. I will come too. The third Tsuchika Jinoki side, young people are participating in the war and standing on the front line to prevent the destruction of the ninja world. We can't hide in the back. After all, in the Shinobi Alliance, the third Tsuchika Jinoki can be called the strongest ninja with his dust release. Hanzo of the Salamander, the 4th Reikage, the 5th Kazekage and the 5th Mizukage also agreed without thinking. They couldn't back down. This special force, except for Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Hanzo of the Salamander, is actually the strongest 5 shadows in the Shinobi Alliance. They are the strongest ninjas in the Shinobi Alliance. Once Uchiha Madara does not appear in time, they will use their lives to stop Akihara Kagura's killing. Okay. The next step is to appease those little guys outside. Hearing the increasing noise outside, Hanzo said in a deep voice, before the war, we must find a way to eliminate their discrimination against their companions. It's obvious. It's their turn to appear now. Hanzo led the 5 cage out of the tower. They looked down at a group of densely packed ninjas. Nearly 100,000 ninjas gathered on this tower. At a glance, it seemed like an endless sea of noisy people. If it was a normal war, anyone who saw this huge scale of ninjas would not think that they would fail in this war. This scale of ninja coalition is enough to solve all the troubles in the ninja world. The 5 Kage standing on the tower suddenly had confidence. Exclamation mark. Be quiet for a moment, listen to what an old man has to say. The voice of Hanzo of the Salamander came down from the high tower. His voice was a little old, but still sounded sonorous and powerful. If someone can stand in my position and see the scenery below from this position, I think you will probably know what I am thinking. 100,000 Ninja Coalition, the most powerful army in the history of the ninja world. When I saw you, I even thought that no one in the world could stop us, no one could defeat us, and any conspirator who attempted to incite war would be trampled into meat paste under your feet. This time everyone came here for peace. Perhaps many people have never thought about it, even including us who single-handedly guided the establishment of the Ninja Coalition, never thought that all the ninjas in this ninja world would gather here, for the same goal, to protect the world we live in, give up hatred for each other, give up the hostility in their hearts, and stand here shoulder to shoulder on a hillside. There were 3 figures standing on this hillside. While Hanzo was giving a speech on the tower, Madara Uchiha came with Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while Obito Uchiha has a 3 Magatama Sharingan and a Samsara Eye. Madara Uchiha followed the plan and gave one of his eyes to Obito Uchiha, so that Obito could use the Samsara to revive the impure world ninjas under Kagura Akihara in the war, and get rid of Kagura Akihara's wings first. Is that guy Hanzo? Madara Uchiha sat on a rock on the hillside, looking at the old man giving the speech, and also looking at the Ninja Coalition on the ground. I never thought that the ninja world would really unite one day, which is much stronger than Hashirame's time. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha both nodded. To be honest, they couldn't imagine this either. No one in the ninja world could have imagined that the 5 major nations would unite to fight the enemy, and everyone might even suspect that the Ninja Coalition might kill each other before it was formed. But all this was beyond everyone's expectations. The Ninja Coalition was actually formed. Humph, even if the Ninja Coalition is formed, trash gathered together will still be trash. After all, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and a cold mockery appeared on his face. Now use your Susanoo and shoot an arrow at that guy named Hanzo of the Salamander. What? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Does this guy Uchiha Madara want to fight the Ninja Coalition at this time? Hanzo of the Salamander is the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Coalition. Sniping their commander-in-chief in front of 100,000 ninja coalitions is undoubtedly declaring war on the Ninja Coalition. At this time, do they still want to fight against the Ninja Coalition that is jointly fighting against the enemy? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was a little hesitant and entangled in his orders, and sighed in his heart. This little guy is not his brother after all. If Izuna was here, the guy called Salamander Hanzo would have become a hedgehog long ago. Then let me do it myself. A blue Susanoo giant floated on Uchiha Madara's body, and an 8-foot Magatama shining with blue light appeared in the hand of Susanoo, and was thrown far away towards the tower where Salamander Hanzo was. He didn't care who would be hurt by this Magatama. Of course, the most important thing is that the real purpose of this Magatama is not to kill people. It's late today, and I'm a little sleepy. I couldn't sleep last night. Chapter 327. The conspiracy forged. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, the moment of fear for the Ninja Coalition forces. On the top of the tower, Hanzo was still giving a speech. The 5 Kage standing beside him were also somewhat heroic, because anyone who saw the 100,000 Ninja Coalition forces below would feel heroic and confident of victory. There are 100,000 people here. Just at this moment, a blue 8-foot Magatama flew over, and the technique launched by the Susanoo flew across the sky to the tower. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it involuntarily. Everyone also saw the source of this technique. On the hillside not far from the Ninja Coalition's assembly, there stood a blue Susanoo halfway up the mountain. Uchiha Madara controlled the blue Susanoo and actually attacked the top leaders of the Ninja Coalition forces. This sudden change shocked everyone. How dare this guy? How dare he attack the coalition forces at this time? For the top leaders of the Ninja Coalition forces, the huge number of people brought unparalleled confidence. The 100,000 ninjas present could drown him with a mouthful of water. Escape. Kamui. At this critical moment, Hatake Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan absorbed the Yasakami no Magatama directly into the Kamui space. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance with a furious face, and the anger on her face could hardly be suppressed. She screamed loudly, "Are you going to declare war on the Ninja Alliance at this time?" "What Ninja Alliance?" Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and his body slowly floated up under the repulsive force of the Samsara Eye, flying towards the direction of the tower. His voice was cold. The commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance is actually a puppet of Akihara Kagura. Who are you going to deal with this alliance? Everyone present stood there in astonishment. What is this guy talking about? The commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance, Hanzo Salamander, is a puppet of Akihara Kagura? The ninjas present all looked at Hanzo, the salamander, who was speaking on the podium, in astonishment. They looked at the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces they admired with some disbelief. This was the most outstanding ninja in the ninja world. Even the 5K respected his noble character and were willing to give him the position of commander-in-chief. How could this be possible? Six Paths puppet? Jiraiya asked with a heavy look. Because he had fought with Nagato before, Jiraiya knew very well that the Samsara Eye could control puppets. His heart suddenly sank. Could Hanzo be a puppet of Akihara Kagura? Sure enough, I knew it. This puppet can't be hidden from Mr. Madara. Hanzo admitted this. The voice of the Six Paths puppet came from the original body. Hanzo's voice was still old, but he opened his mouth to admit his identity. His eyes slowly turned into a pair of Samsara eyes at this moment. Samsara eyes. Many people saw the changes in Hanzo's eyes. How is it possible? Hatake Kakashi's heart was as cold as a deep pool of ice, and fear swept through his body in an instant. How could it be like this? How could this be? Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on? Nara Shikamaru's body trembled a little, and fear swept through his heart, making his brain lose the ability to think at this moment. What the hell is going on? Our allied commander is that guy's puppet. Lord Hanzo was the first person to advocate the establishment of a ninja coalition. How could he be a puppet controlled by others? As the son of Shikaku Nara, the chief of staff of the ninja coalition, Shikamaru Nara is very intelligent and was therefore invited to participate in the strategy formulated by his father. During that time, Nara Shikaku frequently mentioned Hanzo Salamander. Because of Hanzo Salamander, a man of noble character, Konoha's advocacy of forming a ninja coalition to jointly resist Akihara Kagura was recognized by the ninja world. Calm down. Temari, the ninja from the Sand Village, calmed down immediately and slapped Nara Shikamaru on the face, leaving a red slap mark on his face. Now is not the time to think about it. I know. Nara Shikamaru reacted immediately. He covered his cheek. His heart was still beating violently, but I don't know what to do. When did Hanzo become his puppet? How much else did that guy do? What should we do to escape from that guy's control? This is a question that lies in front of all ninjas. Even some ninjas with strong hearts, when they saw Hanzo reveal his reincarnation eyes and heard the voice of Akihara Kagura, they had to ask themselves a question: what should they do now? Is everything they did under the control of Akihara Kagura? Even with the guidance of Akihara Kagura, a group of ninjas who knew about it felt a chill in their hearts. The five shadows present were in some pain and collapsed, and a touch of rage appeared on their faces. This was the rage of having their wills toyed with. Nara Shikaku, the wise man of the Ninja Alliance, had his fingers trembling slightly. His brain seemed to be frozen and unable to function at this moment. How could this happen? The commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance was actually a puppet of Akihara Kagura. What was this group of Ninja Alliance? When did this happen? Aren't all the strategies formulated by this staff officer a joke? No, the important thing now is to get the information. If Hanzo was killed by Akihara Kagura during these few days, then there is still room for recovery, proving that they were right in this step. If Hanzo became a puppet of Akihara Kagura before the formation of the Ninja Alliance, then it means that they were caught in a huge conspiracy. It's really unexpected. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath and smiled. I'm curious, when did this happen? Yes, when did this happen? Jiraiya looked at Hanzo's body and asked in a deep voice, when did you kill Hanzo and control his body? It's been a long time, right? Hanzo stretched out his hand and stroked his cheek. The old voice of the Six Paths puppet said calmly, about 10 years ago, I lied to you about one thing, Jiraiya teacher. Actually, I awakened the Samsara Eye very earlier than the last time I told you. I probably opened the sage body after transplanting Hashirame's cells. It took less than a year to open the Samsara Eye. Hanzo is the third puppet I created. I lied to you that time just to cover up Hanzo's identity. The third one. Jiraiya's heart sank. This means that Akihara Kagura has other puppets. Even Hanzo's puppet is only the third one. How many puppets does this guy have hidden? How many people in the ninja world are his tools? The 5-cage present couldn't help but think about this question. So Jiraiya gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice, when I took you to the Rain Country for travel and training, you already had the Rinnegan at that time, probably the time. At that time, even before we met Brother Nagato again. Salamander Hanzo's voice was still old and slow, but the person who spoke had changed. Let me think. It was when you wanted to find the trace of Brother Nagato and the Akatsuki base that I found Hanzo. After I talked with Hanzo, he was forced to voluntarily become my puppet. Together we destroyed this decadent and dilapidated world and created a new world. Hanzo was already very old at that time and had no value worth using, but I still chose him. Salamander Hanzo ignored everyone else. His eyes swept over Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade one by one. Because his status is high enough, he is a very suitable old man. I only need to disguise his character a little bit to make him establish a tall image in your hearts. Why didn't you feel strange at the time? A hint of doubt came from the mouth of Salamander Hanzo, as if he couldn't understand Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, why would an old man who lived in seclusion suddenly voluntarily die? Jiraiya suddenly remembered. Before he rushed to the Rain Country, there had been no news about Salamander Hanzo. After he rushed to the Rain Country, Salamander Hanzo suddenly became active, and even looked ready to sacrifice at any time. All that. You were manipulating him from behind. Jiraiya widened his eyes. He thought of Salamander Hanzo secretly telling him that he was going to sacrifice himself, and even volunteered to die in front of Nagato. At that time, Jiraiya was still very moved by Salamander Hanzo. At that time, Akihara Kagura even seemed very touched. However, all that was controlled by Akihara Kagura behind the scenes. That kid had been pretending at that time, pretending to respect this ninja demigod. There's no need to deceive you at this time. There was a hint of melancholy in the old voice of Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo has long lost his ambition, and I helped him regain everything. Wait a minute. Orochimaru suddenly caught a flaw and narrowed his eyes. Kagura-kun, I remember that at the 5-cage meeting, you seemed to have communicated with Hanzo. This is a flaw. Is this guy Akihara Kagura trying to scare them? This is normal. The body of the Salamander Hanzo continued to speak. Because the soul of the Salamander Hanzo is still preserved in this body, there are 2 ways for the Rinnegan to make puppets. One of the ways is to use corpses. Find a corpse that was suitable for making a puppet when it was alive, and make them into puppets. The other way is to use souls. Even reincarnated ninjas can be made into puppets. This guy is right. Uchiha Madara, the owner of the Rinnegan, took the initiative to endorse Akihara Kagura and said in a cold voice, there are indeed not so many requirements for the materials of the 6-pathed puppets. The puppets made by the Rinnegan are originally composed of yin and yang, and the requirements for the materials of the puppets are very low. As long as there is enough adaptability, they can be made into suitable 6-pathed puppets. Yes. Before I made Hanzo, when I made the first puppet, I tried to put the puppet's soul in the puppet when he was alive. When I made the second puppet, it happened to be a puppeteer who also transformed his body into a puppet, so this made my technology more mature. The second puppet Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, remembering that the Red Sand Scorpion was somewhat similar to Shirato Pain, and figured everything out. It should be the Red Sand Scorpion. The Red Sand Scorpion had long been a puppet of Akihara Kagura. That's why the Red Sand Scorpion would always cooperate with Akihara Kagura. That's right. The puppet of Salamander Hanzo nodded and answered Orochimaru's words. When Sensei Jiraiya and I met you and Scorpion, you rescued Scorpion's puppet but forgot Scorpion's body. It was at that time I made Scorpion into Shirato. Perhaps there is no one in the world more suitable to be Shirato's puppeteer than Scorpion. He is like a work of art. Even I can't find his shortcomings. Okay. Salamander Hanzo's voice calmed down. His eyes swept over everyone present one by one again and fell on Jiraiya. Anyway, there is still a lot of time today. After the war really starts, we may not have time to talk about these things anymore. You don't have to doubt it, because the appearance of the allied ninja forces was within my expectations. Within your expectations. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Yes. Salamander Hanzo nodded slightly, and continued in a cold voice, when I want to destroy the world, human beings will slowly unite in the face of the pressure of world destruction. Even without Hanzo, there will still be such a deformed situation as the Ninja Alliance. Of course. My promotion has indeed contributed to the growth of the Ninja Alliance. In order to ensure the smooth progress of my plan to destroy the ninja world, I need to supplement it with a little bit of a long-term plan, such as pushing a person to become the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance. And this little plan is just a cause many years ago. Around the Second Shinobi World War, Salamander Hanzo launched a war against the three major ninja villages in order to protect the Rain country from the fight between the Sand Village, the Iwagakure Village, and Konoha. The result was naturally a failure, which goes without saying. A lot of things happened in this war. Perhaps you are all thinking about the Second Shinobi World War, when the Sand Village was defeated by the White Fang Hatake Tsukumo of Konoha, thinking about the failure of Salamander Hanzo and the Rain country in challenging the major countries. When he said this, Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Uchiha Madara, who was floating in the air. There are still some people who are thinking about the direction of Nagato's life, and whether there will be some problems with Nagato's pair of samsara eyes. But I only have my eyes on one thing. After the failure of that war, Hanzo of the Salamander forgave the three young men who were defeated by him, and generously gave them the title of the Three Ninjas of Konoha. When I heard this story, Hanzo of the Salamander's glory was long gone, and only an old man in his twilight years was left. I began to use him to carry out a 10-year plan to push Hanzo of the Salamander, who had long lost his fighting spirit, to make a name for himself again. First, I made him into a puppet of the samsara eyes. In order to be able to judge whether the samsara eyes can see through the puppet, I deliberately let Hanzo of the Salamander appear in front of senior brother Nagato, and performed a righteous performance in front of senior brother Nagato, and found that senior brother Nagato didn't seem to find any problem. So I started to let him perform in front of teacher Jiraiya. Of course, these are not enough, because the impression of Salamander Hanzo in the ninja world has long been outdated, and even many young ninjas have forgotten that there is such a person. But I know there are three people who will definitely remember it. Akihara Kagura controlled Salamander Hanzo and his eyes fell on Tsunade and Orochimaru. He let out an old laugh. Sama Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Sensei Jiraiya, you will definitely remember this old man. Among the major countries in the ninja world, Konoha is the most powerful. Because of my existence in Konoha, Konoha's influence is unprecedented. I pushed Lord Orochimaru to assassinate the third Hokage and successfully made his name famous again. I deliberately gave up the position of Hokage. I also deliberately acted too extreme and chose to give up the fight for the position of Hokage. The purpose was to let Sensei Jiraiya or Lady Tsunade take the position of Hokage, because you two are the only ones in Konoha village who still have a deep memory of the character of Salamander Hanzo. Tsunade's heart twitched and hurt. This situation happened frequently after Akihara Kagura defected. Every time Tsunade thought about Akihara Kagura's operation, her heart would ache, and she once again felt a suffocating feeling wrapped around her body. Yes, this guy is right. Only the three ninjas in Konoha will remember Hanzo of the Salamander. Even in the entire ninja world, only the three ninjas in Konoha will be impressed by Hanzo of the Salamander, because their names and their impressions of the strong in their youth are the man Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade-sama has taken the position of Hokage. Everything is developing as I expected. Hanzo's voice gradually became even, and there was even some complacency and joy. I unveiled my true self when the time was right. It was an important part of my plan to attack senior brother Nagato in the Land of Rain, or the most important part was to manipulate Hanzo to save Sensei Jiraiya, send Sensei Jiraiya and senior brother Nagato to Konoha, and let Hanzo reappear in front of Tsunade-sama, and take the initiative to propose to unite the ninja world to fight against me. It was also your conspiracy to let Hanzo save me. At that time Jiraiya took a deep breath and remembered that he was drifting with the current and could drown in the river at any time due to severe injuries and fatigue. It was Hanzo who suddenly appeared and saved him. Even if it weren't for Hanzo, neither himself nor Nagato might have been able to return to Konoha. Jiraiya has always admired and appreciated Hanzo, but it turned out to be a conspiracy of his own disciple. Tsunade's heart hurt more and more. A sense of panic-like weightlessness made her body tremble and she almost fell down. She remembered that when they were talking in Konoha Hospital, Hanzo of the Salamander took the initiative to propose to contact herself in the ninja world at that time. She admired Hanzo of the Salamander's vision and magnanimity. In addition to her trust in Hanzo's bank in the past, she took the opportunity to propose to go to the Hidden Rain village to hold the 5-cage conference. At that time, she fell into Akihara Kagura's trap. Everything is so natural. Hanzo of the Salamander's voice was old and powerful. Akihara Kagura, who was controlling the old man's body behind him, finally talked about serious matters. The 5-cage conference was successfully launched, and the 5 major ninja villages will definitely fight for the position of the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. I appeared at that time give you a great fear at that meeting. I just want you to understand one thing thoroughly. You are not qualified to fight against me. Only Tsunade-sama or Hanzo of the Salamander is the most suitable. What a pity. Akihara Kagura controlled Hanzo of the Salamander and looked at the shadows of other villages. You will definitely oppose Tsunade-sama, because she and Konoha have gained too many benefits from the ninja world. I know Tsunade-sama very well. She is a person who will give in. She needs a suitable person, a commander-in-chief of the allied ninja forces who is willing to support her in seeking help from Mr. Madara. Hanzo analyzed the so-called pros and cons while retreating. Faced with the doubts of other ninja villages about Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama had to take a step back and chose a person who had impressed her since her youth to become the commander-in-chief of the allied ninja forces. And this person has already become my puppet. Look. There was a hint of joy in the voice of Akihara Kagura, who controlled Hanzo of the Salamander, as if she was very satisfied with the layout she had made many years ago. At the beginning, I chose to pretend to give in and let you become the Hokage. An important reason is because I know that you will nominate the powerful Hanzo of the Salamander at the critical moment when the ninja world unites, and push this puppet that I have already controlled to become the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition. Fear drowns people like the sea. All this is once again within the expectations of Akihara Kagura. Originally, after seeing the strength of the ninja coalition, the heroic ambitions that had arisen in their hearts disappeared without a trace. They only felt that their hearts fell into the abyss of fear little by little, along with the words of Akihara Kagura. Whether it was Tsunade, Jiraiya or other Kages, even Nara Shikaku, who is always known for his wisdom, felt a deep fear. Even the older third Tsuchika Jinoki was breathing heavily. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He could wipe off his sweat, but he could not wipe off the panic in his eyes. Papa Uchiha Madara clapped his palms gently. Uchiha Madara had already heard of the two conspiracies that Akihara Kagura had admitted to in Konoha and the forest where they fought. However, when he heard these stories with his own ears again, he had to admit that Akihara Kagura's layout was quite brilliant. Really brilliant. A look of appreciation appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, and he praised it sincerely. In terms of scheming and strategy, I always thought that the insidious and despicable villain Senju Tobirama is very good at playing tricks, but in this regard, he is not even worthy of serving you tea and water. But you still missed one thing after all. Uchiha Madara grinned and revealed a smile. Why do you think that when Nagato used the Rinnegan and didn't find that Salamander Hanzo was your puppet, the real owner of the Rinnegan would not discover his true identity? Uchiha Madara chuckled and narrowed his eyes. Kid, now that your identity as a puppet has been exposed, no matter what plans you have to use Salamander Hanzo, they can be declared over at this moment. Mr. Madara. Hanzo of the Salamander had already closed his palms and whispered, do you want to guess which of the 6 puppets Hanzo is? Disperse. Uchiha Madara immediately realized something, gritted his teeth with an ugly look and said, everyone leave here, this guy is the beast of that kid. He was too late to stop it. Even the wheel too was too late. He shouldn't have flown over in the air, and should have dealt with this puppet long ago. That clever kid always plays these little tricks. Summoning technique. Hanzo of the Salamander slapped his palm on the railing of the tower. A familiar figure appeared beside Hanzo of the Salamander, ignoring the fear and anger of others, looking down at the 100,000 ninja coalition forces below the tower, as if like an innocent child. He spoke the first words he said when he appeared. There are so many people, I was too sleepy today, so I combined 2 chapters into one. Anyway, I finally wrote out 10,000 words. I will make up for the chapter I owe tomorrow. This chapter is very interesting. I found that after I finished writing it, it was exactly 6,666 words. I promised to give Hanzo a grand debut. Chapter 328, Disaster. Hatake Kakashi catches up. Akihara Kagura. Outer Path Akihara Kagura. This is the real body outside the 6 paths puppet. At this moment, the 100,000 ninja coalition saw Akihara Kagura standing on the high tower overlooking, and recalled the fear this person once brought to them. This person once conquered 4 major ninja villages by himself, and regarded the strongest village in the ninja world, Konohagakure, as his plaything, and even the ownership of the position of Hokage became his conspiracy. However, Akihara Kagura, who appeared with the summoning technique of Animal Path Hanzo, looked like she had never seen the world, and looked down at the boundless ninja coalition. Akihara Kagura smiled lightly and said with satisfaction, "You have gathered too many people. I'm almost scared by your efficiency." Huh? Uchiha Madara sneered and looked at the pale-faced Tsunade and others with contempt. This kind of words can only fool the 5 cage kids. After that, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became solemn, staring at Akihara Kagura in front of him. Kid, what is your purpose in using the allied ninja forces to gather all the ninjas in the ninja world here? Do you want to resurrect Kaguya in historical records? At least not today. Akihara Kagura raised a finger and shook it gently. With a smile on his face, he continued, I'm just worried that the allied ninja forces will fall apart in the quarrel, so I came here to help you so that you can understand each other before the war officially begins. A group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Humans cannot understand each other. Akihara Kagura chuckled and looked at the ninja coalition under the tower, and continued, even if they have to gather together because of the orders of their superiors, it is just some superficial work after all, but humans can understand fear. The smile on Akihara Kagura's mouth gradually became terrifying, and he stretched out his arms. As long as everyone knows fear, they can barely understand each other. What nonsense are you talking about? The 5th Kazakajigara is the youngest and still has some blood of a young man. The sand guard behind him instantly turned into a piece of yellow sand and rolled towards Akihara Kagura and Salamander Hanzo. Akihara Kagura raised her eyes, revealing her own Samsara eye. The yellow sands in the sky hit Akihara Kagura and Salamander Hanzo and stopped within a foot around them, as if a protective shield appeared beside them. The pupil technique of the Samsara Eye, the limited time air seal, appeared in this world for the first time. The pupil technique of the Samsara Eye, which can be used as a cage, can also be used as a defensive ability. It can block any attack weaker than Akihara Kagura. Gar controlled the yellow sand and tried desperately to squeeze the defensive shield around Akihara Kagura, but he could not break through it anyway. The yellow sand swept away like a huge wave, but it finally shook the solid mountain wall. The 4th generation Reikage waved his fist and smashed Akihara Kagura, hitting the barrier heavily, as if he felt that he had punched on steel. Tsunade slowly stretched out her palm, as if she had touched the edge of a barrier. Her fist glowed with chakra, and the strong strange force hit the barrier, but the barrier still showed no signs of breaking. Is this the pupil technique of the little devil Samsara Eye? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. His Samsara Eye was lent to Uchiha Obito. Even if he wanted to go to the grave, he could only use the shadow of a clone of the grave. But we have to try it out. A Rinnegan clone flew out of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, and punched into Akihara Kagura's barrier, but it couldn't shake the barrier at all. Can't break it, Uchiha Madara frowned. Is Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan barrier a technique similar to a defensive barrier? If it is a defensive technique, then the defense of the barrier must have a limit. Unfortunately, it seems that no one present can break through that barrier. Hatake Kakashi, who is under the tower, noticed this scene for the first time. He tried to raise his eyes and wanted to use Kamui to quietly attack Akihara Kagura. However, Kamui's special ability seemed to be like a drop in the ocean, and it didn't cause any waves at all, which made Hatake Kakashi's heart tremble. The Kamui is ineffective. This is Hatake Kakashi's biggest trump card. No need to try. Akihara Kagura stood in the limited time air sealing protective barrier, chuckled and said, let me do something serious first. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms, ignoring the attacks of everyone present, and gently closed her palms together. Wood release, tree world advent. Tree roots and vines spread from the tower, and the entire tower was instantly covered with dense vines covered with a layer of green. The thick vines rushed towards the 100,000 ninja coalition below like long snakes. Scatter. The 3rd generation Tsuchika Jinoki flew up, raised his palm and condensed the dust released to defeat dozens of vines, but he could not stop the vines from growing and spreading. The 100,000 ninja coalition quickly planned to flee. However, most of the ninjas could not escape the attack of the vines. Vines turned into fast-swimming wooden dragons. The vines and tree roots left behind by the wooden dragons instantly entangled the ninjas, tied them directly to the trees, and absorbed their chakra. The 5 shadows on the tower and Jiraiya and others didn't care about entangled with Akihara Kagura. The 4th generation Reikage jumped down, with a ball of blue lightning chakra floating on his arm. It was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting through the vines and rescuing the ninjas tied to the tree and unable to move. A wooden dragon seemed to have noticed the actions of the 4th generation Reikage, and its body suddenly turned over and rushed straight towards the 4th generation Reikage. Thunderblade. The 4th generation Reikage raised his arm. The lightning chakra in his body had almost been released to the limit. His body deflected the impact of the wooden dragon, and his elbow hit the wooden dragon's head heavily, killing a wooden dragon. However, the moment the wooden dragon fell to the ground, the huge dragon body began to spread. One by one, the vines turned into more wooden dragons, and they gathered around the fourth Raikage. You can't use the limit stripping technique here. The third Tsuchikajinoki looked at the ninjas tied to the trees one by one, feeling a little uneasy. His technique was powerful and would indeed destroy the forest in an area, but the dust release would also kill the ninjas tied in the forest. The entire forest was filled with cries for help. The ninja coalition was numerous, and they could work together in groups and cut off the attacking vines and tree roots. However, the forest's counterattack soon swept in. Tree people of various sizes gradually appeared in the forest. The entire forest seemed to come alive with the support of Akihara Kagura's chakra. Strange tree people appeared in the forest. These countless tree people of various sizes quickly disintegrated the ninjas' defenses. A tree man, whose size is almost the same as that of a human, stretched out vines and grabbed a group of ninjas. When he tied these ninjas to himself, his body quickly turned into a sturdy tree. This kind of thing is still happening in the forest. Tree men appear one after another, making it impossible to stop them. Even if a team of ninjas managed to defeat the tree men, they could not change the result at all, because the moment the tree men died, a stronger tree man would be born. The wooden dragons in the forest are still swimming back and forth, actively assisting the tree men to defeat teams of powerful ninjas. Akihara Kagura is about to defeat the ninja coalition by himself. As for Uchiha Madara doesn't care about the life and death of the ninja coalition below. He is more concerned about how to break the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye, because the protection of that barrier is very strong, even stronger than the barrier fire formation of the Uchiha clan. It just so happens that this is still an awkward time. Uchiha Madara's strength is not the strongest. In order to break the barrier of Akihara Kagura, perhaps Sasuke's space-time technique needs to be used. The most important thing is that Uchiha Madara suspects that Akihara Kagura has other conspiracies. He wants to take Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito directly to the place where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki are hiding, because that is the final battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, after Akihara Kagura has entangled the ninja coalition here and cannot move, he will definitely want to take away the two Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still fighting below, and no longer paid attention to Akihara Kagura's one rampage. His figure instantly jumped down and disappeared from the spot. While that guy was still arrogant here, he went to intercept the two Jinchuriki first. On the top of the tower, there are a lot of people. Akihara Kagura felt the chakra constantly pouring into his body from the vines under his feet, and then quickly flowed into the body of the 10 tails in his body, and he breathed a long breath with satisfaction. 100,000 ninja coalition. This is an unprecedented experience. While observing the progress of absorbing chakra, Akihara Kagura was cautiously on guard against the revival of the 10 tails body in her body. Just a little bit left is enough. If her 10 tails was resurrected ahead of time, Akihara Kagura didn't know what would happen if she really became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. It was inevitable that Black Zetsu, her new boss, would have some grudges in his heart and would probably suspect her. Now the progress of the 10 tails body's resurrection has reached a critical point. Just a little bit of chakra in a body needs to flow to the 10 tails body, and it will be enough for the 10 tails to revive. This trump card must not be revealed at this time. The gathering place of the ninja coalition was a desert, which at this time had become a vast forest, with ninjas tied to the big trees in the forest. The huge amount of chakra in Akihara Kagura's body caused the vines in the forest to continue to attack. Except for a very small number of powerful ninjas who could resist and struggle, most of the other ninjas had lost the ability to resist. No. Hatake Kakashi panted and looked at Akihara Kagura, who is still controlling the vines. The Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes tried its best to absorb Akihara Kagura's body and stop Akihara Kagura's technique, but Kamui had no way to penetrate Akihara Kagura's barrier. Kakashi, is it still possible? Sarutobi Asuma was still protecting Hatake Kakashi. They were already approaching their limit under the siege of the vines, and there were more and more vines besieging them. Whoosh! A vine grabbed towards Hatake Kakashi. A beheading sword suddenly cut off the vine, blocking the vine's attack. Mama Chizubusa looked at Hatake Kakashi unhappily. What are you doing here, the leader of the 3rd unit? The subordinates I just recruited have been arrested. No, I thought of it. Hatake Kakashi quickly thought of an idea. He didn't care about Mamachi's abuser, and rushed straight to the tower, wanting to enter the state of divine power and get close to Akihara Kagura in a different space. You bastard. Mamachi's abuser cursed inwardly. After Hatake Kakashi left, Mamachi's abuser unhappily cut the vines with Asuma Sarutobi beside him to rescue the people tied to the tree. But their approach seemed a drop in the bucket. The almost endless number of vines made them unable to compete at all. The most terrifying thing is that there are still swimming wooden dragons and walking wooden men in the forest. Any ninja who wants to resist in the forest will be directly defeated by them. Despair gradually spread in the forest. The 100,000 ninja coalition was trapped in this artificial forest, being attacked at any time and anywhere, and people were tied to trees at all times. Kabuto. Yakushi Nono's body was also tied to a tree. The director of the Konoha orphanage had never seen such a strange situation, and she was still a little uneasy and panicked. Director, don't worry. Yakushi Kabuto saw that Yakushi Nono was not in danger. He looked at the small vines that were slowly growing towards him. He didn't mean to resist at all. He just stretched out his arms and let the vines tie him to a tree. Yakushi Kabuto didn't feel his chakra being absorbed. He even saw a small flower growing on the vine, and the flower exuded a refreshing fragrance. After this catastrophe, will there be new life stubbornly growing? Yakushi Kabuto seemed to be communicating with the flower. His eyes were fixed on the flower that bloomed in front of him and shook slightly, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Kabuto Yakushi fell into deep thought, thinking about what Kagura Akihara had done to him and Nono Yakushi, and changed his words. Will there be a catastrophe then? Flowers bloomed in the forest. In the forest full of murderous intentions, amid the cries for help from the ninja coalition, the entire forest suddenly slowly blossomed with colorful flowers. This scene was particularly eye-catching. However, Kabuto Yakushi had long been accustomed to it. He seemed to understand what Kagura Akihara was doing, and smiled as he looked at the flowers blooming in the forest. Do I need to do anything else? The flowers in the forest swayed together. This war was not something Kabuto Yakushi should participate in. On top of the tower, Kagura Akihara loosened his clasped hands. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. His eyes fell on Hanzo of the salamander beside him. Let's go. Let's go find the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki they are hiding. Okay. As the commander-in-chief of the Shinobi Alliance, Hanzo of the Salamander knew all the information of the Shinobi Alliance, and naturally knew the whereabouts of the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Those two Jinchuriki were hiding in a waterfall to practice. Akihara Kagura lifted the limited-time air seal, stretched out her hand and fell on Hanzo of the Salamander, and instantly wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here. Kamikami. A strange space-time fluctuation touched the space fluctuation of the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two techniques suddenly dissolved at the same time. Hatake Kakashi panted, and stood in front of Akihara Kagura. His eyes were a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally got here Akihara Kagura. This guy, single-handedly, almost wiped out the ninja coalition here, and was about to capture the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki. Once he succeeds, the difficulty of the matter will be unimaginable. Fortunately, I caught up and stopped this guy. Shouldn't I have caught up, right? Someone recently said that I was lazy, but there are still many people who haven't made arrangements. I feel a little impatient. I want to calm down and write slowly. After all, Naruto is about to end, and there is only one climax left. Chapter 329, Always believe that you are doing the right thing. Kakashi. Akihara Kagura raised his eyebrows, and took a rare look at his old friend in front of him, and also looked at his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you want to stop me from seeing Naruto? It seems that this is self-explanatory. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, and a kunai appeared in his hand. He knew that Akihara Kagura's target must be Uzumaki Naruto. This time he wanted to stop Akihara Kagura. Forget it. Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and chuckled. If it's in the past, I can put down important things and play with you for a while. Akihara Kagura shook his head slowly, and seemed to have no interest in fighting with Hatake Kakashi. I don't have time to fool around with you now. Someone has already rushed there before me. Yes. Someone rushed there before me. Uchiha Madara has already taken Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito to the hiding place of the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki, because he knows where the key is. Do you think I'm a child? Hatake Kakashi's forehead jumped, but he subconsciously remembered the time they spent together in the past. This old friend who wanted to destroy the world had always been very tolerant of him. Emotionally speaking, Akihara Kagura and Might Guy have the same meaning of existence. Since the age of 10, Akihara Kagura has been transferred to Hatake Kakashi's command, and since then he and Hatake Kakashi have been hunting down Uchiha Obito. What Hatake Kakashi experienced during that time was even more exciting than many things he had experienced in his life. In addition, they took care of the two little guys Uzumaki Naruto and Karin together, and there was also Madara Shianko as a supplement. Even after Akihara Kagura left the Anbu and became Jiraiya's disciple, and became the leader of the root at the age of 13, and became a high-ranking official in Konoha, Hatake Kakashi and him were still old friends, and he could even ask him for help from time to time. Just like Uzumaki Naruto's attitude, in these years, this group of people who seem to be targeted by the world's malice have formed a family. Hatake Kakashi is the head of the family who is not doing his job and is in a very bad state. Akihara Kagura is the eldest brother who is doing well in the family. Madara Shianko is a hot-tempered elder sister. Karin and Uzumaki Naruto are the children raised by this group of people. These people actually have no special blood relationship. However, whether it is Hatake Kakashi or Uzumaki Naruto, they all believe that if they encounter troubles and ask for help from anyone, the other party will lend a hand like a family member. If they encounter any pain, the other party will comfort themselves like a family member. In fact, Akihara Kagura is the one who has always taken care of them the most. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura, Hatake Kakashi also knew that he might still be immersed in a lonely life like a scarecrow. He always thought that he could not keep those important people, whether it was the father he relied on, or the companion he could rely on for life, or the teacher Namukaze Minato who was like a parent and elder. All the important people have left Hatake Kakashi. The person who made Hatake Kakashi willing to face the world again, and the person who made him want to have an important person in his life, was precisely Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi suddenly realized something. It was when Akihara Kagura, the subordinate who always caused trouble, insisted on helping to find a tutor for Karin and Uzumaki Naruto, who were brought back to Konoha that day, that he felt less lonely. Naruto, you took care of me when I was growing up. Are you going to kill Naruto now? Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him. He felt mixed emotions and even some anger that was suppressed. Akihara Kagura wanted to take away the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body, which would definitely kill Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki, on the spot. This guy wanted to kill Naruto. That's about it. Akihara Kagura patted her forehead, as if she could understand Hatake Kakashi's feelings, and suddenly laughed. I roughly understand what you mean. But Akihara Kagura laughed gently, as if she had expected Hatake Kakashi's questioning. Because of me, his life can be less difficult. He doesn't need to work hard to become stronger and survive in this world. These are the compensation for his sacrifice. You have wanted to kill him for a long time. Hatake Kakashi's face immediately became extremely ugly. He remembered what Uchiha Obito mentioned, the night we took off the mask on Obito's face. That's about it. Akihara Kagura was still smiling, as if she had no intention of shying away from this matter. Anyway, for me, it was enough to make things a little bigger that night. Kakashi, I've said it a long time ago. The me you know has never been the real me. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, his eyes flickered slightly, there was no ripple in the air, and the limited time seal was opened silently. Alright, the game of playing house with you should have ended long ago. Akihara Kagura's figure instantly turned into golden light, and Hatake Kakashi's body appeared, and his palm suddenly grabbed Hatake Kakashi's neck. Hatake Kakashi had no time to resist, and his body wanted to use the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan to enter the virtual state in an instant, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. His body did not enter the Kamui space at all. He could not enter the Kamui virtual state. What on earth is going on? Is it because Akihara Kagura used the time and space technique of Flying Thunder God at this time? Hatake Kakashi could not imagine that Akihara Kagura used the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye silently, and the limitations of his thinking made him only speculate that the other party used some forbidden technique. Kakashi Hatake's body also wanted to activate Flying Thunder God in an instant. Every time he arrived at a place, he would leave the Flying Thunder God array as a mark in a safe place. However, he did not expect that his body did not move at all. Flying Thunder God was also ineffective at this moment. Akihara Kagura grabbed Kakashi Hatake's neck and directly crossed the edge of the tower. The weightlessness of leaving the ground under his feet made Kakashi Hatake's eyes reveal a trace of uneasiness and fear. Any means of escape from him failed at this moment. How could it be? Kakashi Hatake's heart trembled. The time-space technique does not mean everything. Akihara Kagura glanced at Kakashi Hatake with an indifferent expression, and warned, "You who have mastered the time-space technique may not be able to resist fate." After that, Akihara Kagura's palm directly loosened Kakashi Hatake's neck, just like loosening an object that was originally intended to be thrown down, and in an instant, Kakashi Hatake's body fell freely from the air. This guy. Hatake Kakashi tried desperately to activate Kamui in the air, but he was powerless. He could only watch his body falling faster. A kune wrapped in wire flew out and pierced directly into the tower. Hatake Kakashi stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the wire in his hand, barely avoiding falling. Even if he survived, this shock was enough to make him tremble with fear. He thought he had obtained the pupil technique of the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, and clearly wanted to stop Akihara Kagura, but he didn't have time to use anything, or even couldn't use it at all, and was subdued by Akihara Kagura and thrown directly from the tower. When Hatake Kakashi didn't dare to rely on Kamui anymore, he held the wire tightly in his palm and climbed up the tower step by step, but it was already empty. Akihara Kagura had disappeared. This catastrophe was finally over. The gathering place of the entire ninja coalition had long been unrecognizable. Originally it was a desert, but now it has become a forest. First of all, the worst thing is undoubtedly that the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition, Hanzo, is a puppet of the enemy, or even a conspiracy of the enemy, which caused the intelligence of the entire ninja coalition to fall into the hands of the enemy before the war began. From the top to the ordinary ninjas, their mentality was all broken. Secondly, the 100,000 ninja coalition was defeated by Akihara Kagura alone. Even the performance of the 5 shadows in this battle was a bit sloppy, and there was no difference from ordinary ninjas. For example, the 4th generation Reincarnated was directly caught by the vines. Of course. There are also some lucky ninjas. Jiraiya and Orochimaru escaped the pursuit of the vines. Both of them have a considerable strength, enough to avoid the attack of the tree world. Orochimaru held a Kusanagi sword in his hand, cut a vine with one sword, and saved Tsunade who was tied to the tree. "Tsunade, you should summon the slug." Too late. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. And even the slug is useless. Because Akihara Kagura's main focus was on the 5 cage, she, the 4th Reincarnated, Gaara, Madarumi, and others all encountered the attack of the wood dragon during the advent in the tree world. I always have an inexplicable feeling. Tsunade looked at the 2 old friends who came to rescue her, and her expression was a little serious. In order to understand Akihara Kagura's strength, I have checked all the information about wood release in the village. Akihara Kagura is a little too strong. Isn't this how he has always behaved? Jiraiya frowned and lowered his head to think, that guy has never lost, and he has always been very strong, right? But Orochimaru looked at the dense forest, where densely packed ninjas shuttled through and rescued their trapped companions. No matter what happens, no matter how many enemies there are, no matter how powerful the enemy is, he can always defeat the enemy. This can only mean one thing. Orochimaru had to tell the truth. Everything we do is under his control, and this world has never been out of control. Tsunade had already begun to think about how powerful Akihara Kagura's strength is, but Orochimaru's words completely forced her to rethink another question. When can they get rid of Akihara Kagura's control? Tsunade is now doubting her life. She doesn't know what she should do or what she can do. Because as long as she does one thing, that thing may become a trap. Who could have thought? She just wanted to uphold the will of the successive Hokage and use her life to protect the safety of Konoha, but it turned out that becoming Hokage was also a trap. Who could have thought? Facing an enemy that a ninja village cannot solve, isn't it natural to unite the entire ninja world to form a ninja coalition to fight against a powerful enemy? In order to ensure that the ninja coalition can operate normally, isn't it right to push the most suitable and prestigious man to become the commander-in-chief of the coalition? As a result, it was another fucking trap set by Akihara Kagura. Tsunade felt as if she was standing on a beach full of traps. She didn't dare to take a step outside, because she suspected that any step she took would be a trap set by Akihara Kagura. Tsunade-sama. Hatake Kakashi rushed over with a few ninjas and hurriedly reported, Akihara Kagura and Salamander Hanzo are rushing to the place where Naruto and Killer Bee are hiding. Let's hurry up too. Tsunade suddenly stopped halfway through her speech, and her brain subconsciously thought, if we rush over at this time, will it be under the control of Akihara Kagura? The others also frowned. This kind of doubt about life began to spread among the ninja coalition. Hey, Tsunade. The fourth generation Raikage came over with an unhappy face. The two Raikage guards rescued him. The Raikage looked very unhappy. What should we do now? I don't know. Tsunade looked up at the sky. Don't think too much. The third generation Tsuchika Jinoki flew down. The old man's mood was the first to calm down. His mentality gradually became calm again, but his voice was still heavy. Even if we know it's a trap, we have to jump in, right? Even if they know it's a trap, they have to jump in for the sake of the ninja world. When the third Tsuchika Jinoki heard that Akihara Kagura used conspiracy to push the puppet of Salamander Hanzo to the position of commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, his mentality actually collapsed. However, Inoki remembered the teachings of the first Tsuchikage and the inheritance of the stone will of the Iwagakure village, which made this little old man who had a reputation for being stubborn in the ninja world become tenacious again. It's better to do it badly than to do nothing. The third Tsuchika Jinoki flew up again and taught in a deep voice, no matter what that brat says, no matter what that brat says is his conspiracy, we must believe in one thing. We are doing what we think is right. The establishment of the Ninja Alliance is correct. One ninja village cannot fight against a powerful enemy, and one ninja village cannot prevent the enemy from being destroyed, so let the 5 ninja villages unite to fight the enemy. This is the right thing to do. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander is a puppet of Akihara Kagura, our original intention of pushing him to the top was correct, because the disguised Hanzo of the Salamander is a trustworthy man. This is also the right thing to do. It is also right for us to fight to the death to protect the safety of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. We desperately want to protect this world, want this world to continue to exist, and want to stop that brat from destroying the ninja world. All of this is correct. No matter what that brat says, no matter what conspiracy that brat has, no matter what that brat wants to persuade everyone to give up, we must be as unmoved as a stubborn stone, as tenacious as a mountain peak on the seashore. The third Tsuchika Jinoki looked down at the people present, his old voice firm and sonorous. Don't worry about the so-called results. There is only one thing we should think about in our hearts. We must always believe in ourselves and do the right thing. That's all for today. I need to sort out my thoughts and improve the content. After all, it's almost the end, so I want a beautiful ending. Chapter 330. All actors are in place. An old man in the family is like a treasure. As long as this old man is not a puppet of Akihara Kagura, it will be fine. The words of the third Tsuchika Jinoki obviously inspired many ninjas, and even other mature ninjas could not help but nod secretly. As long as they are doing the right thing, as long as the purpose is to protect the ninja world, no matter what the enemy does, they should never waver in their will. Along with the speech of the third Tsuchika Jinoki, the stone wall of the hidden rock village spread rapidly, saving the precarious ninja coalition. It is a pity that their opponents have no interest in entangled with the ninja coalition. The Land of Thunder. A huge turtle island. This turtle is unknown how old it is, and it has been swimming in the Land of Thunder. Its back has evolved into a huge forest and a complete food chain. Similarly, this is also the place where the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village is tested. The 2 most critical Jinchuriki in this war are here. This is the place where the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village practiced, and it is also the reason why the Hidden Cloud Village has always been able to mobilize Jinchuriki to participate in the war. Every generation of Jinchuriki will practice here, and they will reflect their inner selves in front of this waterfall. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is considered the best Jinchuriki in the ninja world. He has been carefree since he was a child. He is responsible for leading Uzumaki Naruto to this waterfall, hoping that Naruto can activate the complete tailed beast transformation and have the power to protect himself in this war. Yamato led a team of Anbu ninjas to protect them. By the way, he was also worried that Uzumaki Naruto would have an accident and stop Naruto, who might go berserk at any time. During this period of time, Killer Bee acted as Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, and has been teaching him how to practice under the waterfall until today. It is about time for Uzumaki Naruto to take the next step in his practice. Behind the waterfall. Eight-tailed Jinchuriki Killer gestured and took the initiative to walk into the waterfall. Let me show you the trial ground of the hidden cloud village. Led by Killer, the group walked into the back of the waterfall. There was a different world behind the waterfall. The waterfall was a natural shield that blocked all the peepers. After the group passed through the waterfall, they saw the building hidden deep in the waterfall. Several towers of different sizes stood inside, and headless statues were located on both sides. It's here eight-tailed Jinchuriki Killer raised his finger and pointed to the depths of the building. Start fighting the nine-tail. After saying that, Killer walked into the depths. Is it here? Uzumaki Naruto followed Killer and stepped in step by step. That's right. Idiot. Killer nodded, leading them in, and took the initiative to introduce this place. This is the guardian place of the ancestors of the hidden cloud village. Let's open the door inside and then go in and sit down. Close your eyes. Concentrate. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly and followed in. No matter what happened inside, Uzumaki Naruto would not be surprised. Because during this period of time, he experienced the return of his companions who became rebel ninjas, and also met his biological father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and accepted the resurrection of his father to teach him the nature of the Rasengan. He also worked hard to learn the Sage Mode from his father. When he thought that the future of his life would be bright, he saw his most respected brother become the most terrifying behind-the-scenes mastermind in the ninja world. To be honest, it was fortunate that Uzumaki Naruto's mentality was strong enough. If his mentality was weaker, he might not be able to accept the reality. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared beside him through the Flying Thunder God technique, which scared everyone present, and everyone couldn't help but be on guard. It's me. Uchiha Sasuke stretched out his palm, grabbed Killer who was about to draw his sword, and said in a deep voice, I just came here to inform you that the Ninja Coalition has been defeated, and it is estimated that Kagura will be here soon. The coalition was defeated. Everyone present was shocked. The Ninja Coalition has nearly 100,000 people. Even if there are 100,000 pigs, it will take Akihara Kagura 3 days to kill them all. If I remember correctly, a drop of cold sweat flowed down Yamato's forehead, and he said cautiously, today should be the time for the Ninja Coalition to assemble. They have just assembled and they have already been defeated. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and explained in a deep voice, the commander-in-chief of the coalition, Hanzo of the Salamander, is Kagura's puppet. He used Hanzo of the Salamander to directly enter the heart of the coalition and defeated the 100,000 ninja coalition by himself. Madara and I rushed here to protect you. Where are the big brother and the others? Killer also had cold sweat on his face. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Killer and said, at least so far, no one is the opponent of Akihara Kagura. Madara even thinks he is not the opponent of Kagura. One more thing, a tall figure walked in through the waterfall. He said in a cold voice, if the ninja world really comes to the last resort, I hope that the two of you can sacrifice yourselves so that I can get the strength to defeat that guy. Madara. Yamato looked at the person who came, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Madara. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and said coldly, wait, do you mean you want to take away the nine tails in Naruto's body? No, of course not. Uchiha Madara shook his head, a hint of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have tried the power of the nine tails a long time ago, but the nine tails is not enough to compete with that kid Akihara Kagura. What I need is the 10 tails. If it really comes to the most dangerous point in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Killer and said in a deep voice, maybe you two really need to sacrifice. I will find an opportunity to take the risk and try to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only the 10 tails Jinchuriki has the hope of defeating that kid. Naruto will die. Uchiha Sasuke wanted to refuse. If he dies, he dies. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and suggested casually, you can preserve his body. You have the Samsara Eye anyway, and you can revive him after the war is over. Uchiha Sasuke felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. As long as he had the Samsara Eye, resurrection would not be a problem. No, Killer wanted to object immediately. Because Killer and the tailed beast eight-tailed Gyuki in his body have always been partners in life and death, and he didn't want the eight-tailed in his body to be used as the material to resurrect the 10-tailed. Your refusal is invalid. Besides, you can't keep the tailed beast in your body. Uchiha Madara stared at the eight-tailed Killer tilted his head with interest and said, if you value the tailed beast in your body, after this war is over, I can also learn from the 6-path sage 1,000 years ago and separate the tailed beast and the 10-tailed body again. Killer Bee's brows were still furrowed. However, the 8-tailed Gyuki in its body thought that this was not a bad idea. Even Killer Bee didn't need to die. It could leave and place a tentacle-sized chakra in Killer Bee's body to ensure that Killer Bee would not die from the stripping of the tailed beast. On Turtle Island. While the people in the waterfall were discussing, Akihara Kagura had already arrived here, and even a group of people who are not in the situation happened to arrive. A giant clay bird flew down first and sprinkled a string of bombs on Akihara Kagura's head, as if it wanted to blow Akihara Kagura to death directly. This idiot Scorpion glanced at the giant clay bird and Deidara on the giant clay bird speechlessly. Besides humiliating him, what else can you do? I don't believe I can't kill him. Deidara looked at the clay bomb falling next to Akihara Kagura, and puffed up his mouth angrily. I have hated him since I was 9 years old. Art is explosion, huh? The clay bomb on the ground exploded instantly. However, after the explosion, Akihara Kagura still stood on the ground, and even waved at them with interest, as if beckoning them to come down. This guy is still provoking me. Deidara controlled a giant clay bird to swoop down, and a clay doll appeared in his hand. He rushed down with an angry face, wanting to throw the clay doll on Akihara Kagura's head. Let this guy taste my latest work of art. Lightning release. Akihara Kagura raised his palm. A dense ball of lightning suddenly hit Deidara and the giant clay bird. Deidara's clay bombs were directly ineffective in an instant. The clay doll immediately lost the ability to explode. The giant clay bird and Deidara fell to the ground together. When Deidara fell to the ground, his face was full of burnt marks, and he coughed and spit out a mouthful of black smoke. This is Deidara's weakness. Once he encounters a lightning release ninja, Deidara's explosion will be restricted. This is the result of not practicing dust release properly. Akihara Kagura's words made Deidara furious. I'll fight you. Deidara was furious and wanted to fight Akihara Kagura to the death, his face full of rage. Scorpion has always been yours. You bastard must have been laughing at me in secret. This is also what Deidara is most angry about. He joined the Akatsuki organization to deal with Akihara Kagura, but the Akatsuki organization is full of Akihara Kagura's people, and even the disobedient leader of the Akatsuki organization was driven away. Deidara was almost angry to death. Especially his teammate, Scorpion of the Red Sand, is also Akihara Kagura's person. This is equivalent to the enemy who wants to take revenge on Akihara Kagura, who has been operating under Akihara Kagura's nose. Deidara feels that he has no face to see anyone. If he wants to regain his dignity, he can only die together with Akihara Kagura. And Akihara Kagura, this bastard, doesn't even know it. This bastard actually let Scorpion persuade him to surrender and destroy the ninja world together. Should he make it clear that he is the one who wants revenge on him? Deidara. Scorpion stopped Deidara with one sentence. Strands of chakra appeared in his hands, directly controlling Deidara to stop in place, and then looked at Akihara Kagura on the ground. You guy, how can you still be in the mood to tease Deidara at this time? Akihara Kagura looked at Deidara being controlled in place, shook her head and chuckled. Look how funny he is when he is angry. I'll fight you. Deidara was immediately so angry that he almost exploded. Akihara Kagura raised her finger, and a shadow on the ground instantly fixed Deidara's body, making him unable to move at all. Okay, let you bask in the sun for a while, Scorpion, and I will finish our business first. Deidara could only look up to the sky and rage helplessly. Did you bring the people? Akihara Kagura looked at Scorpion with empty hands. Almost everyone is here. Scorpion nodded and took the initiative to say, if Deidara didn't want to come here through your shadow ability and insisted on flying over with his clay bird, we wouldn't have delayed for so long. As Scorpion spoke, he raised his finger and manipulated the chakra line at his fingertips to cut Deidara's clay bird into several pieces. A tall figure rolled to the ground. It was Kisame Hoshigeki. Kisame Hoshigeki didn't have a good life. Because after the battle between the Uchiha brothers, Kisame Hoshigeki wanted to rush back to the base of the Akatsuki organization, but he only saw that the base had become a ruin. Fortunately, there were still 4 people in the Akatsuki organization. As a result, 3 of these 4 people were from Akihara Kagura. Scorpion, Kokuzu and Hidden rushed forward and captured Kisame Hoshigeki alive. This man was the most suitable person to be a puppet of the hungry ghost world because he was very good at absorbing chakra. As for the only remaining human, Akihara Kagura could only use the Hazuki main jutsu that he had collected. The 6 paths puppets were still useful in this war, At least they could help a lot and stop the high-ranking ninja coalition forces who were trying to land on Kame Island. Yuga Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the black stick stuck in his body, grinned and showed a mouthful of shark teeth. There are so many people hidden in the Akatsuki organization, your version is a bit behind. Akihiro Kagura chuckled, stretched out his hand and patted Hoshigaki Kisame's head, imprisoning his soul in his body. Okay, try the ability of the Rinnegan to absorb chakra in a while. It should be more reliable than your Samehuda. Samehuda shrank aside and trembled. Fortunately, there is another acquaintance of Samehuda. Hazuki Mainjutsu, a long dead man, stretched out his palm and patted Samehuda, making Samehuda slowly become quiet. Heavenly Path, Uchiha Shisu. Human Path, Manzuki Hazuki. Animal Path, Hanzo. Hungry Ghost Path, Kisame Hoshigaki. Sure Path, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Hell Path, Hidden. The Six Paths puppet appeared a little late. The only ones who were really useful were Hanzo and Scorpion of the Red Sand. Even Heaven Path, Shisu was just a tool to subdue the Uchiha. In addition, there are the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, who was reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation, the second Hokage Tabirama Senju, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and another man who is about to be reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation. This war is too fierce. It is basically impossible for any living people to participate in it. Karin and the Uchiha of the Root are not here. Even Deidara will be sent away directly in a while. He will stay with Kakuzu. Let me think about what else I've missed. Akihiro Kagura raised her hand and released a white Zetsu. Using the white Zetsu as a sacrifice, she summoned a man and resurrected him. You will be the one to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. A man with scarlet eyes was resurrected. After Uchiha Itachi was resurrected by the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, the first thing he did was to look for Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts around Akihiro Kagura. His eyes froze when he saw the first person. Shisu, how could you? Uchiha Itachi's mind went blank for a moment. Uchiha Shisu didn't expect to have a chance to see Uchiha Itachi again. He said with a complicated mood, "Are you looking for Sasuke? I know everything about the night of the genocide. It was me who asked Kagura to save some of the tribe members. I'm sorry." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in some pain. "I know you have hidden Akito Matsukami of Shisu." Akihiro Kagura ignored their communication and took the initiative to say, "Uchiha Itachi, remember what you promised before you died. Now Uchiha Sasuke has chosen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Do you want to consider doing something to let Sasuke be on our side in the upcoming final battle?" Shisu, Akihiro Kagura waved her hand and took the initiative to say, "Tell this guy everything about us and see what he chooses. Is he going to tell his brother the truth, or does he want to hide everything, overturn all the stories, and sacrifice himself so that his brother can still have a home in the new era of the ninja world in the future?" Of course. Akihiro Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, chuckled and continued, "You will definitely sacrifice your reputation, right?" The reincarnated Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment, and he nodded with a gloomy expression. "I understand what you mean, and I will do as you say, don't worry." Akihiro Kagura chuckled and said with interest, "I just want you to entangle Sasuke to prevent him from causing me any trouble. It just so happens that you also want to see Sasuke's progress, right? He has opened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan." Uchiha Itachi slowly lowered his head. This is indeed what Uchiha Itachi wanted to see. "Okay, now get all the actors in place." Akihiro Kagura stretched out her palm and formed a hand seal of summoning technique. Her eyes flashed slightly. "Let's start preparing and prepare to let our leading actor, Mr. Uchiha Madara, become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Before that, let his plan to use Obito to resurrect other people succeed, and then force him into a desperate situation. Let Madara know all plans are ineffective on me. The only thing you can do is to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." I was thinking about how to make Uchiha Itachi take the blame. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, The Living Hashirama Senju and the Dead Uchiha Obito. On Kame Island. Outside the waterfall in the trial area, Uchiha Madara brought Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito. Killer Bee and Yamato and others were also guarding here, because they sensed the arrival of Akihiro Kagura. The next moment, a golden light appeared in their field of vision. "Here it comes." Uchiha Madara's expression changed. and his body moved instantly, blocking the golden light that rushed over. His body was instantly knocked away by the golden light, and Uchiha Madara's body was directly smashed into the cliff by Akihara Kagura, who rushed over at high speed. A piece of rubble was shaken off by Uchiha Madara, who was embedded in the cliff. Is the person here? Akihara Kagura raised his finger. He had sensed the breath of the nine tails inside, and also saw the eight tails Jinchuriki blocking the waterfall. It seems that they are all here. Akihara Kagura gave the answer to himself, nodded slowly and said, "It just so happens that the eight tails and the nine tails are here, so let's just complete my plan." The voice fell. Akihara Kagura raised her palm. A wooden dragon suddenly rushed out of the forest and rushed towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee's body quickly changed into tailed beast form, opened its mouth and condensed a tailed beast jade, which sprayed straight towards the wooden dragon's head. However, the tailed beast jade was held in the mouth of the wooden dragon like a ball, and the wooden dragon slowly absorbed its chakra, preventing it from exploding. The next moment, the wooden dragon opened its mouth and smashed the tailed beast jade on the eight-tailed beast. Idiot. Bastard. Killer Bee's voice was a little annoyed. Wood release, silent binding kill. Yamato hurriedly put his hands together to form a seal, and wooden boards rose from the ground one by one, trying to stop the wooden dragon's attack, but his wood release had no effect at all in this battle. The wooden dragon broke free from the wooden board that tried to restrain it, and rushed straight towards Killer Bee. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't sit still and watch. His eye sockets instantly revealed the main Gekyo Sharingan, and the purple Susanoo giant rose up. A huge bow and arrow fell into the hand of the purple Susanoo. One after another, huge purple arrows flew out from the hand of Susanoo, directly nailing the wooden dragon's body to the cliff. The wooden dragon's body slowly turned into a forest. "You have become stronger, Sasuke." Akihara Kagura chuckled and looked at Uchiha Sasuke. There seemed to be some regret in his eyes. "When your life was destroyed, I gave you a new life again, but I didn't expect you to stand on the opposite side of me." Uchiha Sasuke's heart trembled. The purple Susanoo turned into mist and dissipated in an instant. But Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, trying to strengthen his will. "But you just want to use me to kill Itachi to avenge him. What's more, now you are going to destroy the ninja world too." Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo rose again, and his will became firm again. "Whether it is to protect Naruto or to prevent the ninja world from being destroyed by you, I must stand on the opposite side of you." The next moment, the purple Susanoo raised a bow and arrow. A huge purple arrow shot towards Akihara Kagura. Summoning technique. Akihara Kagura raised his palm. A familiar figure appeared in front of him. A tall red Susanoo rose up, raised the red shield in his hand, and blocked the flying arrow. "That's..." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly narrowed, looking at the red Susanoo in disbelief. Did he resurrect him too? Uchiha Itachi. He actually used Uchiha Itachi for the impure world reincarnation. The four people who left the Uchiha clan actually gathered together at this moment. "Since you betrayed me," Akihara Kagura spread out her palms and chuckled, "then you have also lost my protection, so accept your fate." "Sorry, Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes, stood in the red Susanoo, and slowly raised his palms. "I didn't expect to see you again in this way." "It doesn't matter." Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them again. His face suddenly became heavy. "It just so happens that I also have a lot of things to ask you. Who of them is right? What was the purpose of the Uchiha genocide that night? The truth, do you already know it?" Uchiha Itachi finally had to admit the fact. Now the truth of the night of the genocide has been exposed by others, and his younger brother is forced to live alone again. Then the plan to let his younger brother break free from the conspiracy must begin. Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart, and walked towards Uchiha Sasuke step by step. "If you want to know everything, then come and defeat me." "Okay." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, controlled Susanoo to instantly enter the fourth form, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. "You are not my opponent now." The two Susanoo collided with each other in an instant. The earth began to shake. The battle between the brothers continued again. Just as they were fighting here, Akihara Kagura's eyes also fell on Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, and tilted his head slightly and said, "Then there is no need to hesitate in the battle between us. You go and deal with them." Akihara Kagura ignored it, and stepped into the depths of the waterfall step by step, seemingly not caring about Uchiha Madara and others who blocked him. "I'll go in and catch the nine tails first." Three figures emerged from the forest: the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. A group of evil Uchiha Senju Tobirama looked at the Uchiha present and couldn't help but spit. There are so many troubles in the ninja world, it's all the Uchiha's problem. Whether it's Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Obito, these Uchiha are evil in Senju Tobirama's heart, and he doesn't care so much when he scolds people. Uchiha Madara's forehead jumped. However, before Uchiha Madara could say anything, the three reincarnated Hokage started to act at the same time. Akihara Kagura rushed directly at Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato rushed directly at Uchiha Obito, and Senju Tobirama rushed at the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Uchiha Madara directly confronted Akihara Kagura. Facing Akihara Kagura, he didn't have any special means, and he didn't even have time to support others. He could only find a way to delay time first. But the rest depends on Uchiha Obito. If the Ten Tails is not resurrected as much as possible, Uchiha Madara does not want to resurrect the Ten Tails, and he does not want the crisis of Kaguya's resurrection in the ninja world. I hope this guy can do what he wants. Uchiha Madara fought with Akihara Kagura while looking in the direction of Senju Hashirama. His old friend Senju Hashirama walked towards the Konoha ninja named Yamato. Yamato was a little desperate. Although he was the weakest, he was also assigned to a powerful opponent. Shode-sama Yamato sighed in his heart and had to close his palms. He could only hope that in this battle, the first generation of Hokage would show mercy. Don't be nervous, Senju Hashirama chuckled and comforted the younger generation in the village. Don't be afraid, I will end it as soon as possible. Don't underestimate me too much, Shode-sama. Yamato's eyes were furious, and his palms suddenly formed a hand seal. Wooden boards drilled out around the first generation of Hokage, and they were about to tie up Senju Hashirama directly. Very good technique. Senju Hashirama raised his finger, praised his junior earnestly, raised his hand and punched to smash all the wooden boards that surrounded him. Yamato's heart immediately despaired again. They were like adults beating children here. Senju Hashirama's wood release and Yamato's wood release were completely not on the same level. Yamato was beaten all over the ground. Boom. A figure fell directly to the ground. Uchiha Madara's figure took advantage of the situation and was thrown to the ground by Akihara Kagura with a whip kick. Lost an eye, Akihara Kagura looked down at Uchiha Madara, chuckled and continued, maybe you can still deal with other people in this ninja world with only one reincarnation eye, but it will still have a great impact on the battle between us. Yes. Maybe to deal with other people, Uchiha Madara only needs one eye, but to deal with Akihara Kagura, two eyes are not enough, let alone only one left? Especially since the gap in physical skills between them was very small, Uchiha Madara, who lost an eye, was even a little slower in predicting Akihara Kagura's movements, and was completely no match for Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara stood up, wiped the corner of his mouth, smiled disdainfully, and retorted contemptuously, but you also have the Samsara eye, so you should know why I gave one eye to someone else, right? Uchiha Madara didn't believe that Akihara Kagura couldn't think of it. This guy's mind is far-reaching, surpassing anyone in the ninja world. Even Black Zetsu is his toy. He must have guessed his intention of giving that eye to Uchiha Obito. It's just that you want to revive my impure world reincarnation. Akihara Kagura spread out his palm indifferently, and continued nonchalantly, I know your plan very well, but I can't stop it, right? Because that guy still has a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and Izanagi's invincibility is enough to help him. Not bad. Uchiha Madara finally smiled. But Akihara Kagura suddenly laughed, and continued with interest, Mr. Madara, do you want to guess why I let you revive these reincarnated Hokage? What are you going to do with them? Uchiha Madara's face turned ugly. Although I don't know why, it seems that I have fallen into a trap. However, according to their plan, Uchiha Obito should be ready to release the Samsara technique before the battle begins. As long as he sees the 3 reincarnated Hokage, he will act immediately. It's too late. On the other side, the kunai in Minato Namikaze's hand directly cut Uchiha Obito's throat. Minato Namikaze's movements were extremely sharp and swift. Even Uchiha Obito, who had a Samsara eye, had no ability to resist under Minato Namikaze's hands. Uchiha Obito, who lost his divine power, was so useless that he could not last more than a few seconds in Minato Namikaze's hands. It's too late. Uchiha Obito's voice came out again, his body faintly dissipated, and appeared in a safe place again, with his hands clasped together. Madara, the first technique has begun to be activated, I only have this one chance. Obito. Namikaze Minato looked at his disciple in surprise. The attack failed? I'm sorry, teacher. Uchiha Obito looked at his teacher and shook his head slowly. I have entrusted everything to Kakashi. This time, I only prepared 2 techniques to deal with the teacher. One technique is Izanagi. When Uchiha Obito said this, the transplanted 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes glowed faintly, and it was the state of using Izanagi. This technique can allow me to escape the teacher's pursuit in enough time, so that I can use another technique. Namikaze Minato appeared beside Uchiha Obito waving a kunai. No matter how many times he killed his disciple, it was useless. Within the time of Izanagi, any reality that is unfavorable to Uchiha Obito will turn into dream. Uchiha Obito's palms were already closed, his body was in Izanagi's invincible time, and he roared, Jito, reincarnation technique. As soon as the voice fell, a ball of white light appeared on the 3 Hokage present. With the support of Izanagi, the reincarnation technique was finally completed. As long as the teacher and the others are resurrected, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. He looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him and the white light coming out of his teacher. Regardless of Uchiha Madara's obstruction, his tense mind finally relaxed. Everything can still be corrected with a combination of Izanagi and the reincarnation technique. No one can stop Uchiha Obito from resurrecting the 3 reincarnated Hokage. The most bizarre thing is that Uchiha Obito is still alive. Izanagi will even change the inevitable ending of the Samsara natural life technique, and classify all situations that are not conducive to reality as dreams, and the price is just a transplanted 3 Magatama Sharingan, but it is impossible to judge how long he can live. In any case, Uchiha Obito's goal has been achieved. No one cares about him now. The most important thing is the resurrection of the 3 Hokage. Accompanied by a white light, the bodies of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato glowed white in an instant, and they clearly felt a revived vitality in their bodies. At this moment, they also got rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama realized the reversal of the situation at the first time. Brother Madara. Senju Hashirama felt the majestic vitality surging in his body in disbelief. This is his power at his peak. Namikaze Minato didn't care about his resurrection. He just looked at the disciple in front of him with some surprise, subconsciously stretched out his palm, and supported Uchiha Obito, who wanted to fall to the ground, and his expression gradually became complicated. Obito, you. I'm sorry, teacher, it was me who killed you all. Uchiha Obito sat dejectedly in the water, struggling to speak. Kill me now to atone for your sins or little. Teacher, I want to see Rin, the rest is up to you. Namikaze Minato hesitated and couldn't do it. Although this disciple was deceived and started the Nine Tails Rebellion, killing himself and Kushina, he was also working hard to protect the ninja world at this time, and even helped himself and the first and second Hokage to get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation. Just when Namikaze Minato wanted to refuse, a figure appeared on the ground. A dark palm suddenly pierced through Uchiha Obito. It's okay, I'll help you. Obito Black Zetsu's palm pierced through Uchiha Obito's chest with a sinister smile. The reincarnation technique that is bound to kill in this world was avoided by Uchiha Obito with Izanagi, but he did not avoid the shadow from the darkness. Black Zetsu blatantly crushed Uchiha Obito's heart, looked at Uchiha Madara nonchalantly, and continued with interest. Madara, your plan is also under our control. You want to completely revive Hashirama, that's right, we want to do that too, because your and Hashirama's chakras are both at their peak, almost second only to the Six Paths Sage. Among the chakra reincarnations of Ashura and Indra that I have seen, you are the closest to Ashura and Indra. You who are alive are the most precious treasure in this ninja world. Dead Obito will also be the ironclad evidence that Kagura and I have completely reached an alliance. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly, and pulled one hand out of Uchiha Obito's chest. Rin Uchiha Obito struggled and fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his chest. Do you think you can see Lin? Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was still talking about Naho Lin, and said with a smile, Obito, you are the most useful chess piece. Even death can't let you go. What do you mean? Uchiha Obito's only remaining reincarnation eye widened involuntarily. This guy actually wants to use him. Because your Kamui space is necessary for Kagura. Black Zetsu looked at the dying Uchiha Obito, and continued with a smile, you who resurrected the impure world reincarnation, so you should become the new impure world reincarnation in Kagura's hands. He really needs your Kamui space. Finally. I can rest assured a little. Akihara Kagura gently moved her fingers. As long as this guy is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, I can get a safe different space. At least after that adult is resurrected, if he wants to attack me, I will have a place to go. You think too much? Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura, chuckled and said good things for Kaguya Akatsuki. Mom is a kind person. How could she attack you? Now I will help you kill Uchiha Obito and let you get his body. Can you rest assured? Add a comment. Melancholy, melancholy. Chapter 332, The Battle of a Family of Three. The Dance of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu doesn't trust Akihara Kagura enough. Black Zetsu never trusts Kagura, but has to rely on Akihara Kagura because he knows that Akihara Kagura wants to use Kaguya to deal with the six-path sage who may still exist. As it should be. Akihara Kagura can't show that he trusts Black Zetsu too much. Because trusting Black Zetsu too much will make Black Zetsu feel too fake. It just so happens that Uchiha Obito's Kamui space is a safe place. Akihara Kagura wants to get the Kamui space to ensure her own safety after Kaguya's resurrection. Black Zetsu must have believed it. Black Zetsu is also secretly cursing Akihara Kagura's stupidity in his heart. Kaguya's resurrection requires the Ten Tails Jinchuriki as a sacrifice. Does this idiot Akihara Kagura think that he can resurrect Kaguya by using the Ten Tails and a large amount of chakra gathering? As long as Akihara Kagura chooses to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, she is destined to become a sacrifice. It will be useless to hide anywhere at that time. The fourth generation of Konoha. Uchiha Madara didn't care about Uchiha Obito's life or death at the first time, and ordered in a cold voice, "Bring Obito Samsara to me quickly, I need to gather all the Samsara to fight." When Namokaze Minato was a little hesitant, Senju Tobirama's figure instantly appeared beside Namokaze Minato, and directly reached out to grab Uchiha Obito's body and took off Uchiha Obito's eyes. Uchiha Madara's eyelids jumped. Uchiha Madara didn't expect that Senju Tobirama, this bastard, would actually take action first, and he didn't expect that Senju Tobirama would directly grab his eyes. Would this bastard still give him his eyes? To be honest, based on the old grudge between the two of them, Uchiha Madara was still secretly wanting to kill Senju Tobirama in his heart. Your eyes. Senju Tobirama threw Uchiha Madara's eyes to him with disgust. At this time, Uchiha Madara's combat power is crucial. Senju Tobirama will not lose the big picture for the small. He knows very well that Akihara Kagura is the biggest threat. HMPH. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, stretched out his hand unhappily to take the eye, stuffed the eye into his own eye socket, and regained his own eyes. As for Uchiha Obito, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Obito and quickly closed his palms. I have a technique that can imprison Uchiha Obito's soul in his body. As long as his soul can never go to the underworld, Akihara Kagura cannot reincarnate him. Namokaze Minato was choked by Senju Tobirama. Doesn't the second Hokage's method seem a little cruel? I can break that forbidden technique. Akihara Kagura shrugged and looked at Senju Tobirama. Second Dame Hokage, I have already researched ways to break all your forbidden techniques. Don't bother with Obito. Uchiha Madara coldly stopped Senju Tobirama from meddling in other people's business and said, you two take the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki away from this island first. The most important thing now is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. No matter what, nothing can happen to them. It just so happens that Namokaze Minato and Senju Tobirama have been completely resurrected and got rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation, so let the two of them take the 2 Jinchuriki away and leave this battlefield to him and Senju Hashirama, and the two of them will deal with Akihara Kagura. Wait a minute, Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, said quickly, don't leave yet. Naruto is still here. Go and monitor. Don't let the 9 Tails get out of control. Naruto is still inside undergoing the trial to seize the 9 Tails chakra. Yamato quickly began to explain, because we are worried that he will be captured by Akihara Kagura. Lord Hokage and Lady Tsunade hope that he will have the power to protect himself, so we rush to the trial side of the hidden cloud village to let him try to seize the trial of utilizing the 9 Tails chakra. We dare not go in to resist Akihara Kagura, and Naruto is confident that he can deal with the 9 Tails, so we will help stop Kagura outside. But there will still be cases of loss of control inside, I know. Namokaze Minato immediately rushed into the waterfall. However, when Namokaze Minato entered the trial site deep in the waterfall, there seemed to be some violent behavior in his body. Namokaze Minato frowned, and realizing the extraordinary nature of this trial site, He had to sit down cross-legged. But when Minato Namikaze sat down, the consciousness of the fourth Hokage entered a trial space. He saw a familiar red-haired figure with a blonde boy fighting with the evil Ninetales in the consciousness space. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto was in the critical stage of the trial. After entering the trial place, Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged and unsealed the Ninetales. His mother Uzumaki Kushina's chakra appeared at this time. This was the first time Uzumaki Naruto saw his mother. At the time of the Ninetales rebellion, in order to allow Uzumaki Naruto, the son, to see his parents, Minato Namikaze, who was responsible for sealing the Ninetales in Uzumaki Naruto's body, also sealed part of his own and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra. Later, when Minato Namikaze was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and was ordered to teach Uzumaki Naruto to practice, he also repaired the seal in Uzumaki Naruto's body. At that time, Minato Namikaze did not dare to open the seal completely for safety, but reset the seal space to make it more convenient for Uzumaki Naruto to use the Ninetales chakra. Now the seal is completely unlocked. Kushina Uzumaki's chakra is helping Naruto Uzumaki to besiege the Ninetales and resolve the negative energy in the Ninetales. However, at this critical stage, his father Minato Namikaze broke in and brought half of the terrifying Ninetales chakra in the spiritual space of this trial land. Why is Dad here? Before Naruto Uzumaki defeated his Ninetales, he saw his father Minato Namikaze breaking in, and also saw the red chakra flying behind Minato Namikaze. This was a coincidence, because half of the Ninetales was also sealed in Minato Namikaze's body. Naruto Uzumaki was too young at the time. In order to ensure that the Ninetales would not get out of control, Minato Namikaze used the power of the God of Death to split the Ninetales into two halves. One half was sealed in Naruto Uzumaki's body, and the other half was sealed in Minato Namikaze's body as a sacrifice to summon the God of Death. Now Namikaze Minato and half of the Ninetales have been completely resurrected, and they happen to appear in the sealed place. The chakras of the same origin immediately made them integrate into the same spiritual space, but Namikaze Minato was not in the mood to pay attention to the negative chakra of the Ninetales. Kushina's chakra Namikaze Minato did not pay attention to his son. He looked at the red-haired man at the first time. He was considered the fastest man in the ninja world, and his body slowly became a little sluggish. That red hair runs through his life. Namikaze Minato remembered the heartbeat when he first saw that red-haired man. They met and got to know each other in the ninja school, until they gradually became ninjas, understood and trusted each other, and got married. Whether he became a Hokage or finally sacrificed for Konoha, that red-haired man was always by his side. Hey, Minato. Uzumaki Kushina saw Namikaze Minato coming, and squeezed out a big smile happily. Now there is good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Good news, Namikaze Minato chuckled. The good news is that our family is finally reunited. Uzumaki Kushina smiled happily, her eyes narrowed, and her chakra seemed to be active because she saw her husband and son. What's the bad news? Namikaze Minato slowly walked towards her. Bad news. Uzumaki Naruto looked behind Namikaze Minato, looking at the red chakra behind Namikaze Minato. His expression suddenly became solemn. Now the negative energy of half of the Ninetales in your body is also rushing over. Our family has to deal with two Ninetales here. Before he finished speaking, in the strange space of this trial land, the red chakra behind Namikaze Minato floated over quickly, and a huge Ninetales appeared, which looked a little dark. The Ninetales next to Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina looked obviously brighter. One yin Ninetales and one yang Ninetales. The two huge Ninetales roared at the family of three at the same time, saying the same sentence in unison. They are originally one. It's been 17 years. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto. Your whole family is here. I will kill you here today. Naruto Uzumaki showed a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. He felt that one Ninetales was a bit troublesome, and even his mother Uzumaki Kushina helped to tie it up. Now there are two. How to deal with the two Ninetales in the spiritual space? Don't worry. Uzumaki Kushina seemed to feel the uneasiness in her child's heart. She stretched out her hand to ruffle her son's hair, and smiled to comfort him. Now follow your parents, and help you get rid of them. The next moment, the two Ninetales rushed towards them at the same time. Ninetales. Uzumaki Kushina opened her arms, and countless diamond chains flew out. Her eyes were firm and determined. Now is not the time for you to be rampant. Diamond chains were tied to the legs of the two Ninetales. The two Ninetales were thrown to the spot at the same time. Namake's Minato calmly and rationally ordered his son. Naruto, I'll be on your left and you on your right. Okay. The next moment, two yellow-haired figures appeared on the left and right. Minato Namake's rushed towards Yinji Uwei, with a luster of sage mode on his face, and he ordered his son in a deep voice. Naruto, enter sage mode directly. Sage mode, on. Uzumaki Naruto quickly closed his palms. Sage mode, super large Rasengan. The father and son, who activated the sage mode at the same time, pounced on the two Ninetales that fell to the ground at the same time. Two densely packed Rasengan hit the two Ninetales respectively. The next moment, the two Ninetales turned into chakra at the same time. The chakra of the two Ninetales fell into the bodies of Minato Namake's and Naruto Uzumaki at the same time, and they both mastered the Ninetales mode at the same time. Of course, these two Ninetales are just a strand of chakra of the Yin Ninetales and the Yang Ninetales. When Minato Namake's and Naruto Uzumaki finished absorbing the chakra, sealed doors appeared behind them at the same time, each of which sealed a huge Ninetales. Ninetales Uzumaki Kushina's eyes showed a hint of mischief, just like when the Ninetales was sealed in her body many years ago. This time, they are getting along with you. Kushina. The two Nine-tailed fox gnashed their teeth in unison. We may not be able to see each other again in the future. Uzumaki Kushina's chakra was like a little girl. She waved at this nine-tailed fox, then waved at the other nine-tailed fox, and said with a smile, "You two big guys have to learn to get along well with Minato and Naruto." You guy. The two nine-tailed fox looked at Uzumaki Kushina angrily. This woman was clearly provoking them. Kushina. Namake's Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina's chakra, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. He knew what was going on with Uzumaki Kushina's chakra. Oh, right. Uzumaki Kushina's chakra seemed to have thought of something, and said in surprise, "Minato, why are you here too? Why did the chakra you left in the seal dissipate?" Because. Minato Namake's sighed in his heart before he spoke. Because this kind of thing was too long to talk about, Minato Namake's had to start from 17 years ago, talking about the conspiracy of the Nine-Tails Rebellion, talking about how the Nine-Tails Rebellion was caused by the long-dead Uchiha Obito, and that Uchiha Obito was controlled by Uchiha Madara, and that Uchiha Madara was controlled by Black Zetsu. It's all their fault. Uzumaki Kushina pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and muttered, "It's hard-earned peace, but they have to cause so much trouble." So, Minato Namake's nodded solemnly and explained to his wife more stories about Akihara Kagura. These masterminds who once used others are now being used by others. The biggest crisis in the ninja world today is a man named Akihara Kagura. He used all these people with ill intentions. Even I was controlled by him before. Uzumaki Kushina opened her mouth wide. The story of Akihara Kagura is really rare in such a big ninja world. Even when most people heard it for the first time, the stories of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito and others were bizarre enough, but they eventually became stepping stones for Akihara Kagura and toys in the hands of Akihara Kagura. Whether it was the 5 major ninja countries that stood on the side of the majority of the ninja world, or Uchiha Madara, a small-time conspirator, they all became tools for Akihara Kagura to achieve his evil goals. I want to stop Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto heard the story of Akihara Kagura from his father for the first time. His eyes were still firm and unyielding. I want to bring him back to Konoha. I'm sorry. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at his father, then at his mother. Because I haven't seen you since I was a child, Kagura is like my brother. But, Akihara Kagura has never belonged to Konoha. Namake's Minato looked at his son, hoping that his son could understand the difficulty of this matter. Akihara Kagura's will is extremely firm. The second Hokage said that no one can change his mind. He will use any means to achieve his goals. Naruto, if you really want him to return to Konoha and continue to be a Konoha ninja, this is even 1,000 times or 10,000 times more difficult than you becoming a Hokage. This kind of thing is much more difficult than becoming a Hokage. Because Konoha has only produced 5 Hokage in total, and every Hokage has not escaped the palm of Akihara Kagura's hand. Even Tsunade has become a tool for Akihara Kagura to control the ninja world. Go and do it. Uzumaki Kushina patted Uzumaki Naruto's head, laughed and encouraged, when a man grows up, he always has to do things that others can't do. After saying this, Uzumaki Kushina's chakra slowly dimmed. She was still smiling, as if she didn't want to make her husband and son sad. Okay, you guys go and stop the ninja world from being destroyed. I'm going to have a long sleep. Kushina Namoka's Minato's heart ached. Mom Uzumaki Naruto's heart ached. Okay, Uzumaki Kushina stretched out her arms and hugged her two relatives. She couldn't stop the tears from her eyes. Our family can't hide here forever. Those people are still fighting outside. Naruto, you've grown up. Then do what you think is right, Minato. Since you've been resurrected, then you have to survive well. Help me see Naruto get married, see Naruto have his own children. I want to see a lot of things. You have to stay in the world and help me watch. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly, with tears on his face. Namake's Minato frowned, but didn't say anything. Then goodbye. Uzumaki Kushina's chakra, and finally gently hugged her husband and son. She patted the shoulders of Minato Namake's and Naruto Uzumaki, with a satisfied smile on her lips, and slowly dissipated in the spiritual space. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and wiped his red eyes. His tears had not even been wiped away, as if they would never be wiped away. Let's go. Minato Namake's clenched his fists and whispered, Naruto, there are more important things to do now. Don't let your mother down. Outside the waterfall, two figures blocked the entrance of the waterfall. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood together, preventing Akihara Kagura from approaching. Senju Hashirama touched his arm from time to time, glanced at Akihara Kagura who was standing opposite them, and said cautiously, although he is alive and the chakra in his body is in peak condition, I feel that this guy is still stronger than me. Huh? This is normal. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously, and said unhappily, this kid is just lucky to use your cells to open the sage body. He can't be the opponent of the two of us. If you lose, you must stop him at all costs. Huh? What about you? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. I can only take a gamble. Uchiha Madara remembered what he was about to do, and his voice gradually became heavy, because the history on the Uchiha steel had been modified by someone, and the bark of the Senju clan also reminded of the dangers of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Maybe he would have to gamble with his life. Take a gamble? Senju Hashirama touched his pocket, as if he wanted to find something in his pocket, and he actually found something. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Senju Hashirama inexplicably took out 2 dice and handed them to Uchiha Madara. Madara, if you want to gamble, I'll lend you my luck. Uchiha Madara's forehead had a cross tendon jumping up and down, and he was about to curse, is there anyone with worse luck than you? Maybe. Senju Hashirama threw the 2 dice to Uchiha Madara, with a confident smile on his face. I lost all my life before I died, and my luck only won this time. Uchiha Madara took the 2 dice and stuffed them into his clothes. A slight smile appeared on his face. HMPH, I'll trust you this time. But we too may not lose. Uchiha Madara raised his finger and looked at Akihara Kagura coldly. His voice became solemn, get ready. I know. Senju Hashirama clenched his fists, and chakra suddenly appeared on his body. Then I'll go first, Madara. The next moment, Senju Hashirama rushed to Akihara Kagura first. Uchiha Madara followed closely behind Senju Hashirama. The 2 heroes who dominated the Warring States period once joined forces. At that time, they jointly founded Konoha, the first ninja village. After many years, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama finally joined forces again. This time they are going to challenge the most powerful man of this era. Akihara Kagura had not watched them all along. It seemed that she was resting her mind with her eyes closed before the battle. She had been sensing the 2 extremely terrifying chakras approaching her attack range quickly, and then her eyes suddenly opened. The next moment, Akihara Kagura went straight up. A wave of water appeared on the surface of the entire waterfall. The 3 people collided with each other in an instant, and the 3 chakras gathered in an instant, and a huge wave rushed into the sky. Senju Hashirama rushed directly towards Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara's body jumped into the air, and one hand grabbed Akihara Kagura's head. As if he was a deadly assassin, the 2 of them attacked Akihara Kagura from top to bottom. Akihara Kagura's movements were sharp and fast. His left hand grabbed Senju Hashirama's wrist, and his right hand grabbed Senju Hashirama's shoulder. He directly jumped up with a force and kicked Uchiha Madara, kicking Uchiha Madara in the air out. This guy. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and tried to pull Akihara Kagura down. However, Akihara Kagura's body flipped directly to the other side, and his hand was still holding Senju Hashirama's wrist. As if wrestling, he threw Senju Hashirama onto the water. Fire style, great fireball technique. The moment Uchiha Madara's body flew backwards, he quickly formed a hand seal with his hands, opened his mouth and spit out a huge ball of flames in the direction of Akihara Kagura. The fireball was so big that it seemed like a meteorite falling from the sky. Even if it was just the lowest level of the great fireball technique, when used in Uchiha Madara's hands, it would far exceed some S-level techniques known for their power. Water style, water array wall. Akihara Kagura cut the water surface obliquely with one palm, and a wave of water rose up from the water surface, as if it was a wall made of water, and the fireball was instantly submerged by the waves. The next moment, a tall blue Susanoo flew over. A huge blue samurai sword directly cut through the Shulang city wall. Uchiha Madara actually used Susanoo directly. He seemed to know that the outcome of this battle did not depend on the victory or defeat of physical skills at the moment, and he directly began to pressure Akihara Kagura to use a huge chakra-consuming technique. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara shouted in a deep voice, controlled Susanoo to pick up Senju Hashirama, and sent Senju Hashirama to the crystal of Susanoo, and said coldly, "Get ready, that guy is going to use his Susanoo. Just activate your wood release." I know Senju Hashirama nodded and closed his palms. Wood release, wooden man technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A tall wooden man instantly merged with a tall Susanoo. The huge Susanoo directly turned into armor and draped over the wooden man, and also changed the appearance of the wooden man, and even the wooden dragon on the wooden man was covered with Susanoo's armor. The tall blue Susanoo-clad wooden man held a huge blue samurai sword in his hand and rushed straight towards Akihara Kagura. Has it come to this? Akihara Kagura raised his hands and clasped his hands together. The white moonlight fell on the lake, and a white Susanoo-clad wooden man suddenly appeared under him. Be careful! Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood in the crystal on the forehead of the blue Susanoo-clad wooden man, talking about the lessons they had experienced, and said in a deep voice, "The wooden man technique of that little guy can also use the time and space technique to move instantly. We must be careful." Before the voice fell, the white Susanoo-clad wooden man suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. This white giant, who was hundreds of meters tall, held a samurai sword with white light in his hand, and his body instantly appeared in front of the chest of the blue wooden man. Like a deadly assassin, he stabbed his opponent's chest with a white samurai sword that was tens of meters long. Today's day, 10,000, done. I will try to keep it up first. I wrote 5,000 words every day in the past 2 days, and I will make up slowly. Chapter 333, The Pinnacle Dance of the Ninja from the Warring States period. Be careful. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama reminded each other at the same time. The two people quickly controlled the blue Susanoo wooden man to retreat and dodge. Akihara Kagura controlled the samurai sword in the white Susanoo wooden man and raised it horizontally, stepping on the water to chase. The hundreds of meters of Susanoo wooden man pressed towards them step by step. Akihara Kagura is very strong. This is recognized by the ninja world. However, only those who have personally come into contact with the powerful power exerted by Akihara Kagura can feel the horror of this guy. He himself has extremely huge chakra, but he has the opposite subtle chakra control. The hundreds of meters tall white Susanoo wooden man is under his control, and his agility is extremely terrifying, as if the white Susanoo wooden man is a living human being. Wood release, ranking technique. Senju Hashirama quickly put his hands together and made a seal. A solid shield appeared in the hands of the blue Susanoo wooden man, and layers of blue armor plates of Susanoo were quickly attached to the shield. The blue Susanoo man held a katana with a blue glow in his left hand, a blue wooden shield in his right hand, and a blue wooden dragon on his shoulder. He was armed to the teeth. Wood release, ranking technique. Akihara Kagura closed his palms at the same time. A wooden shield with a white glow appeared in the hands of the white Susanoo man. The next moment, two giants hundreds of meters tall collided with each other. The ground of Turtle Island was constantly shaking under the battle between the two Susanoo men hundreds of meters tall. This huge Turtle Island that had been swimming all the time was a little overwhelmed and sank into the sea. Its body could not withstand such a terrifying battle at all. In comparison, the battle on the other side was the one that suffered. The battle between the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke was obviously not good enough, and the battle between the purple Susanoo and the red Susanoo was forced to stop. Now, tell me the truth. Uchiha Sasuke was still stubborn about the truth he wanted to know. He ignored the battle in the distance, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Itachi, do you know what I have been through? My brother killed his family and wanted to destroy his own family in order to protect his younger brother. Is this the truth? Uchiha Itachi was silent and unable to answer. The man who almost destroyed the Uchiha clan was silent for a while, then he nodded slowly. His voice became a little obscure. Yes, you know. Uchiha Sasuke's heart ached. He asked at a loss, how can I face those fellow clansmen in the route? Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother, his face full of pent-up anger. His voice was powerful. Now, I might as well die on the night of the clan extermination. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed in his heart. His eyes met Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know you would know the truth. The truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan is what I never wanted you to touch. Now I want to know everything. Uchiha Sasuke waved his arms, his face full of rage. Now you are dead, how long are you going to hide it from me? I know. Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, his body cannot escape from the control of Akihara Kagura now, and there is no way to retrieve the Kido Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan that can be used to change all this. Now Uchiha Itachi is still controlled by Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Itachi looked at his brother with a furious face, and tried to use the transcription seal to give his memory to Uchiha Sasuke. He did not intend to follow Akihara Kagura's order and wanted his brother to decide his future life. However, as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by someone in an instant. Uchiha Itachi's brain stopped in an instant. The man widened his eyes in disbelief. Because he knew who was controlling his body, did that man even have the energy to control him when fighting with Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara? How strong is that guy? He actually still has the mind to pay attention to this side under the attack of two legendary figures. Uchiha Itachi's mental will is a world of difference compared to Akihara Kagura who controls him. He can't resist the suppression of Akihara Kagura at all. Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Itachi's spirit was somewhat painful. He murmured his purpose. I just want to tell Sasuke the truth, idiot. Just a light snort in the brain. It made Uchiha Itachi's will like being struck by lightning. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's body was directly taken over by someone. But this Uchiha Itachi whose body was taken over by someone did not change much. Uchiha Itachi's will was even more painful, covering his forehead, as if he was struggling with something, as if he was trying to fight against the will that controlled him in his body. Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi's actions, and his heart was suddenly startled. He appeared beside him in an instant. What's going on? What's wrong with you? I originally wanted to use the transcription seal to give you my memory. Uchiha Itachi groaned, as if his brain was extremely painful, but now I can't get rid of Akihara Kagura's control. He just wants to use me to kill you, stop all your actions, and let you live in confusion forever. That guy. Uchiha Sasuke pursed his lips. Is this the punishment of Akihara Kagura? When he had just unveiled the truth, and even began to feel some confusion and guilt towards his brother, he chose to question Akihara Kagura, and was driven out of the route by Akihara Kagura, and directly stood in opposition to Akihara Kagura. That man trained himself, Itachi's younger brother, to fight against Itachi because Itachi once wanted to hurt Kabuto Yakashi and Nono Yakashi. Now that he knows the truth, Akihara Kagura directly resurrected and controlled Uchiha Itachi to kill him, and once again used the fratricide to avenge his betrayal. Then Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother who was still struggling against Akihara Kagura's will. Do I need to seal your actions first? No use. Even if you seal me, there are others who will come to kill you while Akihara Kagura is still fighting. I can still speak. Write down what I am going to tell you next. It may be too late if you are late. Akihara Kagura will not give us more chances. I want to tell you the truth. Uchiha Itachi looked at the battlefield in the distance, and said in a deep voice, now, I have to get rid of Akihara Kagura's control first. Before I died, I left a backup plan. That was the Kido Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan that Shisu once gave me. That eye has a powerful illusion that can silently modify a person's will. I left it on a crow. That eye technique. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were shocked. The eye technique to modify the will. Uchiha Sasuke thought of another thing, and remembered the imminent crisis of the ninja world. Can it be used to modify Akihara Kagura's will? No illusions are ineffective against the Samsara eye. Uchiha Itachi struggled and shook his head, as if he could no longer hold on. Uchiha Itachi covered his forehead and continued in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura has sent people to retrieve the crow, and now the crow is in Shisu's hands. Help me get that eye back. Uchiha Itachi's body even trembled, and his voice was somewhat painful. Shisu is also on this island, and you should be able to defeat Shisu now. As long as that I can work, I can regain control of my body, give you all my memories, and help you fight together. Go. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's body went berserk in an instant. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have completely lost his will and attacked Uchiha Sasuke, But he, as an elder brother, was obviously not good enough to face his younger brother. Uchiha Sasuke's quietly turned into Mangekyou Sharingan, freezing Uchiha Itachi's body in place. You stay here for a while. I'll take back the Kido Matsukami right away and let you get rid of Akihara Kagura's control first. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke's body disappeared from the spot. As long as Uchiha Shisu is on this turtle island, Uchiha Sasuke will find him soon. On the other side, Akihara Kagura and the two legendary figures are still fighting. The white Sasaki man, who is hundreds of meters tall, waved the katana with white light in his hand, and cut the shield of the blue Sasaki man with a heavy knife. Its katana looked sharp. In the crystal on the forehead of the blue Sasaki man, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara saw the sharp sword light, and their faces didn't look very good. It looks like the same technique, but the gap between the two Sasaki men is still there. Akihara Kagura controlled the white Sasaki man to release the white wooden shield, raised his broad palm, and a huge Rasengan appeared in his palm. This Rasengan, which was 10 meters in diameter, glowed white and pressed heavily on the blue Sasaki man's chest, opening a large circular hole in the upper body of the blue Sasaki man. The arm of Susanoo no was directly shattered, and the half of the wooden man inside was directly turned into sawdust. This blow, the body of the blue Sasaki man was directly split in two. The head of the blue Sasaki man fell down, and the two operators, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, had to leave the crystal that protected them directly. It seems that I can't beat it. Senju Hashirama scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, as if he thought of something, and narrowed his eyes. This kid's chakra control is stronger than your granddaughter. The wooden man's body is like a human chakra vein the next moment. The tall white Sasaki looked down and saw the two tiny figures on the ground. He raised his foot and stepped on them, as if he wanted to crush them directly. Senju Hashirama raised his palm. Uchiha Madara also raised his palm at the same time. Wood release, tree world birth. The two people used the tree world birth technique at the same time. Thick vines and tree roots instantly drilled out of the ground. Countless vines twisted and turned into thick ropes, entangled the body of the white Sasaki. The white Sasaki twisted his body hard, waving the samurai sword to cut off the vines one by one. A sharp slash flew out along the edge of the samurai sword in an instant, and directly cut off a piece of the stone pillars on the entire turtle island that were like thorns. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's bodies flew backwards at the same time. Uchiha Madara had never even thought that he would face this level of attack one day. A gloomy look flashed across his face. This guy. Let me do it. Sage mode, open. Hashirama Senju immediately stood firm and entered sage mode in an instant. His face was bright and he raised his hands and closed his palms. Sage technique, Mengshin Gate. Huge Torage gates fell from the sky. This is the most powerful sealing technique of Hashirama Senju. It can easily seal all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. No tailed beast can break free from the seal of Mengshin Gate. However, the white Sasaki man just waved a samurai sword in his hand and cut the Torage gates that fell from the sky into pieces of wood. Sage technique, wood release, true thousand hands. Hashirama Senju no longer stopped. The chakra in his body suddenly became active. A 1,000-meter-high Guanyin Buddha statue appeared under him and Uchiha Madara. Thousands of wooden hands behind the Guanyin Buddha statue stretched out endlessly and smashed into the white Sasaki man of Akihara Kagura. The entire turtle island sank in an instant. However, the white Sasaki of Akihara Kagura flew into the air. Uchiha Madara stared at the white Sasaki who was still dodging under the attack of the true thousand hands, and quickly closed his palms. Susanoo, Weizhuang. The 1,000-meter-high Guanyin Buddha statue was instantly covered with a layer of Wu-Tengu armor like a cloak. Layers of blue armor continued to spread outward, arming the arms of the true thousand hands one by one, and pieces of armor attached to the fists of the true thousand hands. The two people worked together to use their unique skills. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the chakra in their bodies was almost exerted to the extreme, making it impossible to imagine how powerful this move was. The current Susanoo Buddha statue looked as if it had fallen into the devil's way. The cloak armor on its body extended all the way down from its head, as if it were long hair, and countless Susanoo no armor pieces were painted all over its body. On the coastline, a group of ninjas who came to support saw the sinking turtle island and the rising Susanoo statue. The Susanoo statue, which was thousands of meters high, looked like a blue hill. What is that? A perception ninja looked at the tall Susanoo statue in disbelief. Even though they were far enough away, they could still see the Susanoo statue clearly. The Susanoo statue stood there like a beacon pointing the way. True thousand hands. Many people present thought of this technique at the first time. However, how could the true thousand hands Guanyin statue turn blue? Why did it even look like the true thousand hands was covered with a layer of blue Karaso Tengu armor? Hatake Kakashi's face was sweating, and he whispered, "It should be Uchiha Madara's Susanoo suit." This is a technique used by two people together. Theoretically, only two people can use the true thousand hands. Akihara Kagura, the first generation Hokage, Senju Hoshirama. However, it is impossible for Akihara Kagura to join forces with Uchiha Madara, so the only people who can do this kind of cooperation are Uchiha Madara and the first generation Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Madara's plan should be successful. Hatake Kakashi knew Uchiha Madara's plan a long time ago. He knew that Uchiha Madara wanted to use Uchiha Obito to revive the three Hokage who were reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. If Uchiha Madara succeeds, Hatake Kakashi remembered the consequences of the Samsara-born technique that they had mentioned before. Is Obito dead? Go there immediately. Tsunade waved her hand and hurried to the battlefield. Compared to these people who saw the Susanoo statue released by the true thousand hands and Susanoo from a distance, those who saw the Susanoo statue up close were more shocked. Is this the combined power of the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara? Yamato looked at the blue Susanoo statue that was thousands of meters high, and sweat oozed out from his forehead. This level of power is difficult even for Akihara Kagura to resist, right? After all, Yamato had also seen Akihara Kagura's true thousand hands. Whether in terms of size or power, Yamato didn't think that Akihara Kagura's true thousand hands could compete with a blue Susanoo statue in front of him. This level of power may only be called by God. Just at this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato also completed the trial. Two people covered with the golden chakra light came to their side. A group of people who were originally shocked by their victory over the Nine Tails and entered the Nine Tails mode didn't care to pay attention to them. This technique Uzumaki Naruto felt a spiritual shock when looking at the Susanoo statue that was thousands of meters high. Humph, those two bastards, the Nine Tails and Uzumaki Naruto hid and cursed. Because whether it was Susanoo or the true thousand hands, in theory, the Nine Tails had experienced all of them, but they just felt a little bad. This technique is a bit scary and can't be forgotten. The face of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki killer B also broke out in cold sweat. His palm subconsciously reached out to touch his pocket and took out a small notebook from his pocket. What are you doing? Yamato stared at Killer B's operation in amazement. Material, write it down. Killer B took a small pen and carefully wrote and drew on the notebook, mumbling, "I'm going to write new rap lyrics to commemorate what happened today." Yamato's face was sweating more. Why does this Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village seem a little off the track? B, you idiot. The eight-tailed Jayuki was shocked to see the Susanoo statue, and was also shocked by the peculiar brain circuit of his own Jinchuriki. A technique of this power is hard to see in 1,000 years. Akihara Kagura is bound to lose. A hidden cloud ninja who was responsible for guarding here felt sympathetic. He could not participate in this battle, but when he saw the Susanoo statue thousands of meters high appear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis in the ninja world can end here. Although I want to say that too, the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was very rational. He was just shocked by the huge body of Susanoo Senju, and then quickly regained his rationality. His eyes still fell on the white Sasaki man who seemed a little small, but that kid may be able to exert corresponding power, as long as his chakra is enough. Everything is not necessarily the case. 5,000 words. I am a fan of Sasuke. Chapter 334. The vulnerable Susanoo, the most powerful man of this era. Yes, everything is not necessarily the case. The people present were all shocked by the mighty power of the Susanoo statue. Only some men who had witnessed the strength of Akihara Kagura were still a little uneasy. Coincidentally, Senju Hoshirama was one of them. Even though Senju Hoshirama knew very well that the blue Susanoo statue he and Uchiha Madara used together was powerful enough, perhaps this was already his peak moment. But Senju Hoshirama was still not that confident. This was related to Senju Hoshirama's humble character and his experience. He was not confident that the power of this peak moment could play a decisive role. In comparison, Uchiha Madara seemed much more confident. Hoshirama. Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a hint of arrogant madness. Ben. Senju Hashirama's expression seemed extremely solemn. He was not proud of the Susanoo Buddha that the two of them had used together. He just reminded in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. That little guy can also use the true thousand hands, and may even be stronger than me." "I know." Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up a playful smile, and his voice was cold. "The chakra on that kid is not weak." The next moment, their communication has not yet ended. Akihara Kagura has already closed her palms. Sage mode, open. Sage method, true thousand hands. As Akihara Kagura's chakra surged in her body, the wooden man under her grew rapidly, and a 1,000-meter-high Buddha statue suddenly appeared on the sea again. This Buddha statue also has countless wooden hands behind it, and it is covered with a light white armor like moonlight, standing tit for tat with a Susanoo Buddha statue in blue armor. Everyone present had some surprise in their eyes. Everyone looked at Akihara Kagura's true thousand hands with horror. Sure enough, Senju Tobirama sighed in his heart, and had to admit one thing: that kid can really use this technique by himself. When Senju Tobirama saw the Susanoo wooden man being used by Akihara Kagura, he had a little estimate in his heart. Akihara Kagura can compete with a brilliant duo of the Warring States period by himself, and the outcome of this battle has changed again. The most terrifying thing is that Senju Tobirama has seen Akihara Kagura control the true thousand hands. This kid's use of wood release has almost reached a level that ordinary people can't achieve, and even the Guanyin statue of the true thousand hands has been used by him to perform ninjutsu. This is the most terrifying. The next moment, Akihara Kagura raised his finger. Thousands of hands behind the white Susanoo statue stretched out at the same time, and all the huge wooden men actually began to make hand seals at the same time. Even these hand seals are different. What's going on? Yamato looked at the white Susanoo statue that was making seals, and suddenly a trace of fear arose in his heart, as if he had seen something that scared him extremely. The white Susanoo Guanyin statue, which was thousands of meters high, had thousands of huge palms making seals at the same time, and some of the palms were even making different hand seals. Perhaps because it was controlling thousands of hands to do different things at the same time, the white Susanoo statue's palms made seals very slowly, as if it was performing a strange and mysterious dance. This kind of thing is simply beyond human cognition. What is Akihara Kagura's true thousand hands Buddha doing? That little brat Uchiha Madara looked at the movements of the white Susanoo statue and was shocked. Is this Susanoo statue making seals? 1,000 hands making seals at the same time. Senju Hashirama was also a little uneasy. Even though Senju Hashirama had seen Akihara Kagura use the true thousand hands to use dust release, it was just that thousands of palms made different hand seals at the same time. For a ninja, what exactly does this mean? What kind of powerful technique does this guy want to release? How powerful is this technique? It actually needs the true thousand hands to assist in the seal formation. Is it because there are too many hand seals and it cannot be completed? How terrifying will this technique be once it is released? Perhaps Hashirama Senju can use the multiple shadow clone technique to split countless clones and let these clones form seals separately, but he can't control his true thousand hands to form seals. The only thing Hashirama Senju can do is to rely on the countless palms behind the true thousand hands and use the simplest physical means to defeat the enemy. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly flashed a fierce look, but his voice was still confident. Borrow the Buddha's hands and chakra for me to use. How many do you want? Hashirama Senju looked back at Uchiha Madara. There are thousands of hands behind the Guanyin Buddha statue of the immortal technique true thousand hands. It should be enough for Uchiha Madara, right? I'll do it myself. Uchiha Madara quickly controlled the dozens of arms behind the Susanoo Buddha statue to form hand seals. He could not control much, and could even only control these arms to make the same hand seal gestures. We can't let this brat complete those seals. Uchiha Madara's palms moved very fast, and there was even a desperate look on his face. Perhaps this war itself was a life and death struggle. All the fighting ninjas in the Warring States period had to fight for their lives even if they had a slight collision. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Uchiha Madara's eyes were cold, and he quickly completed his hand seals first. One after another, huge meteorites fell from the sky. However, Akihara Kagura was not in a hurry at all. He controlled the white Susanoo statue to stretch out a huge wooden palm and gently placed it on the meteorite. The Earth Escape, super light and heavy rock technique instantly reduced the gravity of a meteorite to the lightest, and one meteorite after another was easily caught. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara looked at his friend fiercely. I know. Senju Hashirama immediately understood what Uchiha Madara meant. The blue Susanoo statue instantly stretched out countless palms covered with blue armor leaves, and some palms even held huge samurai swords. However, Akihara Kagura's expression was calm. Because a giant hand of the white Susanoo statue completed the seal. The sea surface suddenly rose up. An overwhelming wave rolled up in an instant, as if it was a disaster of world destruction. A wave of thousands of meters high appeared. These waves were like a huge wall of water, blocking the attack of the blue Susanoo statue. Water array wall completed with the power of the true thousand hands. Senju Hashirama recognized this technique at a glance, and his heart was also rising with turbulent waves. What level of chakra control can use the true thousand hands to complete the seal? Cut it open. Uchiha Madara controlled the arm of the blue Buddha statue, holding a huge samurai sword in that hand, and cut the thousands of meters high waves in two with one sword. This level of water escape is no matter how strong. Facing the slash of Susanoo is just a sword. Just the sword slash of the complete Susanoo can cut mountains and cut rivers, not to mention the true thousand hands in the current state of the power outfit. Their power is at the peak. The 1,000-meter high waves were cut open by a knife and fell instantly, sweeping towards all the people watching the battle around. Yamato looked at the waves rushing towards them with horror. Fortunately, the people present were very powerful. The 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee directly entered the complete tailed beast transformation, turned into a huge bull-shaped octopus, and rolled up all the ninjas one by one. This battle is not for us to watch. Yamato looked at the 2,000-meter high Susanoo statues fighting, and was frightened and hurriedly said, now let's quickly retreat to a safe place. Senju Tobirama shook his head and stood on the water as if walking on flat ground, but this battle is closely related to the survival of the ninja world no matter what, he must stay here to watch it. This is the most terrifying battle in 1,000 years. The most powerful warring states duo of the last era, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, joined forces to fight against a new generation of ninja gods Akihara Kagura, whose wisdom and combat power are also the most terrifying in this era. No one who sees this battle will want to leave. On the other side, the battle here has also begun. After Kame Island completely sank, Uchiha Sasuke finally found Uchiha Shisu's location while being chased by Uchiha Itachi and taught from time to time. Uchiha Sasuke also saw a red-eyed crow on Uchiha Shisu's shoulder, and immediately planned to borrow the main Gekyo Sharingan from the crow from Shisu. Sasuke, don't rush to fight. Shisu looked at the 2,000-meter high Susanoo statues fighting in the distance, and said softly, at least after the battle over there's over, right? Shisu, your Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyes and looked back and forth at Uchiha Shisu and the figures around him, some of whom were familiar people, and they all had a pair of Rinnegan. Because I am his puppet. Uchiha Shisu looked at the white Susanoo statue fighting in the distance, and talked about the past without any hesitation. On the night when I wanted to commit suicide, I was saved by Akihara Kagura, and he made me into puppet of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke has heard of this kind of thing. It is said that there is a guy named Nagato who also relies on puppets controlled by the Rinnegan to fight. It seems that Akihara Kagura is no exception. Even the most terrifying of his puppets, named Hanzo of the Salamander, has sat in the position of the Ninja Coalition. Obviously, Hanzo of the Salamander is also among them. This kind of puppet of the Rinnegan must have strange abilities. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was hesitating here, a group of ninjas who came to support also saw Uchiha Sasuke confronting 6 figures. Everyone's face changed in an instant. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander here has just been slapped in the face. The 6 paths puppets created by Akihara Kagura. Jiraiya immediately recognized their identities based on Hanzo, the number of people and their eyes, are all the puppets here. But their identities are really amazing. Orochimaru's eyes fell on a figure, and he sighed softly. The genius of the village, Uchiha Shisu, was also made into puppet by him. Shisu. Many people recognized the identity of Uchiha Shisu. There are many familiar people here, and the most dazzling one is undoubtedly Uchiha Shisu, because this is the so-called #1 Uchiha genius in Konoha. Now Shisu has been made into a puppet. And the Red Sand Scorpion girl remembered that the Red Sand Scorpion had helped kidnap him. Kisame and Meijetsu Madarumi looked at the 2 people in her village, among whom Hoshigaki Kisame was a traitor, and she didn't expect that this guy was also here. This guy Hanzo the third Tsuchika Jinoki began to roll up his sleeves. Who is that last guy? Someone looked at one of the unfamiliar faces in surprise. Because that guy was the only one no one had seen before, and he didn't look like a well-known ninja from one of the 5 major ninja villages. Was he someone picked by Akihara Kagura at random? That's a member of the Akatsuki organization, a guy named Hidden. Tsunade knew the identities of some members of the Akatsuki organization very well, especially Hidden, who had been captured by the root ninjas of Konoha and brought back to the village. Sorry, no passage here. Tendo Shisu looked at the lively coalition forces, stretched out his hand, and said softly, although I don't want to do this, the order I received is to prevent anyone from approaching. Tendo Shisu is very polite and continued softly, and it would be too dangerous to get any closer. This is the safest spectator position on the battlefield ahead. We are not here to watch the battle. Gaara waved his hand, and a ball of sand flew up. But Tendo Shisu looked at the people present and continued to persuade softly, you can't participate either? This battle is not something we can participate in. We have to try to know. The body of the third Tsuchika Jinoki floated in the air. The 5 cages brought the only remaining ninjas in the ninja coalition who could still provide support. They were not here to watch the battle, they wanted to stop Akihara Kagura. While they were still clashing here, Uchiha Sasuke rushed over and stretched out his hand to grab the crow on Shisu's shoulder. I'm sorry, Shisu, I need to borrow your eyes first, Shinra Tensei. Tendo Shisu raised his palm. A huge repulsive force suddenly erupted from his body, and in an instant, Uchiha Sasuke's body was directly knocked out. He is a puppet of the heavenly path. Jiraiya immediately realized the identity of Uchiha Shisu, and said in a deep voice, now everyone pay attention, the abilities of the 6 paths puppets are even more different, and each puppet has a special ability. The abilities of the heavenly path are repulsion and attraction. The repulsion has a cooling time. The greater the power, the longer the charging time for the next use. While Jiraiya was still introducing it here, Uchiha Sasuke directly opened Susanoo and shot a continuous stream of purple giant arrows at Tendo Shisu. The next moment, a green Susanoo also appeared on Tendo Shisu's body. The third form of the green Susanoo was directly covered with a layer of armor. This green Susanoo opened the armor on its chest and shot countless dense green arrows. Jiraiya's voice suddenly stopped. What happened to the Uchiha of this era? Did all the Uchiha who appeared on the battlefield use Susanoo directly in battle? Let's deal with them first. Tsunade clenched her fists. She looked at the 2 Susanoo statues over 1,000 meters high that were fighting in the distance, and said in a deep voice, we may not be able to intervene in the battle as soon as possible, but we must be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Look at the battlefield over there. A terrified voice appeared in the crowd. While they were still discussing this here, a ninja looked at the battle in the distance in horror, and everyone couldn't help but look over where he was looking. On the battlefield on the sea. The blue Susanoo statue over 1,000 meters high still approaching and attacking. The white Susanoo statue over 1,000 meters high still slowly completing the hand seal. Everyone saw that the white Susanoo statue's hand seal gesture stopped. This long time of seal formation has finally passed. I don't know what kind of technique the hand seal formed by thousands of palms will be. Hand seal finished, everyone stared at the white Susanoo statue. Because they also want to see what kind of art the white Susanoo statue uses to seal with thousands of hands at the same time, and how terrifying the power of this art is. Will it be thousands of ninjutsu? Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes and sensed the chakra in the white Susanoo statue's body. I remember that little guy can use multiple ninjutsu at the same time. This is also what Senju Hashirama guessed. Would Akihara Kagura want to use the real thousands of hands to seal and release thousands of powerful ninjutsu? A strong wind rose over the entire sea. The waves on the sea surface surged up in an instant. The surging waves gushed out from under the white Susanoo statue, lifting its body up and floating, and even the body of the white Susanoo statue was getting higher and higher. Everyone was frightened by the surging waves and quickly dodged. What's going on? Uchiha Madara frowned, and his eyes slowly moved from the white Susanoo statue to the sea below. There seems to be something in the sea. The next moment, everyone saw why the white Susanoo statue rose. Because a huge Buddha, which is more terrifying than the white Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue, slowly rose up. This huge Buddha made of sea waves held up the Guanyin Buddha statue in his hand, and its palm held up the white Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue that was thousands of meters high. This huge Buddha made of seawater does not look majestic, and even has a kind face, as if it is as gentle as the water that makes it up, and there is a compassionate smile on his face, which makes people look calm involuntarily. But this can't stop other people from seeing its fear. Even if this huge Buddha made of seawater is just sitting cross-legged on the sea, even if its figure looks a little chubby, it is at least thousands of meters high. Similarly, this Buddha is thousands of meters long and wide when sitting cross-legged. Just its size is equivalent to a huge city. Because its right hand can hold up the white Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue. Just one hand can hold up the white Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue that is thousands of meters high. No matter the size of the huge Buddha or its power, no one present dares to compete. Everyone who saw this Buddha stared in disbelief, as if the kind-looking Buddha was the most terrifying thing in the ninja world. Are you kidding? Sweat poured down Yamato's forehead. He looked at the huge Buddha that was as big as a city in disbelief, and his heart was beating non-stop. This level of technique, is it really something that humans can perform? Senju Tobirama's palm finally trembled. He was the one who was best at developing ninjutsu, and naturally the one who knew the difficulty and power of this ninjutsu the best. I got the inspiration for this technique when I was studying the true thousand hands of the first Hokage. It's the first time I've tried to use it, and even the seals are difficult to make. Akihara Kagura stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking down at the tiny blue Susanoo Guanyin statue, and said seriously, "But, I want to use this technique to pay tribute to the two legendary figures of the Warring States period, as a reward for your full efforts to fight me. Kid, your talent is really terrifying." Uchiha Madara chuckled, not caring whether Akihara Kagura was praising or mocking them, but he praised the other party. At least among all the people I have met, I have never seen a technique of this level. Whether it is the power of the technique or the difficulty of performing the technique, it is unattainable for others, enough to be called the strongest. This is a technique that requires the cooperation of thousands of true thousand hands to form seals to complete. The difficulty of performing the technique alone is far beyond the imagination of the ninja. Even if other ninjas have the same terrifying chakra as Akihara Kagura, it is unknown how long it will take to complete the hand seals of this technique. Other means must be used to assist in the hand seals. All the hand seals in the ninja world may not have more hand seals than this technique. This level of technique must have the power to destroy the world. Then Hashirama Senju raised his palm, slowly closed his palm, and smiled. Let's decide the winner at this moment. The next second, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara simultaneously controlled the blue Susanoo statue and rushed towards the huge Buddha controlled by Akihara Kagura. The chakra of the two people surged at the same time. Thousands of arms stretched out from the back of the blue Susanoo statue. These arms were attached with blue armor plates of Susanoo, and the huge ninja swords holding Susanoo in their hands attacked the huge Buddha sitting on the sea. The next moment, the huge Buddha on the sea stretched out his free left hand. When its left hand stretched out, countless waves surged in its movements, and the entire sea surface was turbulent. Along with the waves, wind and clouds, the crystal clear and broad left hand of this huge Buddha directly grabbed the blue Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue and crushed the body of the blue Susanoo Guanyin Buddha statue into countless pieces. In an instant, the battle was decided. The compassionate huge Buddha seemed to have bestowed mercy on the world, and directly crushed the Guanyin Buddha statue with thousands of hands. This scene was like a human crushing a bug. The huge shadow brought by the scene completely shrouded everyone's heart. Because everyone who saw this scene knew very well who the winner of this battle was, and who the winner of this war was. No one in the current ninja world would be Akihara Kagura's opponent. This man displayed a brand new ninjutsu that was like a god descending from the earth, completely defeating the two most powerful people of the previous era. The Susanoo used by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama together seemed so vulnerable. 6,000 words. Okay, 11,000 words today, so I made up 1,000 words. Chapter 335, The Flying Thunder God Technique User is always late, even Sasuke is no exception. Everyone was trembling. The people present couldn't think of a way to deal with Akihara Kagura. A huge Buddha that looked like a god defeated Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and also defeated the will of many people, so that they could no longer have the means to resist. However, not everyone would surrender. Kagura Uzumaki Naruto was filled with golden chakra all over his body, looking up at the huge Buddha that was like the sky, not caring about his own insignificance at all. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, two flying thunder god technique users, attacked at the same time, and appeared beside Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in an instant. and caught Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who fell from the sky at the critical moment. "Thank you, Tobirama." Senju Hashirama stood on the sea with a great effort, breathing heavily. Senju Hashirama's body also wanted to collapse involuntarily. He consumed a huge amount of chakra to maintain the real thousands of hands of Guanyin Buddha statue, which was easily defeated. Even though the power of the giant Buddha's palm was borne by the Guanyin statue, Senju Hashirama also suffered injuries from the attack of the Buddha's hand. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed, and blood was still coming out of the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Madara was not seriously injured, but he looked a little weak. At the critical moment, he directly used his shadow of the chakra clone to break free from the battlefield, and even controlled the chakra clone to rescue Senju Hashirama together. Unfortunately, he still had to rely on two flying thunder gods in the end. Hashirama Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama beside him, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, not at all frustrated by his defeat. "Now do you understand what I mean? Is it time to fight hard?" Senju Hashirama nodded slowly. This was what they had discussed in advance. After resurrecting, Senju Hashirama will desperately stop Akihara Kagura, and find a chance for Uchiha Madara to resurrect the Ten Tails and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This is also their only chance to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the world. Akihara Kagura panted, waved his hand to dissolve his huge Buddha, and slowly recovered his physical strength. This terrifying technique was also very consuming for him. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura, thinking about his own strategy. "I must let this little ghost summon the Outer Path Demon statue first. I will seize the control of the Outer Path Demon statue, and then let someone entangle this little ghost, giving me time to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura's state, and probably knew that this little ghost was in a bad state and was unlikely to continue fighting like this. Maybe he would also summon the Outer Path Demon statue? Sure enough. Just as Uchiha Madara expected. "It's about time to end it all." Akihara Kagura closed his palms, raised his hands and slapped them on the sea, and summoned with cold eyes, ninjutsu, summoning technique. The next moment, the tall and ugly Outer Path Demon statue appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the huge Buddha that just made people feel despair, this ugly Outer Path Demon statue makes people feel more kind and benevolent. "You go and entangle him." Uchiha Madara immediately determined his plan. He didn't care about the lives of others, and didn't care whether he had to sacrifice the Jinchuriki. "I will seize the control of the Outer Path Demon statue, and the two Jinchuriki will be." However, Uchiha Madara's plan was not implemented yet. Akihara Kagura stood on the head of the Outer Path Demon statue, controlling the Outer Path Demon statue to open its mouth. 3 chains stretched out at the same time. One chain grabbed the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, one chain grabbed Uzumaki Naruto, and one chain grabbed Namikaze Minato. This guy actually wanted to take away all the tailed beasts directly. Black Zetsu appeared next to Akihara Kagura at the first time, grinning and chuckled, "Don't get the order wrong, catch the 8 tails first, and then take back the 9 tails, don't worry." Akihara Kagura nodded slowly. However, the attack of the 2 chains suddenly missed. Minato Namikaze's body instantly grabbed his son Uzumaki Naruto, and the two of them avoided the chains of the Outer Path Demon statue at the same time. Obviously, they did not intend to surrender. But the 8-tailed Jinchuriki's luck was not so good. Killer Bee controlled his tailed beast body and wanted to escape, but a chain directly tied the neck of the 8-tailed Ushiki, and was about to drag the 8-tailed Ushiki into the Outer Path Demon statue. Asshole. This bastard. Killer Bee and the 8-tailed Ushiki struggled painfully at the same time. B. The 8-tailed Ushiki gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice, "Don't worry about me anymore. I will leave an octopus tentacle chakra in your body, so you won't die." The 8-tailed Ushiki is an octopus with a cow body. It also has the ability to cut off its hands. It's just that in the past, the hand was cut off for survival, but this time it was for the life and death of the Jinchuriki. After the words fell, the 8-tailed Jayuki didn't care about Killer Bee's thoughts. It knew that they couldn't break free from the restraints of the Outer Path Demon statue, so it simply cut off a tentacle and left it in Killer Bee's body. It even bounced Killer Bee's body away when it was dragged. This combination of Jinchuriki and tailed beast should be the most harmonious pair of all the Jinchuriki in history. Killer Bee's open-mindedness has always influenced the 8-tailed Jayuki, allowing the 8-tail to get rid of the darkness of the tailed beast, and also making the dark Jinchuriki's life not a haze. Hey! Jayuki! Killer Bee stretched out his palm to catch the 8-tailed that had left his body. But everything was in vain. The huge-tailed beast instantly turned into chakra and entered the mouth of the Outer Path Demon statue. The eyes of the Outer Path Demon statue lit up again, and now only the chakra of the 9-tailed was left. Can't escape. Uchiha Madara looked at Namake's Minato, who wanted to escape with his son, and said in a cold voice, "Now someone must sacrifice here." What? Namake's Minato looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. Uchiha Madara shook his head and began to talk about his plan in a deep voice. "I know the record about the 10 tails from the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Now one of the 9 tails chakra must be absorbed by it in order for the 10 tails to be completely resurrected. When the 10 tails is completely resurrected, it will also need to make a hand seal to become a Jinchuriki before it can become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and transform into the new 6 paths sage. At that time it will be my chance. At that time, you and Senju Tobirama will use the Flying Thunder God technique to entangle that kid and prevent him from completing the hand seal of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. And I will seize control of the 10 tails at that time. As long as the Rinnegan is there, the 10 tails can be controlled. I will be the first to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and everyone must risk their lives to give it a try. Only if I become the 6 path sage will there be hope of getting rid of that kid Akihara Kagura." Uchiha Madara's eyes dimmed slightly, and 2 dice appeared in his hands. He continued in a cold voice, "We have to do this now. Even if you escape, you can't stop that kid from destroying the ninja world. This is the real plan of Uchiha Madara. The fighting power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama alone cannot solve Akihara Kagura, which also means that any conventional means in the ninja world are useless, because Akihara Kagura is the most powerful man in conventional battles." Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Naruto began to sweat on their foreheads at the same time. "Cannot let him absorb the 9 tails in my body." Namake's Minato put forward his own idea. He couldn't let his son sacrifice here, because he made Naruto a Jinchuriki, which was already sacrificing his son's life. No. Uchiha Madara shook his head slowly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, because Senju Tobirama is a waste. He is not Akihara Kagura's opponent alone. As long as he is caught by someone, he will be solved by Akihara Kagura instantly. "You guy." Senju Tobirama snorted in dissatisfaction. But Senju Tobirama had to admit this because he was indeed not Akihara Kagura's opponent. If he wanted to entangle Akihara Kagura, he might lose just after he started to fight Akihara Kagura. And the most important point, Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Namake's Minato, looking at the golden chakra overflowing from Namake's Minato's body. "You have the 9 tails in your body, which will definitely attract the attention of Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura will definitely find ways to get the 9 tails in your body. This is the best way. It may also be the only way." Namake's Minato was silent and unable to answer. Many years ago, he sacrificed himself and let his son Uzumaki Naruto spend 17 miserable years. Now at the critical moment of the demise of the ninja world, is he going to sacrifice his son again? There is no way. Uchiha Madara glanced at Namake's Minato, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know where Uchiha Sasuke has gone. If he is here, maybe you can sacrifice yourself, but now you have to sacrifice that kid at this critical juncture." Uchiha Sasuke is not here. At this time when his companions urgently need him, Uchiha Sasuke, like this Flying Thunder God technique user, is not here. The fate of these extremely fast Flying Thunder God techniques is like reincarnation. Almost everyone will disappear when fate needs them the most. This is really a great irony. This is true for Minato, Namake's and Sasuke Uchiha. In order to learn the truth of the past, Sasuke Uchiha was lured by Itachi Uchiha to find Shisu Uchiha. He thought that after the 3 Hokage were resurrected, the outcome of the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha against Kagura Akihara would not be decided in a short time. Sasuke Uchiha thought he could get the Kido Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan from Shisu as soon as possible, so that his brother Itachi Uchiha could get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation and get the truth that he had been pursuing for nearly 10 years. But Sasuke Uchiha miscalculated. Kagura Akihara's combat power was extremely powerful, so the battle ended not long after he left. Sasuke Uchiha and a group of 5 Kage standing in the distance, as well as Kagura Akihara's 6 paths puppets, were in an excellent audience seat throughout the whole process. Coincidentally, in their area, they can see the shocking scene in full, seeing the huge Buddha crushing the blue true 1,000-handed Guanyin statue with one hand. Not good. Uchiha Sasuke felt bad at the first time. Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly joined the ninja coalition forces that came to support to fight against Akihara Kagura's Six Paths puppets. He realized that he appeared in a place where he shouldn't be and left the battlefield where he shouldn't leave. But these ninja coalition forces are also a support force. Uchiha Sasuke is not clear about the situation on the battlefield. He knows that he may not be Akihara Kagura's opponent by relying on himself alone. He must defeat these Six Paths puppets that block the coalition forces as soon as possible and rush back with a ninja who can play a role on the battlefield. Countless missiles are flying in the air in this sea area. Shirato Scorpion's combat power is unmatched, blocking the ninjas who try to impact the line of fire one by one, but his chakra can't support this battle for too long after all. The outer puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion was directly destroyed, and his true appearance was finally revealed. A red-haired man with chakra receivers inserted into his body appeared in front of everyone. Dust Release, Limit Stripping Technique. The third Tsuchika Jinoki released his dust release towards the Red Sand Scorpion, breaking down all the missiles flying into atoms. The fifth Kazakajgar controlled his yellow sand to chase the body of the Red Sand Scorpion. The yellow sand was like a big hand, constantly trying to catch the Red Sand Scorpion. However, the Red Sand Scorpion's body was extremely agile, and even a missile would drill out of his body from time to time, raising his hand to defeat Gar's yellow sand. Until the fourth Raikage and the fifth Mizukage Madarumi took action together. Water Release, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon wrapped in lightning caught the body of the Red Sand Scorpion. Gar directly controlled the yellow sand and took the opportunity to tie up the body of Scorpion. He crushed the body of Scorpion with great force, but he only crushed the shell of Scorpion. The true appearance of Scorpion was finally completely exposed. The figure of a red-haired boy floated in the sky. A pair of thrusters grew under the feet of the boy, maintaining his flying ability. It's almost okay. After all, there's still a battle. Scorpion looked down at the situation on the battlefield. He no longer stopped blocking him. His body flew away quickly and left the battlefield directly. With the withdrawal of Shuripath, Scorpion, the other six puppets were soon hit. Animal Path, Hanzo summoned huge summoned beasts to leap on the sea, stopping the ninjas who tried to rush over one by one. Summoning Technique. The three ninjas of Konoha summoned their summoned beasts at the same time. The summoned beasts created in the strange space of the Rinnegan were no match for the summoned beasts from the three immortal lands, and were quickly dealt with by the three ninjas. Tsunade smashed the body of the salamander Hanzo with a punch. The Human Path, Full Moon turned into water waves, but was directly pierced by the lightning release. The Hungry Ghost Path, Kisame wielding the Samehoda sword was invincible, but was defeated by Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi together. The Hell Path, Hidden was completely useless in the battle on the sea, but his immortality made him a little difficult to deal with, and he was quickly tied up and unable to move. There was only one difficult opponent, the Heaven Path, Shisu. The Heaven Path, Shisu's body had chakra patterns like flowing water. He directly activated the curse seal left on his body by Akihara Kagura, and fought with Uchiha Sasuke. The emerald green Susanoo emerged from his body, and countless arrows flew in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke, hitting any direction he might have dodged. There is also a gap between Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were almost filled with blood, his face was full of ferocity. The purple Susanoo stood up, raised his hand and shot a giant arrow at the green Susanoo, and in an instant the giant arrow pierced through the chest of the green Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke's figure appeared beside the giant arrow in an instant, because at the moment he shot the giant arrow, he also left his Flying Thunder God mark on the purple giant arrow. This is the horror of the Flying Thunder God technique. Susanoo's long-range offensive ability provides Uchiha Sasuke with unlimited possibilities for his battle. Now he can easily defeat those powerful ninjas, he thinks. Uchiha Sasuke's figure appeared in the body of the green Susanoo, and directly stabbed through the body of Tendao, Shisu, and a hint of apology appeared in his eyes. Sorry, Shisu. Uchiha Sasuke reached out and grabbed the crow on Shisu's shoulder, and released the crow to the side of Uchiha Itachi, who is reborn from the impure world. The main Gekyo Sharingan in the crow's eye socket flashed with a strange red light, and Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened slightly, as if he had escaped from the control of Kido Matsukami at this moment. Go and support them quickly. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at his brother and said in a deep voice, the truth will be told later. Madara and the first Hokage have been defeated. If you are slower, it will be too late. Actually, it's too late, Sasuke. The moment Tendao Shisu's body fell, a bitter smile appeared on his face, If you still have time to rush back, you may just be able to see Naruto's body. A trace of panic appeared on everyone's face. Naruto. Hatake Kakashi thought of his disciple and directly entered the state of Kamui, regardless of whether his eyes would reduce his vision due to frequent use. Jiraiya was startled, gritted his teeth, stepped on the sea and rushed to the battlefield on the other side. I can help too. Uchiha Itachi looked at his brother's worried face and whispered to comfort him, if there is enough time, the 10-fisted sword should be able to help seal Akihara Kagura. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke could only nod, put his hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Uchiha Itachi to the other side of the battlefield. But they arrived a little late after all. Because Uchiha Madara's battle plan has been recognized by everyone. Even the sacrificed Uzumaki Naruto, after learning about Uchiha Madara's plan, felt mixed emotions in his heart and didn't know what to say. A person who never believed in fate had his fate set by everyone in advance at this moment. This is the only way Senju Tobirama had to admit that Uchiha Madara's plan was right. Okay, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everyone, not caring about his sacrifice being recognized by everyone. I always knew this day would come, but I still need to think about it. Although you didn't become Hokage, but stopping Kagura is more important than becoming Hokage. Naruto Namokaze Minato looked at his son, who seemed to have become stupid with some guilt. As a father, there is nothing more painful than watching his son sacrifice, especially when Minato Namokaze had sacrificed his son twice. It's a bit of a pity. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Akihara Kagura standing on the top of the outer path demon statue, and suddenly smiled. I wanted to have a good chat with the nine-tailed fox. I'm really sorry for it. The third-generation grandfather said that all ninjas will die. At that time, the ninjas will look back on their lives, and everyone will calmly accept the moment when their fate arrives. But Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were a little red. He reached out and rubbed his eyes. It still seems to feel a little weird. Finally, I still want to ask the nine-tailed fox's opinion, because I'm not the only one who has to sacrifice. I want to fight with a nine-tailed fox once. Are you sure you're not afraid of death, kid? The young nine-tailed fox grinned inside Uzumaki Naruto's body, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and sneered, in this life, you will always be a victim. I'm not afraid of death. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and talked to the nine tails sealed in his body. He seemed to be quite interested before dying and didn't feel sad for his sacrifice at all. I just don't want to accept this fate. Nor do I recognize this fate. It's hard to change this fate. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand to open the cage that sealed the nine tails, stretched out his fist, smiled and said, unless we can defeat this guy Kagura. But if you agree with them, I will choose to sacrifice here with you. Even if I sacrifice, I would rather die and fight again to rewrite my life. If you don't agree with them. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the huge nine tails in front of him, and his face suddenly became tough. Let's try to change this fate together. Idiot. You talk as if we have any choice. Yang Jiuwei stretched out his claws with an unhappy face, clenched his claws into fists and hit Uzumaki Naruto's fist heavily. Although this kid had no choice, this kid was willing to consider its ideas. At least this kid is much better than his father, Minato Namikaze. On the other side, inside Minato Namikaze, Yin Jiuwei started to talk in a sullen manner. Hey, Minato. Nine-tailed. Minato Namikaze's will appeared in the sealed space. Yin Jiuwei looked at Minato Namikaze with a sinister look, grinning and mocking. You sacrificed your family and split my body in half. My other half of chakra saw with my own eyes how that kid survived in Konoha. Do you want to see what kind of life your son is living? What? Minato Namikaze looked at Nine-tailed in surprise. Or let me explain it more clearly. Yin Jiuwei grinned and stared at Minato Namikaze in front of him, as if there was some conspiracy. Consider sacrificing your lost and regained life for your son. I was planning to sacrifice my own. Minato Namikaze hurriedly tried to explain his idea of voluntarily going to die. Yin Jiuwei interrupted Minato Namikaze with dissatisfaction. This bastard is much worse than his son. At least his son would ask the tailed beast what it thinks instead of choosing to sacrifice on his own. This bastard wants to sacrifice the tailed beast in his body. Has he asked the opinion of the tailed beast in his body? Okay. Yin Jiuwei's eyes became slightly colder, and the corners of its mouth grinned. There's a way. Maybe it can let the tailed beast's Jinchuriki barely survive, but the probability is not very high. Do you want to gamble your life and see if you can let your son survive later? Please go ahead. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, His expression became serious. If I can save Naruto, no matter how small the probability is, no matter how great the danger is, I am willing to try. Life and Death, 6,000 words. Chapter 336, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto on the verge of death? Above the sea. The chakra in Uzumaki Naruto surged. When the Nine Tails was willing to extend its fists to touch each other and fight side by side with him, Uzumaki Naruto had already become a perfect Jinchuriki. A golden Nine Tails suddenly rushed out. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki exerted his peak combat power for the first time. A tailed beast ball was instantly generated at the mouth of the golden Nine Tails, and it was sprayed out in the direction of the outer path demon statue. The speed at which this tailed beast ball condensed was faster than any other tailed beast. The most ferocious tailed beast in the ninja world made people see the powerful combat power of the tailed beast and Jinchuriki combined. A trifling trick. Akihara Kagura shook her head indifferently. A wooden dragon came out from behind him, opened its mouth to hold the tailed beast ball, and shook its head to throw the tailed beast ball in another direction. Boom! The entire sea surface exploded in an instant. The wooden dragon rushed directly to the golden Nine Tails and entangled the golden Nine Tails' body. Roar! The golden Nine Tails roared to the sky and rushed up without hesitation. Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. Golden palms emerged from its body, and huge Rasengans condensed in the golden palms and fell directly on the wood dragon. Countless Rasengans instantly shattered the wood dragon's body. The golden nine-tailed beast rushed towards the outer path demon statue again. There was no obstacle in front of it, and it even opened its mouth to condense the tailed beast's jade again. Akihara Kagura raised her palm again, and the white light of the Senjutsu dust release instantly penetrated its body, making it scream in pain involuntarily. But the pain did not make it hesitate. The golden chakra quickly refilled its body. The nine-tailed beast jumped up along the sea surface and pounced on Akihara Kagura, who was standing on the head of the outer path demon statue, as if he wanted to show off his violence. Bang! Akihara Kagura soared into the sky and kicked it on the head, knocking the tailed beast heavily onto the sea. A purple chain came out of the mouth of the outer path demon statue, tied its neck directly, and dragged it into the mouth of the outer path demon statue. Be a little honest. Akihara Kagura narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the nine tails being slowly pulled into the body of the outer path demon statue, and also watching Uzumaki Naruto's body fall to the sea. The next moment, a figure appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. This action was not made by Minato Namikaze, who had been ready to catch Uzumaki Naruto, but by Uchiha Sasuke, who had just arrived. This flying thunder god technique user was late after all. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto in his arms in disbelief. Sasuke, go and take over for me and the second cage to tie up Akihara Kagura. Minato Namikaze instructed Uchiha Sasuke and said hurriedly, we can't let Naruto die here, let me save him, and there must be a medical ninja. I know. Uchiha Sasuke handed Uzumaki Naruto in his arms to Minato Namikaze, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, Tsunade and Sakura will be here soon. After that, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was strangely calm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the outer path demon statue. The ugly outer path demon statue seemed to come alive and finally changed. 10 tails emerged from its back. Absorbing the chakra of the 9 tails, the 10 tails finally resurrected at this moment. Everyone looked at the resurrected 10 tails in disbelief. It was also the first time they saw this tailed beast that looked very different from all the other tailed beasts. The 10 tails has brown skin all over its body. It only has a scarlet rinnegan on its face. Its head is growing randomly like a branch. Its body is larger than any other tailed beast. The 10 tails behind it are dancing in the air. There is no doubt that its chakra is very terrifying. Even more terrifying than the chakra that everyone has ever felt in their life. Akihara Kagura stood on the top of the 10 tails, as if she was very proud of herself. She grinned and chuckled, and raised her hand to condense into hand seal for the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Everything is in my plan. That may not be the case, kid. The figure of Senju Tobirama appeared beside Akihara Kagura, holding a detonating talisman in his hand, and was about to stick it on Akihara Kagura's body. Akihara Kagura raised her finger. The 10 tails tail suddenly jumped up and knocked Senju Tobirama away with one blow. Why did you kill Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke took over instantly, waving the ninja sword in his hand and slashing up. For the so-called plan, how many people are you going to kill? This can't be up to me. Akihara Kagura dodged Uchiha Sasuke's attack, raised his hand and grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's wrist, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke out with one foot. However, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and he took Akihara Kagura away from the Ten Tails in an instant and appeared next to his brother Uchiha Itachi. Ben. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth and shouted at Uchiha Madara. The purpose of the two Flying Thunder God technique users was to take Akihara Kagura away from the Ten Tails and create an opportunity for Uchiha Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I know Uchiha Madara raised his finger and grinned. Fortunately, I have already mastered the method of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki the next moment. Uchiha Madara opened his Samsara eye, took away the control of the Ten Tails, and directly began to condense the hand seal to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara can't delay, because any delay will make Akihara Kagura react. They only have this one chance. Once this opportunity is lost, Akihara Kagura will definitely be alert and will never let him have the possibility of touching the Ten Tails again. Madara. Black Zetsu emerged from the sea with some worry, looking at Uchiha Madara who took away the control of the Ten Tails. It looked at Akihara Kagura who was taken away by Uchiha Sasuke. Black Zetsu's heart was faintly desperate. During this period of time, Black Zetsu has been between despair and hope, and from time to time he would have hope in his heart, and from time to time he would fall into despair. These ninjas are too unreliable. Black Zetsu originally thought that Akihara Kagura's strength was enough to suppress everyone in the ninja world, perfectly resurrect the Ten Tails and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, then activate the infinite Suku Ayomi to absorb chakra to resurrect Kaguya, and then Kaguya would deal with the Six Paths Sage. As a result, Akihara Kagura failed at this time. Maybe you should have killed me at the beginning. Uchiha Sasuke's palm held Akihara Kagura's wrist with his backhand, and refused to let go. His eyes were open with his main Gekyo Sharingan. Now my pupil technique has imprisoned the space between the two of us, so you can't leave here. So? Akihara Kagura frowned, and his eyes suddenly raised. Your main Gekyo Sharingan pupil technique is to keep those who you can't keep. Uchiha Sasuke's heart suddenly chilled. Since awakening the main Gekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke rarely uses his pupil technique, because this pupil technique makes him feel painful. The appearance of the main Gekyo Sharingan is all to make up for the regret. Uchiha Sasuke's pupil technique is very special. Uchiha Sasuke's left eye pupil technique can imprison a space, making the people in that space stay there forever. The right eye allows his body to appear in that space. It's like he doesn't want to leave the root, but wants to return to the root. He wants to leave behind the people he can't leave behind and enter the world he can't enter. However, Uchiha Sasuke felt that his pupil technique was ineffective. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke coldly, and said in a cold voice, "That's really unfortunate. My Samsara eye technique can restrain you." Hatake Kakashi's figure appeared beside them. His body had just used Kamui and could no longer enter the Kamui space. Your pupil technique. Hatake Kakashi remembered the last time Kamui failed on Akihara Kagura. It can prohibit everyone from using the time-space ability when used around. You guessed right. Akihara Kagura chuckled. Itachi, seal him. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked and quickly reminded his brother, hurry up and use the ten-fisted sword to try to seal this guy Akihara Kagura, at least stop him, and never let this guy get close to Madara. Kodomatsukumi's main Gekyo Sharingan modified Uchiha Itachi's will. Uchiha Itachi sus a new weapon is the ten-fisted sword, which can at least help control Akihara Kagura. However, something unexpected happened. Snap! A kunai pierced Uchiha Sasuke's chest. The reincarnated Uchiha Itachi swung the kunai coldly and ruthlessly, directly piercing his brother's chest. He felt that his brain suddenly became painful. Sasuke Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe his actions. Even though Uchiha Itachi was already in the impure world reincarnation, he couldn't believe that he would do such a thing. The huge fear overwhelmed Uchiha Itachi's spirit. The technique sealed in that Kodomatsukumi's main Gekyo Sharingan was not to modify his will and let him escape from the control of the impure world reincarnation, but to modify it so that he would attack his brother Uchiha Sasuke once when he saw Akihara Kagura performing the pupil technique. All of this was under the control of Akihara Kagura. Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the bloody blade on his chest, slowly turned his head and looked at his brother. He just saw a brother with a face full of pain. Why? Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother in disbelief. Sorry, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's voice was somewhat painful. That Kodomatsukumi was a trap. That Kodomatsukumi was originally a trap specifically targeting him and Uchiha Sasuke. Is this revenge from Akihara Kagura? Is it revenge for his original intention to kill Kabuto Yakushi and Nono Yakushi? But he couldn't say it. Sasuke, do you feel the pain now? Akihara Kagura looked at the killing between the brothers and laughed nonchalantly. Do you think what you saw is real? A flash of madness flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He waved his hand to push Uchiha Itachi away, and fell on the sea somewhat powerlessly, with blood gushing out of his chest. This knife was fatal to him. Uchiha Sasuke once hated Uchiha Itachi very much. After learning about the situation of the night of genocide, he felt a little guilty and resentful, but at this moment, all turned into anger. Why? Uchiha Sasuke covered his chest and looked at his brother with a painful face. Uchiha Sasuke stared at his brother. For this brother, he left the root and those fellow tribesmen. Why did this brother kill him at this time? Why at this time? It just happened to be at the critical moment of the ninja world. If Akihara Kagura had not been stopped and he had tried to seize control of the Ten Tails, the entire ninja world would have been annihilated under his butcher knife. Oh, I can't bear to watch this anymore. Akihara Kagura raised her hand and took the initiative to help heal Uchiha Sasuke's injuries. Although I am the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, but from the perspective of a medical ninja rather than from the perspective of the enemy relationship, this fatal injury is basically difficult to recover. You are self-proclaimed. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched subconsciously, and for a moment he was so speechless that he forgot to scold his brother. Instead, he glanced at Akihara Kagura and argued weakly, that stinky woman Karin is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. As Uchiha Sasuke was speaking, the injury on his chest suddenly worsened, and his eyelids drooped involuntarily. He could feel his life slipping away. No, Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother again, gritted his teeth and questioned Uchiha Itachi, even if you want to kill me, heal your wounds first. Akihara Kagura stretched out her hand, and the green chakra seemed to be desperately trying to save Uchiha Sasuke's injury, but it seemed a little futile after all. Akihara Kagura loosened her hand and could only say helplessly, if you want to save this kind of injury, unless the legendary sixth-path sage takes action, I'd better take him to see Lady Tsunade. Hatake Kakashi's face was ugly, and he stretched out his hand to hug Uchiha Sasuke and leave here. His eyes were fixed on Akihara Kagura in front of him. Can I take Sasuke away? At least for the sake of our past interactions. Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura and was unable to say anything. All the jokes between the two in the past had long been dissipated in the wind, and he could not joke with Akihara Kagura, his best friend, as he did in the past. Of course. Akihara Kagura chuckled, his eyes looked at the Ten Tails in the distance, which had completed the seal and was being quickly absorbed into Uchiha Madara's body. Your battle plan has been realized. Uchiha Madara has become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This chakra may be stronger than mine. Then do you want to give up your plan? Hatake Kakashi hugged his dying disciple. My plan. Akihara Kagura stretched out his arms to embrace Hatake Kakashi, chuckled and said, wait a moment, let me say the last words to Sasuke before he dies. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath. Now for Sasuke, every breath is crucial. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura raised her finger and pointed it at Uchiha Sasuke's brain, chuckled and said, I have imprisoned his soul. Even if he dies, his soul will still be in his body. This is also a great help, right? So what do you want to do? Hatake Kakashi frowned and looked at the man in front of him in confusion. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi felt that Akihara Kagura was full of mystery again. Tell him to tell me something. Akihara Kagura lowered his head slightly and whispered in Uchiha Sasuke's ear, Sasuke, if you see the Sage of Six Paths, remember to ask him for me. What nonsense are you talking about? Uchiha Sasuke murmured. Please ask the Sage of Six Paths for me, has he always been so arrogant? Akihara Kagura smiled softly, and his voice seemed to be inaudible, if he is no longer arrogant, needs me to work for him, and solve Kaguya's troubles with you, then what can he bring to me? I remember that I can only see the Sage of Six Paths between life and death. Chapter 337 Kagura's target has always been Kaguya. Six Paths Sage. Why did Akihara Kagura mention the ancients at this time? Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness was already in the dying stage. His brain gradually couldn't think, but he was still a little angry that he was killed by Uchiha Itachi from behind. Did Uchiha Itachi rely on Uchiha Shisuke's Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan to get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation? Did Uchiha Itachi destroy the clan to save his brother? What's going on? With confusion and puzzlement, Uchiha Sasuke felt that his consciousness was constantly falling until he fell into the abyss completely. He heard a strange sound of dripping water in his ears. Is he going to die? The crisp sound of dripping water is somewhat pleasant. In a space shaped like a water prison. When Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness appeared here, he found himself lying in a pool of water. He stretched out his palm to feel the temperature of the water. Is this the world after death? It seems that the ethical view of death in your era is different from that in my era. We don't think this is death. An old voice interrupted Uchiha Sasuke's words and persuaded him seriously, don't just say you are dead, newcomer. Huh? Uchiha Sasuke heard that there were other people in this space, and subconsciously turned over and jumped up, staring at an old man who appeared in front of him. The old man's body was sitting in the air, and a circle of black spheres surrounded him, as if supporting his body, and he was wearing a robe. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were full of vigilance. Why did this old man appear here? Moreover, wasn't he dead? Uchiha Itachi still remembered the pain of stabbing his body from behind. Uchiha Sasuke could clearly feel the loss of his life at that time. Uchiha Sasuke thought of a possibility, and remembered Akihara Kagura's whisper before his death. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo. To be honest, this is all thanks to Akihara Kagura's popularization of history. It is because Akihara Kagura used the history of the three major ninja clans that the world gradually knew the real name of the Six-Path Sage and the story of the sage in the past. Of course, there are some conflicts in these stories. Some people think that the Six-Path Sage is a demon who once destroyed the world. Some people think that the Six-Path Sage is a god who created the world. Some people think that the Six-Path Sage is a conspirator who will do anything to rule the world. And some people think that the Six-Path Sage is the founder of the peaceful era of the ninja clan 1,000 years ago. However, no matter how the world views the Six-Path Sage, this god from 1,000 years ago has finally become famous in the ninja world again, letting the world know the legend of 1,000 years ago. You even know my real name. The old man's body slowly turned around, revealing his true face, and slowly opened his eyes, which were a pair of sage eyes known to the world. Samsara eyes. This old man is the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage doesn't look like a normal person. He looks like some alien humans. He has a pair of tiny pointed horns on his head, a red mark on his forehead, a pair of reincarnation eyes, a beard that extends very long from his chin, and 6 black magatama pendants hanging on his robe, which looks quite majestic. This image is indeed not that of a mortal. It's the Six-Path Sage. Uchiha Sasuke was horrified. At this moment, he figured out why his brother Uchiha Itachi stabbed him in the back. That's because Akihara Kagura guessed that he would meet the Six-Path Sage. All of this was Akihara Kagura's conspiracy. He knew that he would meet the Six-Path Sage after his death, so he asked him and the Six-Path Sage to say something before he died. None of this was beyond that guy's expectations. Uchiha Sasuke's palms trembled and clenched into fists. He looked at the old man in front of him and had to believe a truth. After I died, I really met the Six-Path Sage. Newcomer, you are not dead yet. The Six-Path Sage looked at Uchiha Sasuke, frowned slightly, and seemed to be a little surprised. How do you know that you will definitely see me? I don't know. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but Akihara Kagura knew, so he used a conspiracy to assassinate me and let me see you at this moment. Why did I appear here to see you after death? Are you here to lead me to the underworld? No. This is a very long story. The Six-Path Sage slowly shook his head and told the story of the past. Because you have Indra's chakra in your body, maybe you don't know this name. No, I know. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted the Six-Path Sage's words, and there was a touch of shock on his face, and then he slowly calmed down, thinking of the various information circulating in the ninja world during this period of time. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke had expected this matter. Because according to the records of the Hyuga clan, only those who have inherited the mysterious and powerful chakra passed down from generation to generation within the Uchiha clan can open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Madara is one of them, and the elder brother of Akihara Kagura's ancestor is one of them. Is this also the reason why Akihara Kagura believes that he can see the Six-Path Sage? Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Indra is your eldest son and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, right? Yes. The Six-Path Sage nodded slightly and continued, it seems that the ninja world still records the history of thousands of years ago. Do you still remember Indra's name? Ashura is your second son. Uchiha Sasuke continued to say the information he knew, and continued, Ashura's chakra should be circulated among his descendants, the Senju clan, right? Do you know this too? The six-path sage nodded slowly, and said softly, yes, but Ashura's chakra is not only in the Senju clan, his chakra in this life also appeared in another descendant. That descendant is named Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke said the name that the six-path sage wanted to say, and his expression suddenly became dangerous. Why is Uzumaki Naruto not here? He is in another consciousness space. The six-path sage raised his palm and took the initiative to say, if you want to see him, I can bridge the two spaces together, another consciousness space. Compared with the communication between Uchiha Sasuke and the six-path sage, the communication between Uzumaki Naruto and the six-path sage was obviously a little cheerful and happy. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head and looked at the six-path sage in front of him. Hey, six-path sage, is Kaguya Akatsuki your little daughter or your mother? Huh? The six-path sage's consciousness was blank for a moment. Wait, why is Kaguya his daughter? Why is the history of the ninja world so outrageous? Kaguya is my mother. The six-path sage made it clear about the relationship between himself and Kaguya. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his palm and gestured back and forth. Then, that black Zetsu, the pitch-black thing, is it your dark will? It's the black thing that wants to resurrect the Ten Tails. It says it is Kaguya's will it. The six-path sage frowned immediately, and said in a deep voice, Black Zetsu should be the will left by my mother. Why do some people think it is my will? There is a record that mentioned that Uzumaki Naruto returned to Konoha during the first battle between Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, and even read the contents on the bark there. It says that Black Zetsu is your dark will, and that darkness was born in your heart, and you want to rule the world and so on. When Uzumaki Naruto said this, he even looked at the six-path sage's appearance. He doesn't look like that kind of person at all. Because I'm not the six-path sage's forehead twitched, and he retorted in a deep voice, the historical records of your time seem to be a bit too outrageous. There is another kind. Uzumaki Naruto immediately brought up another record of the Hyuga clan. He heard the whole thing when Hyuga Hinata was telling the history. You have a younger brother, who is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Hamura. The six-path sage thought of his younger brother and nodded with a slight smile on his face. I do have a younger brother. He inherited my mother's Byakugan. Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a thoughtful look, as if he was a little hesitant. He doesn't look like a terrible murderer who will kill everyone in the ninja world. The six-path sage's forehead jumped again. What's wrong with this historical record of the ninja world? Why is it either recording the relationship between their family members incorrectly, or recording his actions incorrectly? He clearly wanted to make the world a better place. Why does this Ashura Chakra Reincarnator always mention these unreliable histories? The Indra Chakra Reincarnator on the other side is not very reliable either, because Uchiha Sasuke is also mentioning these histories. It is recorded in the historical records of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Sasuke talked about the historical records of the Hyuga clan. In order to overthrow Kaguya's rule and seize the power to rule the world, you and your brother Akatsuki Hamura colluded with the sage of Mount Myaboku and jointly sealed Kaguya. In order to rule the world alone, you defeated your younger brother Akatsuki Hamura, and killed all those who knew about the fight between mother and son and the fratricide at that time. I have never done that. A black line appeared on the forehead of the six-path sage. He had a good ability to manage his expression, and it had not collapsed until this time. But he felt in his heart that the history of the ninja world had been ruined. But the six-path sage listened to the history told by Uchiha Sasuke, and his expression gradually became solemn. The result is the same, but the process and original intention are different. A lot of people did die in that war. It was because the battle between my mother and I was too amazing, and the whole world was destroyed. The reason why I joined hands with Hamura to seal my mother is because my mother used the sacred tree to seize the natural energy of the ninja world, and because my mother made humans sacrifice their lives to the sacred tree. Uchiha Sasuke was skeptical about the six-path sage. There was no other reason. He had been deceived too many times. Uchiha Sasuke did not dare to believe the six-path sage's words. Who knows if the six-path sage is also a conspirator with Akihara Kagura? In these historical records of ancient times, the six-path sage has never been a good person. Your look is very rude, newbie. The sage of six paths looked at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and said with a little dissatisfaction, the historical records of your time are a bit too outrageous. It seems. I'm going to tell you the real history. The sage of six paths sighed, and had to tell Uchiha Sasuke the history of this ninja world thousands of years ago. About 1,000 years ago, a tall sacred tree appeared on the planet and became the... I've heard enough of these stories. Uchiha Sasuke was not interested in these stories, and directly concluded, in the end, Kaguya was always sealed up, and you became the actual ruler of this world. The sage of six paths was choked and speechless. The god from thousands of years ago couldn't help but fall silent, and after a long time, he suddenly laughed a few times. It seems that Indra's chakra is still the same. In comparison, the reincarnated Ashura's chakra is more well-behaved and obedient. Because Uzumaki Naruto listened obediently to the six-path sage telling stories about the past, about Kaguya's arrival and what she did, about the six-path sage brother sealing Kaguya, and about the 1,000-year history of his two sons fighting. Uzumaki Naruto nodded obediently, and when he heard some puzzled parts, he immediately had a look of sudden enlightenment. After all, what the six-path sage told was the real history, which convinced Uzumaki Naruto more than the bark of the Senju clan and the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan. After all, chakra cannot be faked. The remaining chakra of the six-path sage did not look like a bad guy. In short, this is the story from 1,000 years ago. After the six-path sage finished telling his own history, he concluded to himself, the historical records of your era are too outrageous. The results are actually the same, but the stories from 1,000 years ago are recorded in such a bizarre way, which makes the parties feel uncomfortable when they hear it. The resurrection of the Ten Tails this time gives me a bad feeling. My mother has never died. She may appear again. She will not miss the opportunity to resurrect the Ten Tails. The ninja world will definitely be in crisis again because of my mother's resurrection. Uzumaki Naruto nodded solemnly. Uchiha Sasuke in another consciousness space also listened to the story that the six-path sage forced to tell, but Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be somewhat certain of one thing. It's not possible, but Kaguya will definitely be resurrected. Uchiha Sasuke remembered what Akihara Kagura mentioned, and said in a deep voice, because Kaguya's resurrection should also be within Akihara Kagura's expectations. Oh. The six-path sage looked at Uchiha Sasuke in surprise. Because? He asked me to ask you a question. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the six-path sage in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Six-path sage, have you always been so arrogant? What do you mean? The six-path sage was a little confused. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, and seemed to understand something. That little guy thinks I'm arrogant because I've been watching coldly. What a pity. I just have no choice. The six-path sage looked at his body and said softly, now I only have a part of the remaining chakra left, living in the gap between the Pure Land and the world. I even want to solve the crisis brought about by my mother's resurrection. The best way is to entrust my power to you. This is a very dangerous thing for you, because my mother's power is very strong, far exceeding any human being in this world. Is that so? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the six-path sage, and continued to ask in a deep voice, maybe Akihara Kagura can help. Akihara Kagura asked you if you need him to work for you and solve Kaguya's troubles with us, and asked what you can bring to him. How he the six-path sage actually chuckled. He shook his head slowly, as if he didn't quite believe in Akihara Kagura, but he said indifferently, if that powerful little guy is willing to help, it would be great. Unfortunately, I can't bring him anything. Maybe when I have the chance to meet him, I can ask him what he needs. Wait a minute. After the six-path sage finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. The old man's remaining chakra seemed to be unable to turn around. He hesitated and said, according to my observations and monitoring just now, the little guy named Akihara Kagura is the culprit behind the resurrection of the Ten Tails. He wants to use the Ten Tails to destroy the world, but he also said that he wants to help solve the problem of his mother, who may be resurrected? Then why did he resurrect the Ten Tails? This ninja is a bit outrageous. In order to save the world, Uchiha Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but it led to a potential greater crisis, so that the remaining chakra that he lived here had to appear and give the power of sealing to Indra and Ashura's chakra reincarnations. At this moment, the six-path sage was a little confused. Uchiha Sasuke knew a lot about Akihara Kagura. There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Perhaps he understood something at this moment. Because of his purpose, Uchiha Sasuke spoke out a truth in a deep voice, a truth that he connected together. It has always been Kaguya. There is no conflict at all. Akihara Kagura wants to resurrect Kaguya. Use Kaguya's power to destroy and create the world because Kaguya's power is the most powerful, right? Uchiha Sasuke remembered the information he had obtained in the past. He figured everything out and told the truth. But Akihara Kagura will achieve his goal. He has already planned everything because he guessed that we will meet you. He must have also guessed that Naruto and I are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakras. You just mentioned that you would give Naruto and me the power to seal Kaguya before we return to the present world. Uchiha Sasuke's heart trembled, and he felt that he had fallen into Akihara Kagura's trap again. Akihara Kagura will definitely resurrect Kaguya directly and let Kaguya help him accomplish everything, and at that time, we must have returned to the present world. Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyes slightly and told Akihara Kagura's plan, just use the power you gave us to help him seal Kaguya. Such a deep conspiracy. The Six-Path Sage shook his head and sighed helplessly. The ninjas of your era are really terrifying. I know very well how deep his mind is. Uchiha Sasuke thought of everything, but found that he had no way to crack it. Even if I have guessed his conspiracy, I will eventually have to do as he expected. It has always been like this. Even if I know that I will fall into his trap, it is too late after all. 5,000 words. A bit late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Six Paths. Madara and Might Guy prepared to join forces. The Six-Path Sage had seen many people. Over the past 1,000 years, the ninja world had seen some amazing people. However, there had never been someone like Akihara Kagura, who even single-handedly plotted against him, a god from 1,000 years ago, and his mother Kaguya. All that Uchiha Sasuke analyzed sounded a little scary but very reasonable, which made the Six-Path Sage feel a little horrible when he thought about it carefully. If that's the case, the Six-Path Sage let out a long sigh. His eyes changed slightly. Even my residual chakra is still monitoring the ninja world. Can he be sure of this? I don't know. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, but nodded affirmatively. But I think Akihara Kagura must know about this. Forget it. The Six-Path Sage looked at Uchiha Sasuke and took the initiative to say, everything can be asked later. Now I will give you the power of yin and yang. Try your best to stop Mother and Akihara Kagura from destroying this ninja world. If you can't do it, the Six-Path Sage looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said in a deep voice, maybe we can only seal the resurrected mother according to the plan of that little guy, but there should still be enough time. When he said this, the Six-Path Sage stretched out his scepter and slowly tapped it on the water, reflecting the figure of Akihara Kagura. Present world. On the sea of ninja world. Akihara Kagura stood on the sea, looked at the back of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke rushing to find Tsunade, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Akihara Kagura, is this your revenge? Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with scarlet. He looked at Akihara Kagura's figure, and the kunai in his hand still had a trace of Uchiha Sasuke's blood. Experience the pain here slowly. Akihara Kagura chuckled and ignored Uchiha Itachi. His eyes were only fixed on Uchiha Madara, who had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki on the sea. The huge 10 tails on the sea turned into a funnel shape and entered Uchiha Madara's body, allowing Uchiha Madara's chakra and momentum to continue to increase. With a complete integration of the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara's body also changed rapidly. His long hair slowly turned from black to white, and even his skin became a little gray. A hideous horn like a forehead protector grew on his forehead. Chakra fragments kept falling from his body. A long robe of six-paths costume was draped over him. A pitch-black Yanuma spear appeared in his hand. A number of pitch-black balls gradually appeared behind him. A pair of pitch-black feet stepped on the ground, and his hands also turned pitch-black. In his hand, a Zen staff of the Six-Path Sage appeared. At this moment, Uchiha Madara became somewhat unrecognizable. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki made Uchiha Madara's life completely evolve, allowing him to enter another level. Everyone felt the power emanating from Uchiha Madara, and even his power did not need to be deliberately emitted to be feared by people. Is this the power of the Six Paths? Uchiha Madara held a Zen staff in his hand, feeling the power that continued to flow out of his body, and clearly realized the power of the Six Paths. The power of the Six Paths is simply different from that of ordinary ninjas. As long as you have this power, you can do whatever you want, even if you want to create life out of thin air. This is the terrifying power of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara can finally be sure of one thing. Now the situation is completely under his control. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura not far away, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, now you can't use this power to destroy the ninja world and create a new world, but I can let you feel the horror of the power of the 6 paths. Your cooperation is good. Akihara Kagura clapped his hands lightly, applauding their cooperation. At this time, you can even find a chance to turn the tables. This is what I have imagined. Uchiha Madara spread out his palms and said casually, anyway, the result is the same for me, all of which are using this power to save the world in the past. Uchiha Madara wanted to use this power to perform infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, Uchiha Madara needs to use this power to deal with Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's power is too terrifying, only the power of the 6 paths can rival this guy. Uchiha Madara waved the Zen stick in his hand and pointed it directly at Akihara Kagura. Kid, I still remember your main Gekyo Sharingan ability. It seems that you can ignore the time of death for 10 minutes. Now you can start calculating the last 10 minutes you can survive the next moment. Uchiha Madara raised his palm. A pitch-black ball flew towards Akihara Kagura. That's the truth-seeking jade. Uchiha Madara watched the truth-seeking jade crossing the trajectory and rushing straight towards Akihara Kagura. He seemed to be worried that he would become the new 6 paths sage. He accidentally killed the careless Akihara Kagura in one move. It contains all the chakra changes of the attributes of the ninja world, and has enough power to destroy everything. This is the power of the 6 paths. The truth-seeking jade alone has the power of the 5 attributes of yin and yang chakra, which is enough to dissolve all the ninjutsu in this world, and is enough to defeat all the ninjas in this ninja world. The most terrifying thing is that any behavior that touches the truth-seeking jade is dangerous. Only ninjas with the power of the 6 paths can touch the seeking truth jade. Any other ninjas who touch the seeking truth jade will be instantly turned into nothingness. Be careful. Black Zetsu's body drilled out from the ground and appeared next to Akihara Kagura. The seeking truth jade is very dangerous, never touch it. Really? Akihara Kagura raised his palm. A white Rasengan appeared in his hand. This white Rasengan condensed a high density of chakra, making it look shiny, as if it were a white pearl, and it looked faintly opposite to the black seeking truth jade. Senjutsu, dust release, Rasengan. Akihara Kagura threw the white Rasengan in his hand out. The white Rasengan was like a small ball, and it directly hit the flying seeking truth jade. Boom! The entire sea surface exploded in an instant. But the explosion disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. The seeking truth jade was clearly unsolvable from the information he knew. Why did Akihara Kagura's Rasengan solve the truth-seeking jewel so easily? Maybe it's because of dust release. Uchiha Madara subconsciously thought about it and took the initiative to think. The dust release of the Hidden Rock Village is a bloodline elimination that combines 3 types of chakra. It may also be because of Senjutsu. After Uchiha Madara became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he naturally mastered the 6 paths Senjutsu. He probably guessed 2 possibilities. Huh? It's getting interesting. Of course it's interesting. Akihara Kagura chuckled and her body slowly floated up. It seems that the power of the 6 paths is not as invincible as I imagined. Or Akihara Kagura's figure turned into golden light and appeared next to Uchiha Madara in an instant, with a sharp blade condensed in her hand. Senjutsu, wind release, vacuum blade. Akihara Kagura waved the sharp blade in her hand and slashed at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised the Zen stick in his hand and easily blocked Akihara Kagura's wind escape blade. His eyes slightly raised, and he confirmed his guess in his heart. Because of the fairy chakra. Only fairy chakra can counter the power of the 6 paths, because any material in this world should not be able to compete with the weapon of the 6 paths sage. The next moment, the vacuum blade in Akihara Kagura's hand danced wildly. Uchiha Madara waved the Yanuma spear to block Akihara Kagura's blade. His palm moved quickly, throwing the seeking jades one after another to Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura had to fly back. Little devil. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the situation and raised his hand towards Akihara Kagura. His eyes became sharp. Fairy Law, Yin Dun Lei Pai. A group of branch-like purple lightning flew out of Uchiha Madara's hand. This group of lightning turned into dense lightning net and spread towards Akihara Kagura. Senjutsu, Thunder Dragon. Akihara Kagura quickly raised his hand and formed a seal. A group of arcs of electricity drilled out from his body. These arcs of lightning chakra turned into a huge thunder dragon to meet the purple lightning. However, After a stalemate for a while, the huge Thunder Dragon was quickly defeated by the Yindunlei school. The power of the Six Paths immortal art is far beyond the reach of ordinary immortal arts. Uchiha Madara finally flashed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. The Six Paths immortal art chakra had already undergone a qualitative change. No matter how strong Akihara Kagura was, he could not change this fact. The next moment, the purple lightning of the Yindunlei school hit Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's eyes quickly turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. Limited World Huinquan. This pupil technique has an invincible time of 10 minutes. Just like Izanagi, the limit of Huinquan will eliminate all unfavorable factors during this period. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the limit of Huinquan is that it is activated immediately. Even if Akihara Kagura was completely controlled by someone, he could still use Genkei Yomi, instead of being unable to form a seal or being unable to activate it without chakra like Izanagi. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a huge Rasengan Shuriken appeared in his left hand, and silver lightning appeared in his right hand. Senjutsu, Wind Style, Rasen Shuriken. Senjutsu, Lightning Style, Chidori Sharp Spear. The white Rasen Shuriken was thrown at Uchiha Madara. With a blessing of Senjutsu Chakra, the silver Chidori Sharp Spear flew towards Uchiha Madara like a thrown spear. Uchiha Madara was fearless, raised the Six Paths Zen staff in his hand and knocked the flying Rasen Shuriken away, and also pushed away the flying Chidori Sharp Spears. Little brat. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura and said contemptuously, "This little trick is no longer useful to me. It's really a bit troublesome." Akihara Kagura's figure flew quickly into the air and raised his palm again. Chakra quickly condensed from his body and merged into his palm. Akihara Kagura raised his hand and slapped in the direction of Uchiha Madara. The dazzling light instantly turned into a ray of light and suddenly flew towards Uchiha Madara, looking extremely terrifying. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and controlled the Seeking Truth Jade to open a shield in front of him. While resisting Akihara Kagura's attack, he counted the invincibility time of Akihara Kagura. The Seeking Truth Jade shield quickly melted Uchiha Madara's brows and frowned slightly. He could only add another Seeking Truth Jade and continued to calculate the time for Akihara Kagura to use the limit to Huinquan in his heart. The limit to Huinquan should have an invincibility time of 10 minutes. Once used, there will be a 3-hour cooling gap. The counter-attack that he needs will be after 10 minutes. Of course. The most troublesome thing is that Akihara Kagura is good at Flying Thunder God technique. What should he do if Akihara Kagura finds that he cannot defeat him after attacking and flees the scene directly? Uchiha Madara took a look at everyone present and suddenly found a troublesome problem. Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Minato, two Flying Thunder God technique users, were both missing. One was assassinated by Uchiha Itachi and his life or death was unknown, and the other gave the 9 tails in his body to Uzumaki Naruto, who lost the 9 tails. The only Flying Thunder God technique user at the scene was the guy named Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara felt a little helpless, but he had to sigh at the trouble at this time. The shadows of the 4 Chakrabunaga clones were ready to appear beside him at any time. As long as Akihara Kagura's limit to Huinquan time is up, he will kill Akihara Kagura together with the shadows of the 4 Chakrabunaga clones to minimize Akihara Kagura's escape from here. Hey, Tobirama. Uchiha Madara was resisting Akihara Kagura's attack while looking in the direction of Senju Tobirama. You are the inventor of Flying Thunder God technique. Is there a way to prevent that kid from escaping with Flying Thunder God technique? Senju Tobirama hesitated and didn't know how to answer. This guy actually asked him how to break Flying Thunder God technique? There is a way. Senju Tobirama is worthy of being a master of forbidden techniques, and he even thought of a way immediately. His eyes fell on Hatake Kakashi and proposed a possibility. If that kid wants to use Flying Thunder God technique, you can let Hatake Kakashi use Kamui, and the effects of 2 different space-time techniques can cancel each other out. This is also one of the ways to prevent Akihara Kagura from escaping. Senju Tobirama saw the change in form between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara at a glance. Akihara Kagura has been attacking non-stop, as if she is in a hurry. On the contrary, Uchiha Madara seems to be defending with ease, not caring about the gains and losses between the attack and defense, as if he is teasing a child. No. Hatake Kakashi raised his own objection and took the initiative to say, Akihara Kagura's Samsara technique will prohibit everyone from using time-space techniques around him. but it is impossible to confirm whether he can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Then there is another way. Senju Tobirama proposed another way and said in a deep voice, if the attack speed is fast enough, it is also possible to directly distort the space. The Flying Thunder God technique user cannot define the time-space coordinates, and perhaps the body will be directly killed by the space distortion. Huh? Are you kidding? Uchiha Madara sneered, feeling that the second plan proposed by Senju Tobirama was a bit unreliable. To achieve this level of speed, how strong must the physical skills be to achieve it? Now Uchiha Madara feels that he can't do this. How could this happen? Uchiha Madara thought that his physical skills were already strong enough, especially with the blessing of the 6 paths, his physical skills have been further improved. But he still can't do this. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura, who is still using dust release to attack him continuously. His 3 truth-seeking jades had been melted by Akihara Kagura. However, only 2 minutes of the limit of Huinquan have passed. If we can't kill him here, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, there are still 8 minutes. Once this kid uses the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here, it will become very dangerous. I am sure to kill this kid, but I am not sure to catch up with his speed. He may hide in the corner and kill everyone in the ninja world to vent his anger. Why not let me try? A man in a green ninja uniform stood up and took the initiative to say, I have studied a few physical techniques. I can try to distort the space. Many people looked at the man who stood up in surprise. Who is this person? It seems that no one has a special impression. Is he also qualified to participate in this level of battle? Might Guy. A group of ninjas from Konoha recognized his appearance, but everyone knew that Might Guy did have some strength. At least he could be promoted to a Jonin with powerful physical techniques. But he doesn't seem to be qualified to participate in this level of battle. Uchiha Madara is the second person in the ninja world to obtain the power of the 10 tails in 1,000 years, and Akihara Kagura is the most powerful man in the ninja world before. Might Guy waved his fists and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, that is the physical technique I developed specifically for the youth battle with Kakashi. I will definitely defeat Kakashi. Everyone's forehead jumped. When you hear this kind of words, you will definitely lose confidence, right? Hatake Kakashi's name is indeed loud, but it is a bit outrageous to use him as a comparison object at this time, right? That guy. Only one person's expression changed slightly. Akihara Kagura looked at Might Guy, who was not afraid of the sneers and sarcasm of others and was still warming up and taking off the weights, and took a deep breath slowly. Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered slightly, and he closed his eyes slightly, ending his own limit to Onquan in time, because he wanted to refresh the time of his limit to Onquan. Now the limit to Onquan must be retimed. Now no one must know when his limit to Onquan is timed, and no one must catch the 3-second gap when the limit to Onquan is cooling down, so as not to be killed by Uchiha Madara and Might Guy together. 6 paths. Madara and Might Guy, who opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, definitely have the possibility to kill him within 3 seconds. In addition, he also wants to take advantage of Uchiha Madara's carelessness of thinking that he has calculated the end of his Genkei Yori, and secretly injure Uchiha Madara. If nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Madara should start counting when his Yin-Tun Leipai hits him, but he doesn't know that Genkei Yori started counting again at this moment. The Genkei Yori time he counted is still 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. Akihara Kagura took a deep breath, and his body rapidly increased chakra, preparing to start a close combat with Uchiha Madara, and the real time is still 10 minutes. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 339, Mr. Madara, guess whether I will use the 8 gates ninjutsu? 7 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a very short time. For powerful ninjas like Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, fighting for a whole day and a whole night is not a difficult matter. 7 minutes and 30 seconds is just a moment for them. Uchiha Madara waved his Zen staff in his hand to block the white light of the immortal technique, dust release, and jumped up and rushed towards Akihara Kagura. The two people started a physical confrontation in an instant. The collision between the vacuum blade and the Zen staff was a bit heavy. Everyone was closely watching the two protagonists of this battle. Uchiha Madara directly turned from defense to offense, forcing Akihara Kagura to fight him in close combat. While suppressing Akihara Kagura's limit to Onquan time, he used the flaws of close combat to lure Akihara Kagura to solve himself, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, within the effective time of the limit to Onquan. Because the 10 tails Jinchuriki has an immortal body, even if he suffers a fatal injury, he can still recover quickly. Uchiha Madara swung his Zen staff and chopped at Akihara Kagura's head, but he left his own empty door wide open. He took advantage of the opportunity to be injured and chopped Akihara Kagura's shoulder. However, Akihara Kagura was still within the duration of the yellow spring limit. Uchiha Madara saw Akihara Kagura's figure disappear and reappear in front of him. Obviously, this little guy was still in a state where he could not be hurt. Akihara Kagura's figure approached instantly, waving the vacuum blade in his hand, and stabbed Uchiha Madara's chest and abdomen with a knife. Uchiha Madara didn't care about his own injury at all, and directly forced out the vacuum blade in his body, and the injury on his chest healed instantly. Uchiha Madara continued to insist on exchanging his life for time. He wanted to use his life to continue to delay Akihara Kagura's yellow spring limit time. There are still 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Uchiha Madara calculated the time bit by bit in his heart, waving the Zen staff in his hand and falling on Akihara Kagura again, and also let Akihara Kagura cut off one of his legs. Ben. A flash of surprise flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Don't worry. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the injuries. A leg slowly grew out of his leg. The life body of the six paths can be completely resurrected. Even if his lower body is cut off, he can grow a new half body again. 5 minutes and 25 seconds left. The Zen stick in Uchiha Madara's hand hit Akihara Kagura's neck again, but it didn't cause any damage to Akihara Kagura at all. It was just that this time his chest was cut open by someone. 4 minutes and 16 seconds left. The smile on Uchiha Madara's mouth became more and more intense, and he even released his own ninjutsu. A ball of fire instantly hit Akihara Kagura's body. Akihara Kagura's body disappeared in the flames and appeared behind Uchiha Madara, cutting off half of Uchiha Madara's arm with one knife. This way of trading injury for time made all the onlookers look a little frightened. Uchiha Madara is just like a man who doesn't care about his life. Or maybe he has become the new six-path sage, so he doesn't have to care about his life at all. Madara Senju Hashirama felt a little uneasy. Hashirama, don't worry. Uchiha Madara contemptuously kicked away Akihara Kagura, who cut off his shoulder. His shoulder grew back in an instant, becoming the six-path sage, and gaining the immortality brought by the power of the Ten Tails. This battle will inevitably lose some elegance. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Akihara Kagura again. He didn't want Akihara Kagura to give up escaping at this time. He had to find a way to lure Akihara Kagura to stay. Is the time coming? Akihara Kagura frowned slightly, as if she was also calculating her own time, and seemed to be thinking about where she would escape, as if she was planning to evacuate from here at any time. Want to escape, kid? Uchiha Madara grinned. Just hiding for a while. Akihara Kagura narrowed his eyes and whispered, do you have any other techniques that can launch an attack on the entire ninja world? Humph. Uchiha Madara laughed contemptuously and suddenly closed his palms. A tall tree came out from behind him. The roots of this tree were tightly grasping the seabed. It was so tall that it could reach the sky and pierce the sky. There was a bright red fruit on the tree, as if it was a huge brain. With the appearance of this tree, the moon in the sky turned red. The weird thing is that the moon seemed to be a red reincarnation Sharingan, like the Ten Tails. However, Uchiha Madara didn't care about these. His palms just closed in an instant, and he raised his hand to release a huge range of techniques. God, Tree World Advent. Thick vines emerged from the sea. Not only this sea. Even the vines of this tree appeared in the entire ninja world. Whether it was the big towns or small villages in the ninja world, the vines of trees appeared densely, and everyone looked at the vines that suddenly appeared in panic. A vine stretched directly towards Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura waved the vacuum blade in her hand and directly cut off the thick vine. Kid, this is the legendary sacred tree. Uchiha Madara stared at Akihara Kagura, grinned and said, as long as you are in this ninja world, you are within my attack range. Just stay here and fight me to the death, kid, you can't escape my pursuit. A hint of shock appeared in Akihara Kagura's eyes. Then the shock disappeared without a trace. Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and a white light instantly defeated the vines that surrounded her like a sharp blade, and she said calmly, even so, the attack of the sacred tree cannot kill me. How long can you last without the eye technique of the yellow spring limit? Uchiha Madara rushed towards Akihara Kagura again, but when he rushed up, he gave a contemptuous look to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara also knew that the sacred tree could not kill Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara just wanted to use the huge attack range of the sacred tree to make Akihara Kagura feel afraid, so that Uchiha Kagura would not escape before the time of the Yellow Spring limit ended. Uchiha Madara was going to force Uchiha Kagura to fight with him, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, every second before the Yellow Spring limit ended. As long as Uchiha Kagura still wanted to use every second to fight for her life, then the next battle plan to limit time and space could be put into action. Obviously, Senju Tobirama received a hint from Uchiha Madara. Because the shadow of a Chakram clone appeared beside Senju Tobirama, and carved a bloody countdown on his arm. This bastard. Senju Tobirama cursed inwardly. He had been observing the battle, and naturally saw that every time Uchiha Kagura was seriously injured, it was as if nothing had happened. He also knew what this time meant. Did Uchiha Madara know the invincible time of Uchiha Kagura? Time is almost up, get ready to act. Senju Tobirama looked at the voice and said coldly, Kakashi, after 57 seconds, use the time-space pupil technique to offset Uchiha Kagura's flying thunder. God understood. Hatake Kakashi squatted on one knee in the distance, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Kagura. He could not judge when Uchiha Kagura would use the time-space pupil technique, so he could only rely on it. I should be ready too. A turquoise chakra light suddenly burst out from Might Guy's body. 6th gate, Jing Gate, open. Might Guy clenched his fists, his voice suddenly became louder, and his chakra bloomed again. 7th gate, Jing Gate, open. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but pay attention to the chakra bursting out of Might Guy. Just the chakra after the 7th gate was opened, Might Guy already had the chakra momentum to fight to the death with the shadow of the village. This power is very strong. Senju Tobirama frowned. He knew the power and huge sequelae of the 8 gates formation. He said in a deep voice, but if you want to distort space, it's not enough. If you can open the 8th gate, prepare to start in my countdown. But once the 8th gate is opened, your life may. I have been ready to burn my youth. Might Guy clenched his fists, and the blue chakra on his body surged like waves. He was ready to open the 8th gate at any time. However, this is the first time I open the 8th gate. I can't be sure of the power of the 8th gate. It may affect my companions above. There are still 19 seconds. Senju Tobirama counted the time carefully, slowly calculated the last time, and explained, don't worry about Madara, that guy is not our companion either. Of course, if Might Guy opens the 8th gate, it will be a blessing for the entire ninja world to kill Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagura, the two evil Uchiha, in one fell swoop. The next will be the critical time for them to eliminate Uchiha Kagura. At the same time, this time will also be the moment when Might Guy, a Konoha ninja, will end his fate. However, Might Guy did not feel nervous at all. His body was still covered by blue chakra. He could clearly hear the countdown of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama in his ears. 10, 9, 8. As Senju Tobirama counted down, the battle in the sky also predicted that his guess was correct, because Uchiha Kagura's speed was getting faster and faster, and his attacks were becoming more and more fierce. The vacuum blade in the sky was so fast that people could not see it clearly. Even if Hatake Kakashi used the Sharingan, he was a little shocked by the speed of Uchiha Kagura. Is this the state of Uchiha Kagura's full combat power? Are you ready? We must prepare in advance. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Senju Tobirama's forehead. He knew that the next moment would determine the fate of this ninja world. I don't know if Might Guy can do it, but no matter what, they can only gamble. Senju Tobirama's eyes fell from the sky on Might Guy, reading the last 3 seconds, and his mind suddenly became heavy. 3, 2, 1. The 8th gate. Death gate, open. A red wave suddenly rose from Might Guy's body. The huge momentum brought by this red wave made all the ninjas who saw this scene feel a surge of turbulence in their hearts, and even the entire sea surface could not calm down in an instant. Everyone was shocked by the chakra aura on Might Guy. Even Uchiha Kagura and Uchiha Kagura in the sky could not help but look at the red steam coming out of Might Guy. The next moment, Might Guy's figure rushed straight into the sky. Might Guy's figure was so fast that he instantly completed the upgrade from the 1st speed to the 5th speed. The air brought by the high-speed collision even oppressed Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagura, who were fighting in the sky. They could only passively watch Might Guy rush over. The red tide on Might Guy's body turned into a dragon shape, rushing straight towards the figures of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagura. This blow could almost kill them directly. At this moment, Might Guy became the savior of the entire ninja world. Even many Konoha ninjas present couldn't believe that Might Guy, who always did a messy exercise in the village, would burst out such a terrifying chakra at this moment. This power even made people feel that it was enough to defeat anyone in the ninja world. Isn't that guy only good at physical skills? Even many ninjas felt that the guy had no strength. However, everyone's cognition was overturned at this second. Perhaps, Might Guy has never been only good at physical skills. It seems that only Might Guy is the best at physical skills. Might Guy of the 8th gate has almost given him the power to surpass everyone. Even the 5 shadows have to stay away from it. This power is strong enough for Might Guy to kill anyone. This is Mr. Guy's trick to deal with Senior Kakashi. Might Guy's disciple Rock Lee clenched his fists, his face was a little excited, and he even excitedly opened the 8 gates. Deal with me. A layer of sweat appeared on Hatake Kakashi's face. What virtue and ability does he have? Lee, are you also? Tsunade looked at the green steam coming out of Rock Lee. Rock Lee shook his head quickly and took the initiative to say, I can't open the 8th gate yet, and now I can only try to open the 7th gate. This is terrifying enough. Tsunade remembered the momentum when Might Guy opened the 7th gate. There is no doubt. The 8 gates of ninja will be the last sound of physical ninjas. But once the 8th gate is opened, Rock Lee looked at Might Guy in the sky, tears were about to flow from his eyes. Teacher Kai's life will also burn with the red steam on his body. This is youth burning. Might Guy's figure rushed towards the 2 people in the air. Even at the moment he rushed over, the space was distorted by his speed. Space distorted. Uchiha Madara saw the moment when the space was distorted. He looked at Akihara Kagura, who seemed to be unable to move. He knew that Akihara Kagura could not use the time and space technique at this time. He didn't care that he might be injured by Might Guy at the same time, and his mouth suddenly grinned. Kid, your time is up. The next moment, the red dragon head in the sky flashed by. Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura were hit by Might Guy at the same time. This heavy blow directly knocked Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura down from the sky, and Uchiha Madara's body twisted in an instant. Even though he became the 6th path sage, Uchiha Madara was severely injured by Might Guy under the 8 gates, and even his body was torn apart. Even with the life of the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his body could not withstand such a huge impact. He felt pain he had never experienced before. Of course, it was all worth it. Akihara Kagura, who also suffered a blow from the front, had already disappeared at this moment. It was unknown where he was hit by this blow, and he must be dead or alive. Because Akihara Kagura's limit to Inkling time has ended. Uchiha Madara slumped next to the sacred tree, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His physical injuries recovered a little slowly after this blow. In any case, the crisis of the ninja world has been eliminated. Uchiha Madara's heart gave birth to a voice that absorbing the sacred tree could allow him to recover quickly. He slowly stretched out his hand and took the sacred tree, who released back into his body. Might Guy's figure also fell in the sky. However, the body of this physical ninja who had just used the strongest attack seemed to have turned into ash and carbon, and the steam of the death gate of the 8 gates of Dungia burned all his blood. Might Guy's life was like a brilliant brilliance, passing through this ninja world like a meteor, and also left a brilliant mark in the ninja world. There is no doubt that the appearance of Might Guy played a crucial role in the elimination of Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, but he forced Akihara Kagura into a disadvantage. Might Guy, who opened the death gate, completely settled the war. Shianan. Uchiha Madara raised his palm and sucked Might Guy, who is like ash and carbon, to his side, and raised his palm and fell on Might Guy's body. Ban, what are you going to do? The figure of Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara ignored Senju Tobirama's meaning, but slowly released his 6 paths chakra, and used the 6 paths chakra to reshape the body of this man. Is your body like a candle in the wind? Uchiha Madara looked at Might Guy in front of him, and a proud smile flashed across his lips. I recognize you for that level of chakra. At least in terms of physical skills, I have never seen a man as strong as you. I am willing to call you the strongest. Just I hear like this. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand to treat Might Guy, and did not hesitate to boast about this man. It's a pity for you, you are the most dazzling ninja of this era. Just like that kid Akihara Kagura, will you be kind too? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who was treating Might Guy, as if he saw some rare animal. He had never seen Uchiha Madara cherish anyone. But the next moment, Senju Tobirama seemed to see a silhouette behind Uchiha Madara. Wait, Senju Tobirama's expression was suddenly startled. Thank you for the compliment. A gentle and familiar voice came from behind Uchiha Madara. As the figure appeared completely, a sharp blade suddenly stretched out and directly cut Uchiha Madara's body in two. When Uchiha Madara's upper body flew up, when half of his body fell to the ground, he had already seen the figure of the man behind him. Akihara Kagura? This guy is still alive at this moment. How is it possible? The time of the limit yellow spring has ended. Uchiha Madara's upper body floated, and quickly regenerated his lower body. His brain suddenly remembered the source of the information about the limit yellow spring. The information about the limit yellow spring was clearly told to him by Akihara Kagura. The information about the limit yellow spring was actually false. Either the duration exceeded 10 minutes, or the cooling time was not that slow at all. There are two things I forgot to tell you. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara, smiled and said, the first thing is that the cooling time of the limit yellow spring is 3 seconds, so I reset the time of the limit yellow spring a long time ago. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly condensed. Only Uchiha Madara clearly knew what this time meant. This meant that if they wanted to kill Akihara Kagura, they had to attack Akihara Kagura continuously for 10 minutes and 3 seconds, and this continuous attack could not be interrupted for more than 3 seconds. Because Akihara Kagura could use 3 seconds to reset the duration of the limit to Onquin. However, how could this be possible? Akihara Kagura himself was a time-space magician, and could even use the Samsara Eye to restrict others from using time-space magic. He had many opportunities to survive 3 seconds. Because there were very few attacks in this ninja world that could kill Akihara Kagura, Akihara Kagura's own physical strength and recovery ability were quite abundant. Ordinary ninjutsu could almost be taken on by him with his bare hands. He was also good at countless ninjutsu and could crack any ordinary ninjutsu. Perhaps the only one who could hurt him was the current 10 Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Madara. This man himself could not be killed. This thought flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind. Because in the battle just now, Uchiha Madara knew very well that he could suppress Akihara Kagura, but Akihara Kagura, relying on the invincible eye technique of Genkai Yomi, could also bring him great trouble. Perhaps the only thing he could rely on was the immortal body of the 6 paths. Oh, right, there is a second thing. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara, and the corners of his mouth suddenly grinned, revealing an extremely weird smile. Madara, do you want to guess? Can I learn to use the 8 gates of ninjutsu? It's too late today and Kagura can't resurrect her 10 tails and defeat 6 paths Madara. Chapter 340 Only by using infinite Suku Iomi to collect chakra can Akihara Kagura be defeated. Is there any need to guess about this? Is there any technique in the ninja world that Akihara Kagura can learn? Everyone present felt heavy-hearted. They all knew how amazing Akihara Kagura's talent was. She could even master a difficult technique like Flying Thunder God in an instant. No matter how difficult it was to practice a forbidden technique like the 8 gates formation, it wouldn't be too much trouble for Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He remembered how long ago Akihara Kagura started to practice physical skills. It should be said that after he met Akihara Kagura has been working hard to practice his physical skills. In addition, Akihara Kagura had transplanted Hashirama cells a long time ago, and had a physical fitness far superior to my guy. With nearly 10 years of training, even if Akihara Kagura's training time is not as crazy as Might Guy, his talent and physical strength are enough to make up for all the 8 gates of ninja. Hatake Kakashi will not doubt Akihara Kagura's talent. He, a not-so-smart Konoha ninja, can learn the basics of the 8 gates of ninja, let alone Akihara Kagura who works harder and more talented than him. If Might Guy is a diligent ninja who has mastered the 8 gates of ninja, then Akihara Kagura may be a genius who has mastered the 8 gates of ninja because of his physical talent. The powerful physical recovery ability of the immortal body also allows Akihara Kagura to not care about the so-called hidden injuries of training. I really like practicing physical skills. Akihara Kagura slowly stretched out his palm, and clenched his fingers in his palm little by little. I like it from the beginning. Physical skills fighting is the basis that can determine everything. No matter where he is, a man who is strong in close combat will never be a weakling. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is also a powerful technique for me. Akihara Kagura smiled. He looked at Uchiha Madara, whose face gradually became solemn and serious, and continued with a smile. Coincidentally, Uchiha Obito used his energy to avoid the death of the Samsara-born technique, which also made me certain of one thing. Uchiha Madara clenched the Zen stick in his hand. This guy originally wanted to use Uchiha Obito to do experiments. If Uchiha Obito can use Izanagi to avoid the Samsara-born technique, which is undoubtedly fatal, then the negative state of the 8 gates of ninjutsu fully activated will also be eliminated by his limit to Inquin pupil technique. This also means that Akihara Kagura has made up for his own weaknesses. Akihara Kagura's ordinary techniques could not threaten this 6 paths level ninja, but the powerful attack power of the 8 gates of Dunja made up for this. The most terrifying thing is that Akihara Kagura's 8 gates of Dunja has no sequelae. Any ninja who practices the 8 gates of Dunja will definitely be injured. All the acupoints opened after the injury gate will be damaged once opened. It's just that some people can withstand these injuries through strong training, but Akihara Kagura can ignore all the damage. Even if Akihara Kagura doesn't care about death and forcibly opens the 8th gate, he can use his main Gekkai Sharingan pupil technique to avoid all the negative states of the body and turn the sequelae of the 8 gates of Dunja, burning life and blood, into dreams. This is the most troublesome part. This is also the most powerful point of Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara thought about how powerful the enemy he was about to face was, and his heart jumped with excitement, and the Zen stick in his hand suddenly swung. I even asked you to use your full strength. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly widened, and a crazy laugh flashed across his face. Ha 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 ha, I was really underestimated by you, little brat. No, I overestimated you. Akihara Kagura glanced at Might Guy lying on the ground, and chuckled, because I also wanted to see whether the 8 gates of ninjutsu has a threat to Mr. Madara at the level of the 6 paths, and whether he would stand up to stop me from using the time and space technique. Now I already have enough experience. The next moment, a burst of powerful chakra suddenly erupted from Akihara Kagura's body, and his face did not care about the slight burden brought by the opening of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, do gate, open. Sixth gate, Jing gate, open. Just the state of Akihara Kagura opening the 6th gate has already made the ninjas present a little terrified, and they dare not look directly at the green mist coming out of Akihara Kagura. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Akihara Kagura's eyes suddenly flashed, and the 7th gate was opened in an instant. Blue steam suddenly rose from his body, and his momentum rose again. Isn't it red steam yet? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, feeling that he was despised. His eyes suddenly became cold. Kid, don't underestimate the 6 paths level ninja. Then I will give you the greatest respect. A red mist suddenly rose from Akihara Kagura's body, and his body blood burned in an instant. The 8th gate, the gate of death, open. With the opening of the 8th gate, Akihara Kagura's chakra instantly increased to the maximum, and the hugeness of this chakra far exceeded Might Guy. This is dozens of times the power of his body, and even the strength of this chakra is even stronger than Uchiha Madara in front of him. The eye technique of the limit to Inquin slowly took effect, erasing the damage to Akihara Kagura's body bit by bit. This eye technique is like Izanagi, erasing all the states that are not favorable to him, but retaining the combat state that is favorable to the caster. At this moment, Akihara Kagura has surpassed all the ninjas of the past. Even the Black Zetsu hiding underground couldn't help but be terrified, and his body was trembling. These ninjas have developed to this era, and they can still rely on their little tricks to surpass their mothers. No wonder Akihara Kagura wants to revive Kaguya. Perhaps Akihara Kagura with this kind of power may also threaten Kaguya. This level of chakra. Uchiha Madara clenched the Zen stick in his hand, and even felt a pressure that swept over him. You are going to surpass me at this moment. This kind of thing is also very normal. Akihara Kagura's chakra is far above everyone in the ninja world. His chakra has long been raised to the extreme below the 6 path sage, and even surpassed Senju Hashirama. Now Akihara Kagura's chakra is even more abundant than Uchiha Madara, who became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This feeling is not bad. Akihara Kagura even looked at the red steam around her body and felt the power in her body with interest. Akihara Kagura opened the Genkei Huinquin and the 8 gates at the same time, and didn't care about the pain after the 8 gates were opened. Just use it. Let's use it as a curtain call for an era. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure turned into golden red light. His speed was as fast as a golden flash, but the red steam was also looming in the golden light. It's faster. Uchiha Madara didn't have time to raise the Zen stick in his hand. Akihara Kagura's figure had already appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, raised his fist and hit Uchiha Madara's lower abdomen heavily. Ahem. Uchiha Madara felt that his internal organs were all broken by this punch, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. His pupils were completely widened in an instant. The shadows of the 4 clones of the wheel grave appeared on his body. The 4 wheel grave clones simultaneously reached out to grab Akihara Kagura, but their palms all fell at the same time, and they couldn't catch Akihara Kagura's figure at all. Too late. Uchiha Madara's heart tightened. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure turned into an arc. Along with this arc-like trajectory, a wheel grave clone appeared under his palm, and the wheel grave clone and its entire body fell down in an instant. Akihara Kagura's attack speed and power were so strong that even the wheel grave clone, which was as powerful as the original body, couldn't resist for a moment. Can't resist even a single blow. Uchiha Madara spit out more ball of flames at Akihara Kagura. But this ball of flames couldn't even burn Akihara Kagura's body, and was directly annihilated by Akihara Kagura's fist wind at the moment of attack. The next moment, the red steam gathered on Akihara Kagura's body and became a dragon. This huge dragon was dozens of times stronger than Might Guy. Its figure, together with Akihara Kagura's body, flew towards Uchiha Madara. The waves on the entire sea were split by the steam on the dragon's body at this moment, and its figure flew towards Uchiha Madara by slicing the waves. The surrounding space slowly cracked at this moment. Obviously, the power of this attack was far greater than that of Might Guy. However, Might Guy's attack severely injured Uchiha Madara. What a huge power would Akihara Kagura's attack cause? Compared with the space distortion caused by Might Guy's best efforts, Akihara Kagura directly caused the space to rupture under the attack of the 8 gates, making it impossible for anyone to block this move, nor could they cast any space-time spells on him. This red dragon suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Madara and hit him directly, causing Uchiha Madara's body to almost completely shatter. His arms and legs broke at this moment, and he had no ability to resist at all. This level of power Uchiha Madara's palm recovered quickly. But before he could fully recover, the still flying red dragon turned around again and rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. This time the dragon head seemed to open its mouth and grab Uchiha Madara's body. Akihara Kagura's body was wrapped by the dragon transformed from red steam, and kicked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara felt as if his body did not belong to him. Even if he became a ninja of the 6th path level, the power of this blow was so strong that his body could not bear it at all. Uchiha Madara even felt that the 10 tails sealed in his body were about to be beaten out, and even the tails of the 10 tails grew out of his back. Madara is no match for him. Hashirama Senju looked at his old friend, with some worry in his eyes. Even if Madara becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he can't stop Akihara Kagura's attack. If it goes on like this. Tobirama Senju looked at the battle between the 2 evil Uchiha, and his heart had to tilt a balance towards Uchiha Madara, who is protecting the ninja world. The 10 tails in Uchiha Madara's body is likely to be forced out by Akihara Kagura using this method. The next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his finger. In order to ensure that there would be no problems with the 10 tails in his body, he could only use means to suppress the 10 tails first. However, Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly appeared. The red steam dragon that appeared along with Akihara Kagura's figure once again hit Uchiha Madara heavily. No, I don't have enough chakra. Uchiha Madara suddenly had this thought in his mind, and the 10 tails in his body was also craving for chakra. I need more chakra to defeat this guy. When Uchiha Madara's body flew backwards, his eyes fell on the blood-red moon in the sky, and he seemed to have thought of something. Akihara Kagura's figure appeared beside Uchiha Madara in an instant, and a knee hit Uchiha Madara's waist and abdomen, and Uchiha Madara's body flew into the sky. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure appeared above Uchiha Madara again with a golden red light, and stepped heavily on Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's body fell on the sea. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. The first 10 tails Jinchuriki in 1,000 years since the end of the ancient times looked extremely miserable at this moment. If you want to defeat me now, you need to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and gather all the chakra in the ninja world. Akihara Kagura's figure slowly landed beside Uchiha Madara, and looked at Uchiha Madara lying on the sea with a smile on his face. It's a pity that you don't have the chance to use the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hand over the 10 tails in your body. I am the one who really wants to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, and I am the one who gets all the chakra in the ninja world. Madara. Akihara Kagura slowly squatted down and said slowly, you just took advantage of my negligence to get the 10 tails, and you shouldn't control this power that doesn't belong to you. Uchiha Madara coughed up blood heavily. Akihara Kagura is right about one thing. If you want to defeat Akihara Kagura, You must use the infinite Tsukuyomi to collect all the chakra in the ninja world, and then you may be able to get rid of a Kihara Kagura. But he just doesn't have the time. Because no one can stop a Kihara Kagura at this time. There must be someone in the ninja world who can stop a Kihara Kagura who keeps attacking him, so that he has the opportunity to fly into the air and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. The so-called gathering of chakras to revive Kaguya and so on were all left behind by Uchiha Madara at this moment. Now that he could not defeat a Kihara Kagura, it would be impossible to prevent the ninja world from being destroyed by a Kihara Kagura. He had to do this. Hand over the 10 tails in your body. A Kihara Kagura picked up Uchiha Madara, who was recovering on the sea, and raised his palm to stab directly into his body, and directly take out the 10 tails in his body. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside a Kihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara, and kicked a Kihara Kagura directly out. After kicking a Kihara Kagura away, this figure hurriedly stretched out his palm and fell on Uchiha Madara's body, and a ray of light appeared on Uchiha Madara's chest. This ray of light was like pure vitality, which quickly restored Uchiha Madara's injuries and finally gave him a chance to breathe. Is that okay? The yellow-haired boy who suddenly appeared felt a little melancholy when he looked at the inhuman Uchiha Madara. Now, what should we do? Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Madara finally saw the identity of the person who came. The Uzumaki Naruto standing in front of him now seemed very strange. He looked no different. He seemed to be just an ordinary ninja, but the energy he used to save himself seemed to be at the level of the 6 paths? And didn't this guy sacrifice himself? Why did he appear here and even got the power of the 6 paths? Naruto is still alive. Jiraiya saw Uzumaki Naruto resurrect instantly and appeared in Uchiha Madara's critical moment again, and even saved Uchiha Madara. The old man even felt a little tearful. At this moment, Jiraiya once again remembered the long-lost prophecy story of Uzumaki Naruto, who was the son of destiny mentioned by the Big Toad Sage. He would save the ninja world at this moment. Not only Uzumaki Naruto, but also another person who died at the same time was resurrected. Sasuke Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him in disbelief as he stood up. What surprised Hatake Kakashi even more was that one of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes had turned into the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke looked at a mark in the palm of his hand, his heart began to beat again, and he also heard the voice from Uzumaki Naruto. This was the power given to them by the Sage of 6 Paths. Through the gift of the Sage of 6 Paths, not only did Uchiha Sasuke obtain the 6 Path Sage technique and open the Rinnegan, but Uzumaki Naruto was also able to master the Yang power in the 6 Path Sage technique. This power allowed them to seal the possible resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for the man Kihara Kagura, the Sage of 6 Paths believed that they had the blessing of the 6 Path Sage technique and should be able to get rid of a Kihara Kagura, an ordinary ninja. The power of the 6 Path Sage technique was unparalleled. This power was not even inferior to that of Uchiha Madara, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Sasuke thought that he did have the strength now. He took a deep breath, and a ball of silver lightning appeared in his palm. Anyway, let's solve the crisis of the ninja world first. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at the resurrected Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. He also saw the changes in the two little guys, and a new battle plan suddenly emerged in his mind. Help me stop a Kihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. He thought that even with the two little guys, he might not be able to defeat a Kihara Kagura. If you want to defeat that guy, you must first gather all the chakras in the ninja world. I will perform the infinite moon reading first. But that may revive the mother of the 6 Path Sage. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and thought of what the 6 Path Sage had said. Put Kaguya's matter aside and get out of the way first. Uchiha Madara looked at the flying golden red flash, stretched out his hand and pushed the two little ghosts aside. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's body was knocked away again, and his body, which had just recovered, was hit hard again. Let me get the strength to defeat that guy first. Uchiha Madara's mouth was bleeding, and he grinned with a gloomy look. If we can't deal with that guy now, there will be no possibility of a comeback. You two may not be his opponents. He can continue in this state forever. It's too late. Chapter 341, Uchiha Madara, who holds all the hopes of the ninja world, activates the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara was very sober. Because he had been fighting with a Kihara Kagura. Whether it was after resurrection, or joining forces with Senju Hashirama, or even until he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara had always been defeated by Akihara Kagura. At this moment, Akihara Kagura, who had opened the 8th gate, had completely become a monster that the ninja world could not solve. Perhaps even the resurrection of the Six Paths Sage could not do it. These two little guys didn't know how to get the power of the Six Paths level, but they might not be able to defeat Akihara Kagura in front of them, because they were facing a real monster. This was Akihara Kagura, who was truly in his prime. At least in Uchiha Madara's cognition, Akihara Kagura in the state of opening the Death Gate was obviously stronger than him. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and just a casual blow could seriously injure himself. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the red dragon soaring in the sky, with 6 Magatama in his eyes, and his eyes suddenly flashed. The next moment, a silver-white lightning appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. This is the powerful force brought by the Six Paths Sage technique. The nature change of lightning release Chidori seems a bit amazing. This is also a powerful force that Uchiha Sasuke has never mastered. It must be said that this power is indeed powerful. It is even enough to threaten Uchiha Madara in front of him. I will also stop Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto's body was shining with golden light, and a piece of seeking jade appeared behind him. Two yin-yang escaped black sticks appeared in his hands, and even his eyes became a little majestic. This is the power given to him by the Six Paths Sage, which allows Uzumaki Naruto to unconsciously open the seeking jade. He can clearly feel his own power. With the recognition of the Six Paths Sage, Uzumaki Naruto can also use this to control the chakra borrowed from other tailed beasts. This is a brand new mode, called the Six Paths Sage mode. Under the blessing of the Six Paths Sage mode, Uzumaki Naruto's perception and reaction speed are all greatly improved. He can also use mysterious abilities such as yin-yang escape, yang power, and tailed beast power in this state. Now Uzumaki Naruto can also call himself an existence that surpasses everyone in the ninja world. I'm going to wake him up. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dragon in the sky and said in a deep voice, I want him to understand that if we want to make the ninja world peaceful forever, we should not destroy this era. As long as everyone can understand each other, eternal peace will come. This era should not end here. Naive idea. Uchiha Madara did not agree with Uzumaki Naruto's opinion. While recovering from his injuries, he snorted contemptuously, that guy's ideas are more realistic than yours. What if the era of everyone's understanding has arrived? For example, Uchiha Madara did not understand Senju Tobirama, and just wanted to kill the bastard who killed his brother, but Uchiha Madara understood Senju Tobirama's prejudice against Uchiha, and probably wanted to kill Senju Tobirama with cruel means. And doesn't Senju Tobirama understand Uchiha enough? The entire ninja world may not even be as good as the Uchiha clan as Senju Tobirama's deep understanding of Uchiha, but he still thinks that Uchiha is a clan born evil. Naruto. Akihara Kagura's body slowly floated down, and red steam was still coming out of his body. His entire face was hidden in the red steam, making it impossible to see his complexion. Even his hair turned red, which made him look extremely scary. Don't talk big like that. Akihara Kagura flexed his palms and said contemptuously, you always talk to yourself and say speak directly and do what you say, but how much can you really do? Empty words. Everyone can say that. Akihara Kagura's words were full of sarcasm, and she didn't seem to care about their former friendship at all. What have you done? When I was your age, I had already settled all the disputes between Konoha and the big countries. I will do it. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth. This is indeed something he can't refute. Akihara Kagura appeared in Konoha at the age of 10, and until she defected at the age of 21, her contribution to Konoha was even greater than that of the Hokage of Konoha. I'll do it all. Let's start by stopping you from destroying this era. Uzumaki Naruto raised his palm, waving the black stick in his hand and pointing it at Akihara Kagura. Kagura, I will defeat you. I will also let you see that this era does not need to be destroyed again, and the peace you expect will appear. Uzumaki Naruto's voice was loud and clear. Uzumaki Naruto's figure did not stop, and he rushed towards Akihara Kagura at a rapid speed. The red steam on Akihara Kagura's body rose again, turning into a huge dragon, and went straight towards Uzumaki Naruto. Ha! The golden chakra on Uzumaki Naruto's body collided with a red steam dragon on Akihara Kagura's body in an instant, and his fist was about to hit Akihara Kagura's body with one punch. However, Akihara Kagura's movements were faster. He kicked Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder directly and neatly. Uzumaki Naruto's body fell straight into the sea like a cannonball. Chidori. A ball of silver-white lightning appeared in Akihara Kagura's sight the moment Uzumaki Naruto's body was kicked away. This ball of lightning instantly hit Akihara Kagura's chest. However, Akihara Kagura seemed to be unaware of it. This ball of silver-white lightning that gathered the level of the six-paths A dart could not hurt him at all. The invincible time that continued from the limit Yellow Spring made him not have to worry about all this. Uchiha Sasuke's neck was captured directly. Akihara Kagura pinched Uchiha Sasuke's neck, sneered, and was about to break his neck in an instant. Everything you have is given by me, even the power of the six-path sage you get is within my expectations. Sasuke, how dare you resist me? Akihara Kagura Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, you always think that everything is under your control, so is what happens next also under your control. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's space-time pupil technique was activated instantly, and he disappeared from Akihara Kagura's control. His figure appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, a black seeking away jade appeared. This was also the space-time pupil technique obtained by Uchiha Sasuke Samsara, which could instantly exchange positions with anything. This was also his most powerful pupil technique. Akihara Kagura's palm held the seeking away jade with his bare hands. The seeking away jade quickly annihilated Akihara Kagura's palm, but within the time limit of the Yellow Spring, this damage directly turned into Dream. Seeking away jade shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto raised his palm. A seeking away jade instantly turned into seeking away jade shuriken in his hand, and the golden chakra kept rotating around the seeking away jade like a sharp blade. The seeking away jade instantly swung towards the direction of the red steam dragon, and a shocking explosion resounded on the sea, and it seemed that a new sun appeared in the sky. However, after the dazzling light flashed, Akihara Kagura's figure was still floating in the air, as if the damage just now had not hurt him at all. Akihara Kagura raised her fist and punched the three people. An air cannon rushed towards them. The power of this air cannon made them unable to move at all. I can't move anymore. Uzumaki Naruto felt that his body was suppressed by the air in an instant. This is the full form of that guy. Uchiha Madara had expected it, and said in a deep voice, control your seeking truth jade, wrap our bodies, and block the flow of air. Uchiha Sasuke uses the space-time technique to take us out of the air suppression range. Uzumaki Naruto could only control the seeking truth jade to turn into a huge sphere, wrapping all three of them up, and barely blocked Akihara Kagura's empty punch. What's going on? Uchiha Sasuke witnessed that his Chidori and the way-seeking shuriken were unable to cause any damage to Akihara Kagura, and his face suddenly darkened. Is it because of his Mangekyou Sharingan's eye limit Yellow Spring? I heard that he has this powerful eye technique, yes. Uchiha Madara appeared beside them, watching Uzumaki Naruto repair his shoulder injury, and said in a deep voice, this eye technique may only have a cooling time of 3 seconds, but it lasts for at least 10 minutes during this time. You have no way to hurt him, and any of his attacks can easily kill you even among the Mangekyou Sharingan's eye techniques. Only Obito's Kamui eye technique can compete with it for a moment, but it is far inferior. The most important thing is Uchiha Madara's face was very solemn, and he continued, the source of this information is still from what the little guy said in person, and it is impossible to judge whether it is true or false. Then try it. Uchiha Sasuke raised his palm again. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto also planned to try out the information about the limit Yellow Spring. No, there is not enough time. Uchiha Madara stared at Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, we don't have time to continue testing. And just the information he gave is something we can't solve. The 3-second cooling time of the limit Yellow Spring, that guy himself is also a time-space magician. It is impossible to solve that guy's pupil technique. Before the duration of the limit Yellow Spring ends, before the 3-second gap appears, the little guy can kill everyone. We can't test it anymore. Uchiha Madara looked at the swooping Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, that guy is angry that I took away the resurrected Ten Tails. He won't give us another chance. Concentrate all your strength and fight him first. They can't lose again. This is also the most serious. Once they make another mistake, the ninja world will be doomed. Akihara Kagura's strength is too terrifying, coupled with his invincible pupil technique, which makes him completely invincible, and the three of them who have obtained the Six Paths Immortal technique can't solve the other party. They are even suppressed by the other party. This guy has surpassed the Six Paths Sage. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, and said coldly, don't fight impulsively, execute my battle plan. You two can't fight that guy in close combat. Use the Seeking Truth Jade to entangle that guy. I will activate the Infinite Moon reading to collect the chakra of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara's idea is not wrong. Because now he can only think of this one way. Let Uchiha Madara, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, gather all the chakra in the ninja world in one body. This is what Uchiha Madara has been longing for after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Even the 10 tails in his body is telling himself that this Jinchuriki can only defeat the Akihara Kagura in front of him by collecting more chakra. As for Kaguya's resurrection, how else can Kaguya be resurrected? Uchiha Madara couldn't imagine the real way Kaguya would be resurrected. No one could think of how Kaguya would be resurrected, and even Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the two people who really knew the truth, could only guess one possibility. Then don't let the moon be affected. Uchiha Sasuke seriously proposed a truth that he had learned from the six-path sage that Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed in the moon. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who is more dangerous than Akihara Kagura, is sealed in the moon. I won't be fooled again. Uchiha Madara snorted again with contempt. According to legend, as long as a person with the power of the 10 tails is close to the moon, he can open the Rinnegan of Infinite Tsukuyomi and perform Infinite Tsukuyomi. That was once his real dream. It's a pity that Infinite Tsukuyomi is just a conspiracy of Black Zetsu. However, the current ninja world can only rely on the conspiracy provided by Black Zetsu and rely on gathering the chakra of the ninja world to have the hope of defeating Akihara Kagura. Sasuke, use Flying Thunder God to take Naruto and me away. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and put it on Uchiha Sasuke, and said in a deep voice, the existence of the truth-seeking jade is not safe either. That guy has plenty of ways to smash the truth-seeking jade. As expected. Just as Uchiha Sasuke took Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Naruto away from the protection of the Seeking Truth Jade, the red dragon in the sky suddenly appeared and hit the Seeking Truth Jade heavily. The Seeking Truth Jade exploded in an instant. However, it still couldn't hurt Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara took advantage of Akihara Kagura's body falling on the sea, and his body flew straight into the sky. He was going to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi at this time. What is Madara going to do? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara flying towards the moon, and instantly appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke. That guy can't defeat Akihara Kagura. Is he going to choose to escape? Madara is going to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the group of ninjas below, and continued in a deep voice, now he wants to make everyone in the ninja world fall into a dream. Use the Infinite Tsukuyomi to collect everyone's chakra, and defeat Akihara Kagura with the chakra gathered by everyone. Senju Tobirama actually hesitated. This method may be the only possibility. Gather all the chakra in the ninja world to defeat the supervillain Akihara Kagura? This kind of thing seems to conform to a certain theory, but Senju Tobirama feels a little weird. Can the evil guy Uchiha Madara be the savior? Just when they were discussing gathering the chakra of the ninja world, Akihara Kagura seemed to have noticed Uchiha Madara's thoughts. The red steam dragon suddenly raised its head and rushed towards Uchiha Madara in the sky, as if to stop Uchiha Madara from launching the Infinite Moon reading. Do you want to collect the chakra of the ninja world? Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly rushed into the sky. The red steam dragon swung its tail and flew straight into the sky, suddenly appearing next to Uchiha Madara. Madara. Akihara Kagura's voice echoed between the world, and the red steam rushed into the sky. Don't covet the power that doesn't belong to you. Shibaku Tensei. Uchiha Madara raised his palm. Countless black balls were thrown in the direction of Akihara Kagura. The huge gravitational force of the black balls continued to attract Akihara Kagura's body. These scattered black balls seemed to tear Akihara Kagura's body apart. However, Akihara Kagura in the state of death gate didn't care. The red steam dragon stretched out a huge dragon head under Uchiha Madara and was about to bite Uchiha Madara. There is no doubt that as long as Akihara Kagura caught Uchiha Madara, he would definitely hit Uchiha Madara hard with one blow and completely interrupt their plan to gather chakra. Heavenly hand power. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Akihara Kagura. But it was useless. The limit to Inquin can reverse all unfavorable factors. Even the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye is within the reversal range of the limit to Inquin. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Madara. Even if he couldn't use the power of the sky to exchange positions with Akihara Kagura, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly get to the side of Uchiha Madara and rescue Uchiha Madara directly. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly opened the complete Susanoo on his body. The purple Susanoo giant raised his palm and threw Uchiha Madara towards the moon. Naruto and I will try our best to stop him during this time. Uchiha Sasuke controlled the complete Susanoo to dive down, and said, Madara, I'll leave the rest to you. The purple complete Susanoo suddenly rushed down and greeted the red dragon that rushed into the sky again. The purple Susanoo waved two huge samurai swords with blue light in its hands, as if it was going to behead the red dragon with one sword at this moment. The two figures collided in an instant. Akihara Kagura's body was wrapped in red steam, and the red dragon gathered by his figure collided head-on with the blade of the complete Susanoo. In an instant, the giant sword in the hand of the purple complete Susanoo broke. The red dragon's momentum did not diminish, and it hit Susanoo's chest again. Akihara Kagura kicked Susanoo's body. Countless cracks appeared on Susanoo's body. The next second, a purple cloud seemed to appear in the sky. The huge complete Susanoo was kicked to pieces by Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Sasuke, who could only open the complete Susanoo with the power of the six-path sage, suffered a painful blow when he used it for the first time in the world. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto shouted his companion's name with a hoarse voice. Don't worry. Uchiha Sasuke's voice appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. When Susanoo was broken, he used Flying Thunder God to return to Uzumaki Naruto's side. Now Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have to worry about his own death. Uchiha Sasuke has 4 different space-time techniques, 2 main Gekyo Sharingan techniques, 1 Samsara technique, and Flying Thunder God technique. These are all space-time techniques that can be used. The current Uchiha Sasuke should be the ninja who is best at time and space techniques. At least he can protect himself easily, but there is still some worry in his eyes. It is not enough to just protect themselves. They have to delay Akihara Kagura's attack until Uchiha Madara activates the infinite Tsukuyomi. This battle is destined to be arduous. Now is the moment of the final decisive battle. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Madara flying in the sky and said, if we succeed in delaying Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Madara will gather all the chakra in the ninja world and defeat Akihara Kagura. If we fail to delay Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, looked at the red dragon flying in the sky, and said in a deep voice, once Akihara Kagura takes away our chakra, it means that we will become victims of the new era. The next moment, the red dragon flying in the sky suddenly dissipated. Akihara Kagura's aura stagnated, as if he had turned into that harmless and gentle man again. What's the matter? Uzumaki Naruto frowned. It's an opportunity. Senju Tobirama's voice became a little hurried. That guy's limit to Inkling time is about to expire. He has to refresh his cooldown. But it was too late. Uchiha Sasuke raised his palm and instantly used his main Gekyo Sharingan pupil technique to seal the space around Akihara Kagura. His reaction speed was so fast that he only blocked Akihara Kagura for a moment. The next moment, the sealed space collapsed immediately. 3 seconds later, Akihara Kagura opened the limit to Inkling again, and also opened his 8 gates formation again. His hair turned red again, and the red steam on his body rose again. 3 seconds Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have seen it. If we want to defeat that guy, even if Madara has collected all the chakras, we only have 3 seconds to defeat that guy. This Uzumaki Naruto felt the difficulty of the problem. However, Akihara Kagura's speed was a little slow after all because during the time when Akihara Kagura restarted the Genkayomi and the 8 gates, Uchiha Madara's figure had already approached the moon. He directly tore off the keratin forehead protector that grew on his head, and a scarlet Samsara Sharingan grew out from his forehead. Infinite Tsukuyomi Uchiha Madara hurriedly raised his finger. At this moment, Uchiha Madara carried the hope of all ninjas in the ninja world. Only when he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he was qualified to open the infinite Tsukuyomi, and only then would he have the hope to collect all the chakras in the ninja world and gather the power of the entire ninja world to resolve the threat of Akihara Kagura. The blood-red moon in the sky suddenly lit up. At this moment, the whole world saw the moon emitting light, and the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi enveloped the whole world. 6,000 words. A new pie has appeared. Book title, Naruto, Be My Son. Introduction. After the end of the war on the top, Edward Newgate, who was once known as one of the 4 emperors of the New World and the strongest man in the world, thought that he would be buried in the headquarters of the Navy today. Until he opened his eyes, he found himself in a place called Ninja World and met a child named Naruto. Gala. Little boy, do you have parents? Looking at the giant-like white beard, the 5-year-old Naruto trembled. No, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am an orphan. Naruto, be my son. A. This book is also known as Now, Let the Ninja World Welcome the New Whitebird Pirates, Ninja World Orphans, Be My Sons, and Ninja Father. Chapter 342 Kaguya Akatsuki is resurrected. The light illuminates the earth. All the people in the ninja world were shrouded in the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. This light even penetrated the house, making it impossible for anyone to hide. All those who were illuminated by the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, without exception, raised their heads in an instant, and their eyes slowly turned into a pair of reincarnation eyes. Their consciousness also entered the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi in an instant. This is the horror of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Anyone who is enveloped by the light cannot escape the punishment of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only ninjas with a reincarnation eyes and Susanoo can contend with the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Sasuke once again opened the complete Susanoo, opened the wings behind Susanoo, and protected many people present under the wings of Susanoo. Of course, the most important person is Uzumaki Naruto. The space-time magician's A. Senju Tobirama stood in Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo and said in a deep voice, "Other magicians must enter the infinite Tsukuyomi and gather their chakra on Uchiha Madara to ensure that Uchiha Madara can defeat Akihara Kagura. If the chakra is not enough, the battle plan they prepared this time is likely to fail. Once it fails, there will be no chance of turning around. Do we still need to leave the medical ninja?" Hatake Kakashi reminded softly. Although the medical ninja may not be able to play any role, Akihara Kagura's one blow is enough to kill them, but for people like Hatake Kakashi, they are used to having medical ninjas as backup. In the end, 2 medical ninjas were left behind. Tsunade and Hiruno Sakura, because they are good at ninjutsu. Of course, Orochimaru was also left behind. Because Orochimaru is a more active person. Then I'll go out first. Hashirama Senju strode out. He stood on the sea and looked up at the light shining from the sky. In an instant, his eyes turned into the appearance of the Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju looked up at the figure under the moon and slowly murmured, "Madara, bring my chakra to fight together." With the first generation of Hokage taking the lead, others also stepped out of the protection of Susanoo. Jiraiya followed behind Hashirama Senju with his head held high. Ninjas from other villages stepped out of the wings of Susanoo one after another. Only a few members who were advantageous to the battle situation were left under the entire Susanoo. Tobirama Senju, the Flying Thunder God Technique. Hatake Kakashi, the Flying Thunder God Technique and the Kamui Sharingan. Tsunade, Hiruno Sakura, the Medical Ninja. And the most important person, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't care much about others. He only cares about Uzumaki Naruto, who was given power by the Six-Path Sage like himself. Humph, don't worry about others. As long as Naruto and I don't die, there will be no problem. The 2 of them must prepare for the possible resurrection of Kaguya. Of course. There is also the most important point. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his eye sockets and whispered, "And the Samsara eye of Uchiha Madara, and I can also remove the infinite Tsukuyomi." Sasuke Uchiha Itachi's voice appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's ears. What Uchiha Sasuke never expected was that his brother Uchiha Itachi also survived the infinite Tsukuyomi, which is invalid for the impure world reincarnation. "I don't have time to reminisce with you now." Uchiha Sasuke ignored Uchiha Itachi and said in a deep voice, "Wait until the crisis of the destruction of the ninja world is resolved first. I know that you can't escape the control of Akihara Kagura now, so you just stay there and don't get close to anyone." After all, the memory of being stabbed in the chest by Uchiha Itachi is still in his brain. Uchiha Sasuke didn't want to be stabbed by his brother Uchiha Itachi again at this time. He couldn't stand it happening again. Even if he could stand the ninja world, he couldn't stand such a big stimulation. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his palm and stood stiffly in place. When he was controlled by Akihara Kagura to kill Uchiha Sasuke with a knife, he wanted to sacrifice his soul in exchange for Uchiha Sasuke. Now he is completely hated and feared by his younger brother. This is obviously what he would do on the night of the genocide, but he felt great pain at this moment. Why did everything turn out like this? Okay. He is also your brother. Senju Tobirama had no objection to what Uchiha Itachi did, and said in a deep voice, "What we need to do now is to get rid of the evil Uchiha Akihara Kagura first. Everything that is happening now is Akihara Kagura's fault." Senju Tobirama also sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura who insisted on saving some Uchiha, but let Uchiha Itachi completely exterminate the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, the little guy, wouldn't have to face those living root ninjas. Of course. This idea is too extreme. Because the root Uchiha is actually very beneficial to Konoha. In terms of how to solve the problem of Uchiha and Konoha, Akihara Kagura's method is better than Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi combined. Unfortunately, everything has become a thing of the past. The group of Uchiha also defected with Akihara Kagura. Senju Tobirama didn't have time to think about these questions. The light of the infinite moon reading had ended. He saw Uchiha Madara falling from the sky and continued to coordinate the final battle. In the sky, the red steam dragon suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura's figure rushed towards Uchiha Madara quickly, as if to kill Uchiha Madara directly when Uchiha Madara landed to absorb chakra. No, go save that guy. Senju Tobirama's face suddenly changed. Don't worry. Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyes, and the eye technique of the sky hand force was activated instantly. His body instantly exchanged positions with Uchiha Madara. His figure appeared in front of Akihara Kagura, facing Akihara Kagura's attack directly. As for Uchiha Madara, the man began to control the vines arranged in advance as soon as he landed. The God Tree World descent that he had used before to force Akihara Kagura to stay and fight came in handy. Now I start to absorb chakra. Uchiha Madara closed his palms and said in a deep voice, in the next period of time, I must not let that little devil disturb me. Understood. Uzumaki Naruto's figure immediately flew into the sky. The vines of the entire ninja world came alive in an instant, and all the vines quickly began to move. Small branches fell from the vines and tied up all the people who were hit by the infinite moon reading, hanging on the vines like mummies. Huge waves were set off on the entire sea. Countless chakras quickly gathered from the vines towards Uchiha Madara's body, and some chakras even couldn't wait to pass through the ground of this planet, flew directly from the ocean, and merged into Uchiha Madara's body. With the integration of chakra, Uchiha Madara's body immediately swelled up, and a touch of pain suddenly flashed across his face. How long will it take to complete? Senju Tobirama questioned Uchiha Madara. Because Senju Tobirama saw Akihara Kagura smash Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo with one blow, and knocked Uzumaki Naruto away with one punch, showing a crushing momentum. Uchiha Madara couldn't answer, and his expression became more and more painful. Even though he has become a sixth path level figure, facing such a massive influx of chakra, he still can't easily contain it. He feels that his veins are constantly expanding. We have to go too. Hatake Kakashi saw that his two disciples were no match for Akihara Kagura, and flew towards the area where they were fighting. As long as Akihara Kagura didn't use his Samsara Eye technique, Kamui could also be used in this battle. Senju Tobirama was also a little helpless. He could only quickly appear next to Uzumaki Naruto, and use the Flying Thunder God technique to save Uzumaki Naruto from Akihara Kagura's attack. He had to go at this time. However, even if Tobirama Senju and Kakashi Hatake attacked together, they could not stop Kagura Akihara. They were beaten by Kagura Akihara. Even if Kagura Akihara did not use the limited time space-time technique, Kakashi Hatake's Kamui Sharingan could not hit Kagura Akihara because his reaction speed could not keep up. Boom! Kagura Akihara punched Sasuke Uchiha. A wound appeared on Sasuke Uchiha's face in an instant, and his body was suppressed by the air punched out of his fist and could not move. The sea surface was also hit by this blow and raised huge waves in an instant. Kagura Akihara's body turned into a red dragon and kicked Sasuke Uchiha's chest. Sasuke Uchiha could only use the space-time pupil technique to escape directly. At this moment, everyone felt the convenience of the space-time technique. At least they could avoid Kagura Akihara's attack at this time. Kagura Akihara's speed in the 8 Gates ninjutsu state was too fast, and only the space-time technique could dodge it in time. The battle in the sky continued. Akihara Kagura single-handedly beat Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tobirama and Hatake Kakashi into a state of disarray. If they were not careful, they might be seriously injured or even killed. This battle was more dangerous than any battle they had ever encountered. He still has 6 minutes left in his limit Yomiuri. Senju Tobirama took Uzumaki Naruto and was ready to change his position at any time, but he was still arranging the battle plan. Now as long as we can survive 6 minutes, we will have a 3-second opportunity to try to counterattack. I don't feel comforted at all. Hatake Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat of panic. Don't give up, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto raised his palm and said loudly, At least we still have the chance to defeat Akihara Kagura. As long as Uchiha Madara gathers all the chakra in the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke dodged Akihara Kagura's attack while looking down at Uchiha Madara, who was absorbing chakra on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "At that time, Uchiha Madara will have the power to compete with Akihara Kagura. At that time, Uchiha Madara's power will be enough to deal with Akihara Kagura, enough to survive Akihara Kagura's limit to Inquin time, and buy them a 3-second gap that can bring victory." It's a bit absurd to think about it. Obviously mastered such a powerful force, now I can't even buy a 3-second opportunity. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, raised his hand, controlled Susanoo and shot giant arrows at Akihara Kagura, but these giant arrows were kicked directly into pieces by Akihara Kagura in a moment. Even if the giant arrow hit Akihara Kagura, it would be useless. The limit of Huinquin made him invincible within these 10 minutes. Speaking of which, Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly stopped in the air. His red hair was a little flamboyant, and his voice seemed to become a little playful. "Aren't you curious about one thing?" "What?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned. Originally, when Uchiha Sasuke saw Akihara Kagura stop attacking, he even wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but he suddenly thought of Akihara Kagura's behavior. Could this guy be plotting something? "Aren't you curious?" Akihara Kagura glanced at Uchiha Madara below and said with interest, "Why have I never tried my best to stop anything? Whether it's the infinite Tsukuyomi or Mr. Madara wanting to absorb chakra or something. There is a conspiracy." Uchiha Sasuke suddenly thought of something, his voice suddenly became high and excited, and he roared loudly, "Everyone be careful. Madara, stop absorbing chakra. Don't make a fuss." Akihara Kagura chuckled, as if she felt that Uchiha Sasuke was a little frightened. "You are always afraid that I have a conspiracy. What conspiracy can I have now?" "Don't worry, gentlemen, you can celebrate." The red hair on Akihara Kagura's head even slowly faded away, and in order to show that he no longer had any hostility, he directly lifted the state of the 8 gates. "Celebrate a little. My hostility towards you ends here." After all, Akihara Kagura spread out her palms, with a mysterious smile on her lips. "Nothing unexpected has happened. The battle no longer needs to continue, and I don't need to preside over it anymore." "What do you mean?" Uzumaki Naruto didn't quite understand. He looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him with some curiosity. Is Kagura finally going to give up the plan to destroy the ninja world? No, Kaguya is going to be resurrected. Uchiha Sasuke thought of something at the first time, and his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Madara, who was absorbing chakra and swelling on the sea. Maybe Kaguya was resurrected in another way that they didn't know? Madara, give up absorbing chakra. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't figure it out, and he still hurriedly shouted, "This is Akihara Kagura's conspiracy to resurrect Kaguya." "What?" Uchiha Madara still had a trace of pain between his eyebrows. Now Uchiha Madara is still trying to dissolve the surging chakra in his body. Fortunately, he is an immortal body at the level of the 6 paths, otherwise any ninja will explode and die at this moment. But what did the little guy Uchiha Sasuke say? Is it Akihara Kagura's conspiracy to absorb chakra by myself? But even if I want to stop, it is too late. Uchiha Madara only feels the pain in his body. He must at least integrate all the chakra that comes into his body first. This huge amount of chakra is too difficult to dissolve. Let's look forward to it. Akihara Kagura spread out his palms and slowly closed his eyes, as if waiting for the arrival of a sacred moment, the next big guy to appear. This boring battle. Akihara Kagura's eyes suddenly opened, and a red light flashed in his eyes. It's just for the real good show that will be staged next. I have prepared the sacrifice. Should she come out? Mr. Black Zetsu. This name instantly made people's hearts tremble. Madara, it's very difficult to absorb chakra that doesn't belong to you. Along with Akihara Kagura's announcement, a familiar voice appeared in Uchiha Madara's ears. This voice made Uchiha Madara hate it countless times. Then let me help you, Madara. A dark figure emerged from the sea, looking at Uchiha Madara, who was unable to move because of absorbing chakra, and directly raised his hand to pierce Uchiha Madara's heart. Everyone on the battlefield showed a trace of panic on their faces. However, when Orochimaru, Tsunade and Hiruno Sakura, who were closest to him, reacted and wanted to step forward to stop Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu had already directly controlled Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's hair suddenly grew up and directly wrapped around the bodies of the 3 of them, making them unable to move at all. It's really unexpected. Black Zetsu showed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't imagine that the plan could go this far. I always thought that the plan would fail. After all, Madara would not help me revive Kaguya. I didn't expect that my plan could actually go on step by step. Whether it was from the disintegration of Uchiha Madara and himself, or Uchiha Madara taking the 10 tails, Black Zetsu felt that the possibility of Kaguya's resurrection was getting slimmer and slimmer. As a result, by some coincidence or under the pressure of Akihara Kagura's fighting power, Uchiha Madara became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi and began to absorb the chakra of the ninja world. It was a bit absurd to think that Akihara Kagura always liked to say that the process was not important, but the result was the most important. If the final result was like this, then it was not unacceptable. Black Zetsu Uchiha Madara stared at Black Zetsu, his body could not move, and he could only watch his body gradually become as black as ink. What a pity. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly, but did not say anything more. Originally, its idea was to use the more powerful Akihara Kagura as the carrier to resurrect Kaguya Akatsuki, but in the end it fell on Uchiha Madara. Although I can't revive my mother in the most perfect body, the fusion speed of Black Zetsu's body and Uchiha Madara's body became faster and faster, and its size became more and more gentle, but as long as it can be resurrected, it is perfect. Senju Tobirama's figure instantly appeared beside Uchiha Madara, raised his hand and waved the kunai in his hand to kill Uchiha Madara with one knife. Uchiha Sasuke's figure appeared at the same time, waving his ninja sword in his hand to join in the fight. Uchiha Madara is the sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. He is the carrier of resurrecting Kaguya. As long as he is killed, Kaguya can't be resurrected. However, Uchiha Madara's hair is extremely powerful. Black Zetsu controlled Uchiha Madara's rapidly growing hair and threw them out. Don't waste your time. The resurrection process cannot be stopped. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly, and its body continued to turn into liquid, and merged into Uchiha Madara's body little by little. As long as the technique to resurrect Kaguya is activated, and the 10 tails, a large amount of chakra and the coordinates from E are gathered, the resurrection of Mother can no longer be stopped. Along with Black Zetsu's actions, more chakra drilled out from under the ocean and directly entered Uchiha Madara's body, causing Uchiha Madara's body to grow swollen flesh balls. That was the expansion of chakra. Kamui. Hatake Kakashi suddenly activated his Kamui. But he was somewhat horrified to find that his Kamui was ineffective at this moment. Don't interrupt. Akihara Kagura used the limited time seal to seal Hatake Kakashi's Kamui, and watched the scene in front of him with interest. I have long warned Mr. Madara not to touch things that do not belong to him, but he doesn't seem to care about my advice. Everyone present didn't know how to respond. Even if Uchiha Madara cared about Akihara Kagura's advice, what could it do? Could he just watch Akihara Kagura gather the 10 tails and destroy the ninja world? You seem to have guessed that I would use this method to resurrect Kaguya. Kagura. Black Zetsu's gaze also fell on Akihara Kagura, and it was also thinking about Akihara Kagura's every move. You guessed that the 10 tails Jinchuriki would be the carrier of Kaguya's resurrection. Mr. Black Zetsu, after all, I have obtained a lot of information from the contents left by the Six Paths Sage. It doesn't matter if I know some strange things. Akihara Kagura's figure floated on the sea, and under his control, the sea water slowly turned into a huge chair. The chair turned into ice under the ice escape bloodline composed of wind and water. Akihara Kagura sat on the ice chair, rested her arms on the armrests of the chair, stretched out her hand to hold up her chin, and there was even a smile in her eyes. Why bother about so many processes? As long as our results are good, that's enough, right? Hey, you're right. Black Zetsu laughed sinisterly, and actually nodded slowly. This partner is really the one with the longest life among all its partners. In order to avoid becoming the carrier of sacrifice for Kaguya's resurrection, he has been using powerful forces to force Uchiha Madara to walk on a dead end that was originally a trap. But it's no big deal. Madara. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara, whose consciousness was getting weaker and weaker, and said with a smile, "This kind of fate should have belonged to you. Everything is just back to the starting point, back to the fate I originally arranged for you." Black Zetsu. A flash of extreme hatred flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. However, he could not resist the invasion of another will at all, because he could feel that another powerful will was about to wake up. Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara's eyes finally glanced at Akihara Kagura, leaving his last words, "You little brat can't imagine the power of that existence, and you won't escape it either, don't worry." Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a vine suddenly stretched out, directly clasping Hatake Kakashi's body. His eyes were somewhat gentle and peaceful, Soon, I will know how powerful that existence is. Hatake Kakashi glanced at the vines on his body. Okay. Knowing is knowing? Why did he use the limited time air seal and vines to trap himself? Hashirama, more and more areas of Uchiha Madara's body were covered by black zetsu, and his eyes were even about to disappear. At this moment, he actually thought of his old friend Hashirama Senju. Because when Uchiha Madara performed the infinite Tsukuyomi above, he saw with his own eyes that Hashirama Senju took the initiative to stand up and wanted to entrust his chakra to himself. But he couldn't do it. Sorry, Hashirama Uchiha Madara's face also gradually appeared with dark liquid chakra, and his consciousness sank a little bit. The last scene his eyes and brain received was Tobirama Senju rushing towards him with murderous intent. Humph, this insidious and despicable person. He must want to take this opportunity to kill me. Together Uchiha Madara really knows Tobirama Senju very well. Because Tobirama Senju's idea is indeed the same, his palms quickly formed seals, and he opened his mouth and spit out a high-pressure water column towards Uchiha Madara's body. Water style, water break wave. But this high-pressure water style that was powerful enough to cut rocks and shatter mountains was completely useless. Uchiha Madara's body completely turned into a pitch-black sphere, with only a long white hair still flying in the air, and the black ball shrank rapidly. The black ball has shrunk. Hiruno Sakura's body was thrown down by her long hair. But the chakra is even stronger. Drops of cold sweat appeared on Tsunade's forehead. The next moment, the black ball completely changed. The black ball quickly turned into a woman with her eyes closed. The woman's skin was a little white, and like all the 10 tails Jinchuriki, it was a little too pale. Her long hair was even longer than her body. The woman had a pair of horns on her head, and her forehead slowly cracked, and a blood-red Samsara Sharingan was born from it, but it did not hinder her beautiful face. A robe painted with black magatama was draped over her body, and the robe even exceeded her feet. This wide robe made her look particularly sacred and majestic. The woman was not standing on the ground. Because this woman was like a god, floating in the air at the beginning of her birth, or she was a real god. This is it. Uchiha Sasuke's heart was a little trembling. He could sense the terrifying degree of the other party's chakra. The six-path sage mentioned it. Akatsuki Kaguya. Uzumaki Naruto also gritted his teeth. Ninjas, come and pray. The voice of Black Zetsu appeared in the sleeves of this beautiful woman, and its voice became a little high. Come and pray to the revived chakra ancestor. Pray to the god who truly rules the world. Offer your chakra and come here to celebrate the re-emergence of the goddess of Mao. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, its voice suddenly lowered, and suddenly became gloomy and terrifying, filled with heart-pounding murderous intent. Then, go to death, descendants of the betrayer Mr. Black Zetsu, you seem to be a little arrogant. Akihara Kagura tilted her head and put it on her left hand, looking at Kaguya Akatsuki in the sky, and sighed. However, I seem to understand your arrogance, because this chakra is indeed heart-pounding. Kaguya Akatsuki suddenly opened her eyes. All the ninjas present couldn't help but feel uneasy about those eyes. Those eyes were obviously just a pair of white eyes, but they brought them more pressure than the reincarnation eyes. Is that a Byakugan? Tsunade couldn't even believe that it was just a pair of simple Byakugan. Kaguya Akatsuki's eyes slowly dropped, and she ignored everyone present. Her eyes fell directly on the two little guys, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, and her body also floated towards the two little guys with her long hair dragging. Everyone present didn't dare to move. Because no one knew what the goddess of the Mao was going to do, they didn't dare to take the initiative to test her before they saw the goddess of the Mao take action, for fear of angering her. But suddenly there was a strange sound here. The sound of crunch, 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 was like someone eating something. Why does it feel like Choji? Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously thought of his good friend. Perhaps only the thick-skinned friend of Akimichi Choji would eat at this time. But Akimichi Choji was not here at all. Everyone present couldn't help but look over in the direction of this disturbing sound. Even Kaguya Akatsuki couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. She saw a young man sitting on an ice chair, tilting his head in a nondescript manner, slowly biting a fruit. A blood-red fruit. 7,800 words. I've posted 14,000 words today. Go to sleep. Chapter 343. The horror that is impossible to look at directly. Akihara Kagura. Everyone present was a little bit at a loss. Because after the terrifying goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya Akatsuki, was resurrected, all the ninjas present were intimidated by her aura. Why didn't Kagura Akihara react? Why is this guy still eating fruit there? That is chakra fruit. Kaguya Akatsuki murmured the name of the blood-red fruit. The eyes of the resurrected goddess of the rabbit suddenly became a little cold, and a haze suddenly appeared on her calm face. She is the only one in the ninja world who has seen the chakra fruit. For thousands of years, there has been only one chakra fruit in the ninja world, and that fruit has long been swallowed by her, making her the ancestor of chakra in the ninja world. In the past 1,000 years, the only sacred tree that can produce chakra fruits has long been scattered into nine-tailed beasts and the outer path demon statue. How can there be a chance to give birth to a new chakra fruit? Is that a chakra fruit? Black Zetsu stayed in Kaguya Akatsuki's sleeve, looking at Akihara Kagura with astonishment. His brain seemed to go blank. Wait, how could a chakra fruit be born in the ninja world? The sacred tree has obviously turned into an outer path demon statue. What is a chakra fruit? Hiruno Sakura asked a question subconsciously. Chakra fruit. Black Zetsu's voice was gloomy and hoarse, even a little heavy. It is the fruit of the sacred tree absorbing the energy of this world, and it is also the source of the chakra of this world. Thousands of years ago, my mother ate the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree, which made chakra appear in this ninja world, and since then, there has been chakra that you can use. Chakra fruit. It is also the original thing of this world. Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu felt that his brain had figured out what was going on. He only knew that he was definitely going to be fooled by Akihara Kagura, and asked a question gloomily. You guy. Who the hell are you? Compared to Black Zetsu's questioning, Kaguya Akatsuki's performance was more straightforward. Her body instantly entered a combat state, and she even planned to leave here at any time. Even though Kaguya Akatsuki didn't know enough about the ways of the world, when she saw the chakra fruit, she realized that a resurrection might be a conspiracy. Is this an alien coming to attack her? Don't worry, this is a very long story. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and an invisible barrier flew out from his body, instantly forming a closed space in this area. Akihara Kagura opened his mouth and continued to bite the chakra fruit at hand, muttering slowly, I'm a little thirsty, can you wait until I finish eating? The ninjas present had some black lines on their foreheads. Is this really the time to eat fruit? Kaguya Akatsuki stopped in her tracks, with a hint of worry in her eyes, because she was trying to activate her unique Kakaina Aim no Michu. Once Aim no Michu is activated, she can instantly move herself and anyone else to a space that belongs to her alone. She is an absolute god on that space. But the activation of this Kakaina failed. This means that Akihara Kagura's chakra and technique are more powerful than hers, making her Aim no Michu directly ineffective at this moment. Crunch, crunch, Akihara Kagura ate it very crisply. This fruit is the product of the revival of the ten-tailed shell in her body. The chakra in Hatake Kakashi's body has been completely absorbed, and he fell to the sea somewhat powerlessly, but no one paid attention to him at this time. Akihara Kagura did not expect that after the ten-tailed shell in her body absorbed the little chakra of Hatake Kakashi, its recovery progress finally came to an end, and it was completely resurrected at this moment, and it could even provide him with a chakra fruit. There is no other way because after the ten tails matures, the fruit can no longer be hidden in the body, so it is better to eat it at this time. In addition, other powers are constantly pouring in. A series of system prompts sound a bit noisy. System prompt, you have a new superior, Kaguya Akatsuki, and you are rewarded with a new characteristic Chakra Ancestor. Chakra Ancestor, this is the source of chakra. The chakra in a body is almost endless. The body of life is completely immortal and possesses power like a god. The Chakra Ancestor can transform chakra into any attribute at will. He can cast spells instantly without making hand seals. He can awaken the bloodline limit of the ninja world at will. All bloodline limits are strengthened, just like the Supreme Bloodline Net. Those who possess the Chakra Ancestor will be able to activate the Ancestor mode. Any technique will be easily mastered by the Chakra Ancestor. The power of any technique will be greatly enhanced under the strengthening of the Chakra Ancestor. The essence of any technique will be penetrated by the eyes of the Chakra Ancestor. System prompts, the host awakens a new characteristic, the corpse bone vein. System prompts, the host awakens a new characteristic, the Byakugan. System prompts, the resurrection of the ten-tailed shell in the host's body is detected. The ten tails will produce a chakra fruit and add a new characteristic, the ten tails Jinchuriki. Ten tails Jinchuriki, the legendary chakra ancestor and the sacred tree merged into the ten tails. The ten tails possessed unpredictable power. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki possessed the ultimate power to control the 6 paths of reincarnation and could release power enough to destroy the ninja world. Becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki could unlock the ultimate 6 paths mode of ninja. System prompt: it was detected that the host had eaten the chakra fruit. The chakra in the body was strengthened and the bloodline in the body was improved. System prompt: the Byakugan evolved into the Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye, legend has it that the power is on par with the 6 paths sage. The ultimate eye technique evolved from the Byakugan bloodline, possessing the mysterious power of creation and destruction. Legend has it that those who possess the Samsara Eye will be able to use the 6 paths sage's magic like the 6 paths sage, and can condense the Samsara Eye's chakra to perform magic that is unattainable for ordinary people. System prompts: the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6 Magatama Samsara Sharingan have fused and evolved into the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, greatly enhancing all of the host's eye techniques. The duration of the limit Yomiri is 30 minutes, and the limited Tsukuyomi and limited time ceiling require less chakra. The host has awakened a new Samsara Sharingan eye technique, Takamagahara. Takamagahara, the legendary place where gods live, an independent space that can be freely controlled by the caster to travel back and forth. One thought will allow one to appear directly in Takamagahara. Everything in Takamagahara will be controlled by the caster. Only those who live in Takamagahara are true gods. System prompts: corpse bone vein evolves into co-killing ash bones. Co-killing ash bones, one of the legendary bloodline nets, condenses the bones in the body and shoots them out of the body. One strike is enough to annihilate the enemy's vitality and turn the enemy's body into ashes within seconds. Even yin and yang escape techniques are useless. System prompts: the ice escape feature, the melt escape feature, and the magnetic escape feature are fused and evolved into nature. Nature, the legendary bloodline net that can control the changes in the natural environment, like a god with thunder in winter and ice in summer. In just a few seconds, Akihara Kagura's body underwent a drastic change. The appearance of Chakra Ancestor, Rinnegan, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and 9 Magatama Samsara Eye alone made Akihara Kagura understand exactly how much power he had obtained. The chakra in his body was almost infinite, and even about to leak out. At least at this moment, Akihara Kagura had obtained 3 states of power: Ancestor Mode, 6 Paths Mode, and Rinnegan Mode. I'm a little sorry. Akihara Kagura took a deep breath, and the momentum in his body suddenly increased. The chakra that was like a substance quickly condensed behind him. My power. Akihara Kagura's fingers were tightly clasped on the ice chair, and his fingers instantly dug 5 large holes in the hard ice armrests. Maybe I can't suppress it anymore. Akihara Kagura obtained too much power in a row at the same time. This power should have been obtained in batches, but it was opened by Akihara Kagura at the same time. He quickly felt a rapid qualitative change of the chakra in his body. Whether it is the chakra progenitor, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, or the chakra fruit, any one of these powers is enough to change the power of Akihara Kagura. When the powers of the 3 are superimposed at the same time, his body can hardly bear it. Akihara Kagura's black hair slowly turned into long snow-white hair, which fell elegantly on his shoulders, and chakra crystals kept falling from his hair. In Akihara Kagura's pupils, different top pupil techniques and bloodlines kept appearing, and then disappeared in his eye sockets, until they were completely fixed into a pair of scarlet 9 Magatama Reincarnation Sharingan. A black truth-seeking jade appeared next to Akihara Kagura. This truth-seeking jade was rapidly expanding, and it turned into the size of a black jade plate, floating behind Akihara Kagura's head like a black moon. The entire sea surface was stirred by the energy emitted by his chakra. A huge wave rolled back towards Akihara Kagura, but it turned into ice in an instant, like a huge crystal wave screen standing behind Akihara Kagura's ice chair. A pair of scarlet eyes, a long white hair floating down, a yuhiayu floating behind his head, and a wave screen that stagnated behind him and rolled back. At this moment, Akihara Kagura looked like a world-destroying god. Whether it was his image or his terrifying chakra, people felt a terrifying power. Everyone present couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Who is this person? What kind of power was this man suppressing before? Until this moment, they had never seen Akihara Kagura show such an image. In their eyes, Akihara Kagura now is even more terrifying than when the death gate is open. Is it my illusion? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe what he saw, but the breath from his chakra couldn't be faked. He had never seen such a terrifying chakra, and his teeth couldn't help but want to chatter. Why do I feel that Kagura is stronger than Kaguya? No, it's not your illusion. Senju Tobirama's perception ability is very strong, and cold sweat is constantly coming out of his body. This kid's chakra is terrifying that we can't understand. Akihara Kagura actually hides such a powerful chakra. This chakra is like the blazing sun in the sky, making people dare not look directly at it, for fear that they will be afraid of its power. This chakra is like the abyss under the sea, making people dare not approach it, for fear that they will be completely crushed if they get too close. This kid has never used this power until this moment, exposing the real terrifying chakra contained in his body, this chakra that makes people almost dare not resist. Whether it is Senju Tobirama, Tsunade or Haruno Sakura, they all feel the terrifying pressure brought by the deep sea. Even Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the two people who received the gift from the Six-Path Sage, were shocked by the chakra that Akihara Kagura accidentally emitted. The Eight Gates ninjutsu state is not his prime. Senju Tobirama felt that the air around him was constantly compressed by Akihara Kagura's chakra. He felt that he was even a little breathless. This kind of power is not like the power that humans can possess. This is not the power that humans can possess. Even ninjas should have extreme limits. Perhaps Uchiha Madara's is already the limit of humans. The current Akihara Kagura is clearly at the same level as Kaguya Otsutsuki. How could this happen? How could Akihara Kagura be so powerful? Everyone was in fear and thinking. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the white palm hidden in the sleeve, trembled slightly. She could see through how terrifying Akihara Kagura's chakra was better than anyone else. The young man sitting on the ice chair contained a terrifying power that she had never seen before. The black zetsu in Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeve was already trembling with fear. It felt that it must have done something wrong. It shouldn't have resurrected Kaguya with Akihara Kagura. This is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Black Zetsu's body was trembling, and his usual hoarse voice was actually a little panicked. This is your conspiracy to resurrect Mom. It's your conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. This is Akihara Kagura's conspiracy. Akihara Kagura, this bastard, wants to use it to resurrect Mom. Akihara Kagura, this bastard, is the enemy from outer space that Kaguya Otsutsuki has always been wary of. Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, and he roared in panic. You are a person from outer space. You have never been a human on this land. Akihara Kagura is not a human on this land. Akihara Kagura has never belonged to this ninja world. He has always been a person from outer space. Only people from outer space can have such a powerful and terrifying power. Akihara Kagura is a disguised enemy from outer space. All the ninjas present couldn't help but be shocked. Senju Tobirama suddenly remembered something that Black Zetsu had mentioned when Konoha and Uchiha Madara had a falling out. He and Kaguya wanted to fight against the enemy from outer space. Is Akihara Kagura the enemy from outer space? Everything this guy did was to deal with Kaguya Otsutsuki? Finally I guessed it right. Akihara Kagura slowly sat up straight, stretched out her hand to support her forehead, and covered her face under her palm. However, everyone could see the weird smile at the corner of her mouth that could not be covered by her palm. The wooden stick of the Hyuga clan. Black Zetsu remembered why he firmly believed in Akihara Kagura, and why he never doubted that Akihara Kagura was the ninja of this land. It's fake. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly became gloomy. It hid in Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeves and said with gritted teeth, the contents recorded on the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan are all fake. The descendants of the Uchiha clan could not have such power, because their bodies could not bear the suffocating chakra in Akihara Kagura's body. Even Hashirama Senju couldn't do it. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki's son Sixth Path Sage couldn't do it. The records on the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan are all fake. The contents on them record that Akihara Kagura is a descendant of the Uchiha clan, a collateral branch. All of this is fake. It's all fake. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and told the truth he had seen through. His little eyes stared at Akihara Kagura, who was afraid to recognize him. The contents above are forged by you. That's fake. That was forged. Everything is Akihara Kagura's conspiracy. Yes, a hint of scarlet appeared between Akihara Kagura's fingers. These were eyes that made people dare not look directly at them. The color of the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, even the slight hint of red that it revealed, made people feel terrified. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the founder of Chakra, only had the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan on her forehead, and Akihara Kagura's eyes were like this. But, you only know it now, Akihara Kagura's mouth was still smiling. She ignored Black Zetsu's anger and fear, and said slowly, "The bark of the Senju clan is forged. The Six-Path Sage did not leave any information about you. It was just to let me know your existence reasonably. The wooden stick of the Hyuga clan was also forged by me. The purpose was to make you believe that I am a descendant of Uchiha, and make you think that everything is still under control, so that you can safely resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki at this moment. I'm worried that you can't accept me at this moment. For this reason, I have been trying to avoid the revival of the 10 tails in my body." Akihara Kagura spread out her palms and showed a warm smile to Black Zetsu and Kaguya Otsutsuki. "If the 10 tails had not matured and borne fruit, perhaps I would have thought about letting you and Kaguya I'm happy for a while. Look how good I am to you." 5,000 words. I'll show you the coding calendar later. Chapter 344, The Hunter from Outer Space. His prey is the ancestor of chakra. Akihara Kagura's voice was very gentle. Even at this time, Black Zetsu was almost going crazy, but Akihara Kagura was still like a parent who patiently coaxed his child, as if he was afraid that Black Zetsu would go astray. But this is also a bit abnormal and terrifying. What kind of person can use such a gentle tone, and even say gentle words, but it makes people feel a little scared? This Uzumaki Naruto, who is a bit slow, feels that what he heard may be a little wrong. It seems that something is wrong. Kagura has been taking care of Black Zetsu's feelings. This is clearly a mockery. Senju Tobirama glared at Uzumaki Naruto, feeling that this kid is a little too simple. Akihara Kagura has been playing with the entire ninja world and Black Zetsu in the palm of his hand. How could you be so kind to take care of its feelings? What a naive kid. It's just that this little guy named Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th generation, now seems to have become the strongest fighting force of the new generation of Konoha. What's going on with Konoha? Either there will be a bastard as cruel as Akihara Kagura, or a simple brat like Uzumaki Naruto. These bystanders can hear the ridicule of Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu, the person involved, feels that he is going to explode. He has been playing with the ninja world in the palm of his hand. This world is too fake. Black Zetsu is unwilling to bear the pain of being deceived. The false reality actually fell on him one day. As the mastermind behind the hidden ninja world for thousands of years, Black Zetsu has always believed that the ninjas living in the ninja world are just living in a false reality. When Kaguya Otsutsuki is resurrected again, they will see the reality of this world. At this time, they have become toys in the palm of someone else's hand. Yoo-hoo! Veins appeared on Kaguya Otsutsuki's face, and her white eyes stared at the chakra trajectory in Kagura Akihara's body. She also saw the 10 tails in Kagura Akihara's body. This question not only made Kaguya Otsutsuki very curious, but even all the ninjas present were also very curious. If the wooden stick records of the Hyuga clan are false, if Akihara Kagura is not a collateral descendant of the Uchiha clan, but the legendary outsider, what is his purpose? When should I start talking about this? Akihara Kagura raised his forehead again, as if he didn't know where to start. His brows slightly frowned. When a creature appears, creatures that can control its fate will also appear. Even as powerful as gods still have the existence of spying on her. Akihara Kagura's eyes fell on Otsutsuki Kaguya. Someone is greedy for this world, trying to use the sacred tree to transform natural energy into chakra for themselves. Otsutsuki Kaguya raised her eyes. Naturally, her chakra will also become prey. Akihara Kagura changed the subject and mentioned her own origins, because there are also people who can watch all this happen, observe the operation of those worlds, and when the chance comes, there may be an opportunity to intervene and take away their own prey. Everyone's eyes turned to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Because only Kaguya Otsutsuki is the sealed one. Treating Mama's prey, Black Zetsu felt a little angry and panicked in his heart. On the one hand, he was angry that Akihara Kagura was actually a hunter who had been keeping a close eye on Kaguya Otsutsuki. His purpose of coming here was to hunt Kaguya Otsutsuki. On the other hand, he was also panicked about the real purpose of Akihara Kagura. He treated Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra as prey and brought great trouble to his resurrected mother. Kaguya Otsutsuki's forehead jumped. The 9 Magatama Samsara eyes on the woman's forehead trembled. So everything that happened in the ninja world, Black Zetsu's body shrank suddenly, as if he imagined that while it was doing everything, there was a pair of terrifying eyes spying on it. Are all of them within your observation? No. Akihara Kagura shook her head slowly and said sincerely, I only saw some interesting stories, some stories worth observing. At this point, Akihara Kagura smiled, Mr. Black Zetsu, your story is undoubtedly the most interesting. Very cleverly. I also got an opportunity. An opportunity to come to this planet and intervene. Akihara Kagura looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki in front of her, with a smile that seemed helpless and regretful on her face. It's a pity that the timing of my arrival was not very clever. The prey has been sealed. I can only find a way to unlock the cage that seals the prey. You Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura with gritted teeth. At that time, he and Kaguya were targeted by Akihara Kagura. Hunting Akihara Kagura ignored Black Zetsu, looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki's slightly frowned brows, and began to popularize knowledge about hunting in a low voice. It is the way for early humans to obtain food. This is a process that requires strength. It is also a process that tests skills more. If hunters want to capture some timid prey, they must first let them slowly relax their vigilance and let them slowly step into the trap. So Akihara Kagura's eyes fell on Orochimaru, and talked about her own things. I chose to integrate into this world and lower the vigilance of the prey. Everyone's eyes fell on Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't enter the infinite Tsukuyomi, but he didn't expect that he would be whipped to death by the conspiracy of Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru knew it a long time ago. He has always been a pawn of the bastard Akihara Kagura. It's just that Akihara Kagura's identity has changed from a descendant of the Senju clan to a descendant of the Uchiha clan, and now he has become an outsider. No wonder this guy can easily master any technique. No wonder this guy has been able to constantly set up various conspiracies, because everything in the ninja world is under his surveillance. Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, chuckled and said, I have to admit that even in the ninja world, there are geniuses who yearn for science like Lord Orochimaru. Your science has brought me a direction. In order to be able to reasonably integrate into the ninja world. In order to be able to reasonably obtain powerful power. I found you hiding in the dark, and used some crude means to gain your trust, so that you helped me transplant the cells of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, thereby opening the power of wood escape, and also having the power that can be reasonably used in the ninja world. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Akihara Kagura was indeed not so perfect as an experimental assistant, but he had just defected from Konoha, and those captured experimental subjects were not up to Akihara Kagura's level. At that time, I wanted to kill Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura paused, chuckled and continued, but I found that Lord Orochimaru's identity is very useful. He can connect me with Konoha because he is still colluding with the person I respect most in this ninja world. Several people present had strange expressions. Anyone who has been in the route knows who Akihara Kagura is talking about, and also knows what happened to the person Akihara Kagura is talking about. It should be said that he is worthy of being a person from outside the sky. How can he say this without feeling guilty? He can actually say that the old man with the most miserable fate is the person he respects the most. Who is the person that even Kagura respects? Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked hesitantly. Danzo Shimura Uchiha Sasuke had to answer for his friend, and added, but Kagura forced Danzo Shimura to defect from Konoha and become a traitor, and used Danzo as a sacrifice to resurrect the third Hokage through the impure world reincarnation. This kind of thing makes me feel a little scared just thinking about it. Danzo Shimura is already very old, and he has fought for Konoha for almost his entire life, but when he was old, he suddenly lost his integrity and lost his life and face. I am very grateful to Danzo-sama. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was missing the lost voice and appearance of Danzo Shimura. Because Danzo-sama wanted to use me as a handy killing weapon, I was able to enter Konoha, into the origin of everything. Senju Tobirama's cheek twitched. The long-dead Danzo Shimura doesn't want your gratitude at all. Because of Danzo-sama, I met some very interesting people. Akihara Kagura's eyes swept over Hatake Kakashi, who was lying on the sea, and said softly, this ninja world is more interesting than I thought. There are other interesting stories besides killing. Of course. The most important thing is, I came into contact with the Munai project. Akihara Kagura chuckled and slowly talked about his regrets. I have always known that Mr. Black Zetsu is the real mastermind of the Munai project. Unfortunately, Mr. Black Zetsu has always been unwilling to reveal his true identity. Even if I resurrected Uchiha Madara, I still want to exist in the world with Uchiha Madara's will. I guessed that Mr. Black Zetsu wanted to use Uchiha Madara as a sacrifice to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya, which coincides with my idea. But Akihara Kagura's voice suddenly lowered, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Mr. Madara's personality is a bit too arrogant. He might think that I am insignificant and kick me out of the Moon Eye project, making my plan to resurrect my prey out of control. So Black Zetsu's voice became a little angry. It remembered the contents recorded on the bark of the Senju clan. It gritted its teeth and said in a muffled voice, "You forged the bark of the Senju clan to force Uchiha Madara to break up with me, and made me think that Hagoromo still has a backup plan. Similarly, you also wanted to make Madara a sacrifice." Black Zetsu's voice became hoarse again, "But you can't ensure that the power you expose can defeat the ever-stronger Madara. And once too much power is exposed, it will arouse my suspicion. So you forged the wooden stick of the Hyuga clan, and made up a wonderful story in public, allowing you to reasonably use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Even at this time, Black Zetsu had to admit that the past fabricated by Akihara Kagura was extremely wonderful because the ninjas present at that time all believed the history recorded on the wooden stick of the Hyuga clan. The tiny flaws in it concealed Akihara Kagura's huge conspiracy. This man showed his Mangekyo Sharingan at that time and even made up an almost flawless reason for the birth of his Mangekyo Sharingan. A pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan passed down from generation to generation, allowing everyone to see how terrifying Akihara Kagura and his ancestors were. However, it was all fake. Mr. Black Zetsu, you guessed right. Akihara Kagura clapped her hands and laughed, praising Black Zetsu's wisdom. "The only use of that wooden stick is to help me forge an Uchiha background, so that I can reasonably use the eye technique of the limit Yomiuri, and make you believe that I am a hidden Uchiha, not some so-called alien." Before that day, the entire ninja world was terrified that I wanted to destroy the ninja world. In order to stop me from destroying the ninja world and recreating it, all the ninjas gathered together, and their chakra became the nutrients for Kaguya's resurrection. And after that day, Akihara Kagura's smile suddenly became brighter, and it seemed that she finally talked about her pride. The hunter holding the sharp blade finally had the opportunity to get close to his prey. The will of this prey even chose to believe in the hunter's kindness and willingly offered the prey. Uzumaki Naruto's teeth were trembling. As for Hiruno Sakura, it goes without saying that she was trembling next to Tsunade. What a perfect plan. Orochimaru took a deep breath. He was not as frightened as Black Zetsu, the person involved, but he also felt his own palpitations. Even if people who are outside the matter hear this story, they will feel a chill all over their body. This guy. Senju Tobirama glanced at Kaguya Akatsuki and Black Zetsu in her sleeves. He used more than 10 years to lay out the plan, and his strategies are like a chain. He took the ancestor of chakra as his prey and let Black Zetsu step into the trap silently without knowing it. Akihara Kagura is really the most terrifying hunter in the world. Even the best hunter in the ninja world can't have such a chain-linked strategy as Akihara Kagura. To be honest, even if they were Black Zetsu, they might step into Akihara Kagura's trap like Black Zetsu. Everyone's eyes looked at Akihara Kagura involuntarily. Everyone present also felt the fear of facing the abyss in their hearts. Black Zetsu is still regretting and angry at his short-sightedness. I didn't even find the flaw at that time. But how could I find any flaw at that time? The ancestor fabricated by Akihara Kagura was not a powerful Uchiha, nor was it the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. How could it want to check those? Even it itself was shocked at how terribly forbearing the Uchiha of Akihara Kagura's line was. At that time, it was also angry that Uchiha Madara, the chess piece, betrayed itself, and was also happy that Akihara Kagura took the initiative to fill the position and become its chess piece. But this chess piece is the real chess player. I am the chess piece that fell into the trap on the chess game. As for the next story, there is no need to say more because Black Zetsu trusted Akihara Kagura and did not suspect that Akihara Kagura was an alien enemy. He entrusted the Moon Eye plan to Akihara Kagura. As a result, everything was too late. Everything in the ninja world has completely fallen into the control of Akihara Kagura. In order to resist Akihara Kagura's destruction of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara absorbed the chakra of the ninja world and became the sacrifice for Kaguya's resurrection. Kaguya Akatsuki, who Akihara Kagura wanted to hunt, was successfully resurrected. Kaguya Akatsuki's expression became a little nervous. How could this man named Akihara Kagura be more terrifying than Akatsuki? Black Zetsu's heart was full of fear. It didn't dare to talk to Kaguya Akatsuki. It was because it fell into a trap that led to the current situation. Now this long hunt has finally come to an end. Akihara Kagura's voice became gentle, and she sighed softly about her hard work. The prey escaped from the cage that imprisoned her but protected her, and the hunter finally reached the time of harvest. You actually treated me as prey. Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression showed a hint of tension. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't care and raised her hands directly towards Akihara Kagura. 2 gray bones flew out from her palms and suddenly flew towards Akihara Kagura. At this tense moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki brazenly used her most lethal bloodline net, which was a fatal blow from the ancestor of chakra, killing the gray bones. Headache. I wrote too much, and I was afraid of being scolded for it. I deleted and revised it from the evening until now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, The Gathering of Souls for 1,000 Years, a 1,000-year bloody battle. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki hurriedly chose to shoot out 2 gray bones of joint killing. In the eyes of other ninjas, Kaguya Otsutsuki's attack came from her anger of being treated as prey. Only Black Zetsu and Kaguya Otsutsuki understood that this came from her fear. Fear, tension, and anxiety. This is the true portrayal of Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart. When she really became a prey, Kaguya Otsutsuki's first thought was to leave here, but this sea area was completely closed by Akihara Kagura's limited time air sealing barrier, and she couldn't use any time and space techniques to escape. She was a little frightened. At this moment, the panic in Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart finally fermented, and the fear of not being able to use time and space techniques completely overwhelmed her heart. This chakra ancestor was like a rabbit that was forced into a corner. Anxious, Akihara Kagura turned her head slightly, dodged the attack of a joint-killing gray bone, raised her finger, and flicked it on another joint-killing gray bone. Click, the joint-killing gray bone shattered instantly. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed as she watched the ash bone of the common killer being cracked by Kagura Akihara. Her long white hair immediately fluttered, and strands of hair flew up densely. Rabbit hair needles. Countless long hairs attacked Kagura Akihara's body like long needles. Kaguya Otsutsuki used her Byakugan to observe Kagura Akihara's acupuncture points and all her weaknesses. Kagura Akihara raised her palm. Lightning danced wildly. Arcs of electricity suddenly flashed across the entire sea area, and lightning shattered long hairs like long needles in an instant like sharp blades. This is a battle between gods. Under the magnificent power of heaven, other ninjas are as small as mortals. 80 gods airstrike. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her palm with a heavy look. Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra suddenly exploded, and countless huge chakra fists drilled out from her back and appeared at her side. Countless huge chakra fists smashed in the direction of Akihara Kagura. With the cooperation of the Byakugan, these huge fists instantly blocked all of Akihara Kagura's evasive space. This attack can only be resisted by Akihara Kagura's body. Akihara Kagura was not afraid, and at the same time raised his palm. His fingers slightly tapped, and groups of white chakra came out from behind him. All these white chakras turned into huge palms that covered the sky and squeezed all the flying chakra fists in his hands. Endless chakra palms and chakra fists collided in the air, and the entire time-limited sealed space was filled with dense chakra. A group of ninjas stood on the scene trembled. Everyone hurriedly dodged their attacks, fearing that they would be affected by their battle. Even Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did not dare to be careless. When the fists and palms collided, countless chakra fists were squeezed and dispersed by the white hands. 80 God's airstrike seemed so fragile at this moment. This technique, which combines absolute attack and absolute defense, used by the chakra progenitor, was directly cracked by the almost identical technique of Akihara Kagura at this moment. The technique has been cracked. Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression became even more nervous, and her fair fingers trembled faintly, because her strength was almost crushed by Akihara Kagura. The next moment, all the white chakra palms in the sky gathered together in an instant, forming a huge hand, and slapped Kaguya Otsutsuki's body. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her palm, trying to resist the suppression of this chakra palm, but her body flew out like a meteor. The body of the chakra progenitor smashed on the time-limited sealed barrier, and the entire barrier was trembling due to this blow. Kaguya Otsutsuki immediately ignored her injuries and raised her hand to slap on the time-limited sealed barrier, trying to break a gap in the barrier here. "Do you want to leave here?" A voice appeared in Kaguya Otsutsuki's ear. Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart panicked, and she saw the figure of Akihara Kagura close at hand in her eyes. This hunter from outer space appeared in front of her in an instant. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki felt like a little rabbit fleeing in panic in a cage. Her body flew away from Akihara Kagura in an instant, for fear of being caught by Akihara Kagura. Mom Black Zetsu could feel Kaguya Otsutsuki's fear and uneasiness, and said cautiously, "Should we leave here first?" Kaguya Otsutsuki gritted her teeth. Because where her eyes could focus, she could only see a layer of barrier on the sea surface, like a hemisphere covering the sea surface. Within this barrier, she could not use any time and space techniques. She couldn't even open the time and space channel. But a gray bone spur rekindled Kaguya Otsutsuki's hope. Kaguya Otsutsuki thought of the two ash bones she had released. One of them was shattered by Akihara Kagura's fingers, but the other ash bones was avoided by Akihara Kagura. After the ash bones were avoided by Akihara Kagura, they finally flew to the edge of the barrier and stuck in the barrier. The barrier disappeared without a trace. Can ash bones break this barrier? Kaguya Otsutsuki saw that the ash bones hit the barrier, and the barrier that was sealed for a limited time disappeared without a trace in that second. Aim no Michu. Kaguya Otsutsuki hurriedly hid in her own time and space. Want to escape? Akihara Kagura looked at her disappearing figure, and was not panicked at all. The corner of his mouth even showed a wild and wanton sneer. Now the whole planet has become my hunting ground. How can the prey escape the hunter's pursuit? After saying that, Akihara Kagura directly raised his palm and opened a pitch-black door of time and space. His figure was about to walk directly into the space. This is a characteristic ability derived from the ancestor of chakra. Any power that the ancestor of chakra can use, Akihara Kagura can use it easily. He can break any technique, even the bloodline network is no exception. Kagura. A voice called Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi stood up weakly, looked at Akihara Kagura with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "I heard everything just now. Is the purpose of your coming to this world for Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra? After getting her chakra, will you leave here? Do you still want to destroy this world?" Huh? Akihara Kagura frowned, then chuckled, as if she felt that Hatake Kakashi's question was a bit stupid. If he wanted to leave this world, in addition to destroying this world, he must also be expelled from the whole world so that this world cannot accommodate him. But why did this guy Hatake Kakashi mean to send him off? Kakashi, you now why do you look like an innocent child? Akihara Kagura shook her head with a smile, her eyes slowly became serious. For the sake of our past friendship, I will tell you your fate in advance. This planet is a natural hunting ground. Akihara Kagura's eyes swept across the people present, and a heart-pounding smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since it is a hunting ground, there will naturally not be only one prey. Everyone's eyes widened involuntarily, and they understood what Akihara Kagura meant in an instant. They were all the prey that Akihara Kagura wanted to hunt. Even the residual chakra that peaks at fate on the edge of life and death is a prey worth taking action for a hunter. After that, Akihara Kagura stepped into the dark door of time and space, leaving only a sentence: even those souls hiding in the pure land of the underworld are fish worth casting a fishing net for a hunter. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were shocked at the same time. This guy Akihara Kagura actually didn't even let go of the dead in the pure land of the underworld. He's gone. Hiruno Sakura watched Akihara Kagura step into the door of time and space. She finally breathed a sigh of relief with cold sweat on her face. That person's aura is too frightening. I didn't even dare to move. Teacher Kakashi actually opened his mouth to ask him. You have to die with a clear mind, right? Hatake Kakashi showed a wry smile. That guy Orochimaru remembered what Akihara Kagura had done in the past and chuckled. He can indeed make people die clearly, just like what he did to Danzo. Well, now our troubles have appeared. A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and his expression was extremely serious. You have just seen it, they all have the power to destroy the world, whether it is Akihara Kagura or Otsutsuki Kaguya. The Six-Path Sage said that Otsutsuki Kaguya wants to collect the chakra of the ninja realm, and Akihara Kagura also wants to collect the chakra of the ninja realm together with Otsutsuki Kaguya's chakra, and even the resting ones in the pure land of the underworld will not be spared. Whether it is Kaguya or Akihara Kagura, they are enemies they must face, and this is something they cannot avoid at all. Both of them are difficult for them to defeat. But they are also dangers they must solve. What does Sasuke mean? Hiruno Sakura frowned, As if she could guess Uchiha Sasuke's thoughts, how are we going to get rid of them? But we don't seem to be of any use. Orochimaru shook his head, and he could still smile on his face. We should consider how to escape the aftermath of their battle, right? Let me think of a way. An old voice appeared on the sea. I never thought that there would be an enemy more terrifying than my mother in the ninja world. The old man's voice was old but vigorous, and he sighed for a long time. Back then, Hamura once mentioned that a god as powerful as my mother would be afraid in his heart. Now I finally understand what my mother is afraid of. Such an enemy, whether it is his scheming or his strength, is indeed frightening. This voice is very familiar to some people, but a little strange to others. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the source of the voice at the same time. An old, ethereal figure slowly appeared on the sea. Under the old man was a body of Uchiha Madara, which was cut off when Akihara Kagura fought with Uchiha Madara. After all, the entire sea was full of Uchiha Madara's limbs. The one who was most injured in this battle was Uchiha Madara, because Uchiha Madara was the one who fought with Akihara Kagura the longest. The one who came was the Six-Path Sage. At this moment, the Six-Path Sage could not sit idly by. Because he originally thought that Akihara Kagura was an ordinary ninja, but it turned out that Akihara Kagura was a terrifying alien. Whether it was his strategy or the power he showed, as well as his attitude towards the ninja world, he was more dangerous than his mother Kaguya Akatsuki. This level of powerful ninja was exposed at this time, and the remaining chakra of the Six-Path Sage could not be ignored. He directly used the remains of Uchiha Madara as a coordinate, regardless of the fact that his chakra was almost gone, and instantly teleported to the present world. Grandpa Six Paths. Uzumaki Naruto quickly calmed down. However, Uchiha Sasuke was not as naive as his friend. He looked at the Six-Path Sage who appeared and said in a deep voice, Six-Path Sage, what should we do now? I will find a way to unite everyone. The Six-Path Sage looked at all the ninjas present and said calmly, together with Mother, we will solve the threat from Akihara Kagura. This is my negligence. I thought Akihara Kagura was just an ordinary ninja. I just didn't notice his appearance and never glimpsed his darkness. Before that the Six-Path Sage's eyes slowly fell on Hatake Kakashi. He looked into Hatake Kakashi's eyes and said in a deep voice, your power can be even stronger. The little guy named Hatake Kakashi, please come over. Everyone else present has reached their upper limit. Only Hatake Kakashi, who has transplanted a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, has blood inheritance and still has some possibility of improvement. Hatake Kakashi stretched out his palm and touched the palm of the Six-Path Sage. He suddenly felt that his pupil power had been greatly enhanced. This is a gift from the Six-Path Sage. Hatake Kakashi feels that he can open the complete form of Susanoo, and even the power of Kamui has been enhanced. He can even use Kamui without limit like Obito in the past. It's a pity that this power is easily sealed because Akihara Kagura's ability is extremely restrained against space-time ninjas. But this can't be called completely useless. Because Akihara Kagura's closed barrier will also dissipate. Once it dissipates, it is also the time when he can play a useful role. Now I only have some residual chakra left. After the Six-Path Sage gave his chakra to Hatake Kakashi, his eyes swept through the people present one by one, and said in a deep voice, I will summon all the ninjas who have appeared in this world, concentrate their chakras to send you to the mother's hiding place together, and work with the mother to solve the imminent crisis first. What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto still didn't quite understand. The next moment, the Six-Path Sage raised his palm. A group of countless illusory figures appeared beside the Six-Path Sage. These are all the ninjas in the ninja world who have used chakra. All those who have chakra have their souls summoned to the world of the living at this moment. Even those ninjas who have been reborn from the impure world were summoned at this moment. The moment these ninjas came into contact with the chakra of the Six-Path Sage, they knew why the Six-Path Sage summoned them, and they also knew the crisis of the ninja world. Dad? Mom? Uzumaki Naruto even saw his mother Uzumaki Kushina and his father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who had died before by resealing the 9 tails in his body. The father Minato Namikaze experienced a lot in his short life. He died twice, and each time brought a huge impact to his son. The first death made his son Uzumaki Naruto become the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and from then on, Uzumaki Naruto lived a life shrouded in darkness. After the second death, When the nine tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body was taken away, Minato Namikaze sealed the other half of the nine tails in his body in Uzumaki Naruto's body, maintaining Uzumaki Naruto's life. The father finally achieved his wish when he died for the second time. Minato Namikaze returned to the Pure Land of the underworld and met his wife Uzumaki Kushina, and finally sacrificed his life for the child he had been ashamed of. Minato Namikaze was a little surprised. He and Uzumaki Kushina reunited in the Pure Land, and were pulled back to the world by the Six Paths Sage. He and Uzumaki Kushina stood in the crowd, and the couple looked at their son with a sunny smile on their faces. Naruto mom and dad Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists. He never thought that there would be a day when he could meet them again, even if he only saw their souls. Hatake Kakashi looked at the group of souls in silence. As a ninja who has been losing things all the time, Hatake Kakashi has met almost all the people who are extremely important to him in the crowd. A middle-aged man who looks and dresses somewhat similar to Hatake Kakashi, when he saw Hatake Kakashi, showed a kind smile at the corner of his mouth. I thought I didn't know when I could see you and say sorry, Kakashi. The name of this middle-aged man is Hatake Tsukumo, and he has another identity, that is, Hatake Kakashi's father. He committed suicide when Hatake Kakashi was 5 years old, and almost cast Hatake Kakashi in the shadow for his whole life. In order to be able to see his son again, Hatake Tsukumo has been staying in the Pure Land of the underworld and the gap between the dead, waiting for his son. Unexpectedly, he was summoned to the world directly by the Sage of Six Paths, and he can even contribute to his child. Hey, Kakashi. After Uchiha Obito died, his soul returned to the image of a young boy. He stood beside Hatake Tsukumo and shouted loudly, "Don't be so depressed, cheer up a little. Come on, Kakashi." Nahara-rin cheered for her friend loudly. Okay, the haze in Hatake Kakashi's heart finally dissipated, and his expression finally showed a bit of spirit, forcing the souls of his two friends to show a smile. "Sister, come on." The childish voice of a fat-faced boy echoed in Tsunade's ears, and he even saw Orochimaru next to him, an Orochimaru teacher, "Come on too." A white-haired ninja stood beside the boy and whispered, "Tsunade, you are the best medical ninja, come on." Rope Tree Broken Tsunade looked at her brother and former lover, and tears instantly flowed on her face. Rope Tree Orochimaru looked at the fat boy, and a touch of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Just as Orochimaru was thinking, two familiar souls appeared in front of them. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little serious. "Orochimaru, Tsunade, you two are my best disciples." Orochimaru, kill that brat. Shimura Danzo stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his face even showed hatred for Akihara Kagura. "That brat used us as pawns and even filled the Uchiha with the root that I founded with my own hands. Don't let him go." "Hey, what's wrong with Uchiha?" A voice appeared beside Shimura Danzo. A man wearing a headband looked at Shimura Danzo, and a group of Uchiha wearing standard clothes with the Uchiha clan's mark stood behind this man. There were so many Uchiha souls that people couldn't even see the end of their team at a glance. Over the past 1,000 years, the Uchiha clan has produced countless Uchiha, and their souls are also in the Pure Land of the underworld. If they can't see them, it's fine, but now they have been summoned here by the Six Paths Sage, so that they can also see the two guys they hate the most. Itachi is here. Danzo is here too. Uchiha Itachi and Danzo are both here. A group of Uchiha called for the clan members who died on the night of the genocide to come together. The entire sea surface immediately became noisy. Fortunately, a figure stopped them. "Be quiet for a while." Uchiha Shisu once saved some relatives of the Uchiha clan on the night of the genocide, and also gave the Uchiha clan a new habitat. He was very prestigious in front of these people. The soul of Uchiha Shisu was also summoned here. He said with a serious look, "Now is not the time to quarrel and retaliate here, but to come here to solve the crisis of the ninja world. Your relatives are still being deceived." These Uchiha who wanted to retaliate fell silent. "What a pity." An Uchiha sighed faintly. "Now we are all dead, and there is no time to hold a clan meeting to discuss how to deal with Uchiha Itachi." The end of these Uchiha souls. Uchiha Itachi's soul looked at the two souls standing in front of him with some pain. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside them, and his eyes were only fixed on the couple. Mom and Dad. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, hiding his vulnerability, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I thought I was strong enough, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even protect your peace, and I have to disturb your rest at this time, Sasuke." Uchiha Fugaku's soul shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke, you are already good enough, don't be too hard on yourself." "Sasuke, Don't work too hard. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and comforted her younger son. She looked at her eldest son again. Itachi, don't blame yourself too much, didn't we agree? Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said in a deep voice, this is our narrow vision. It's useless to say anything now. Cherish the last reunion. If this battle fails, the souls in the pure land of the underworld will not be able to rest. The whole sea was lively for a while, and then slowly became quiet. These long-dead souls knew that it was not the time to reminisce about the past. They quietly looked at the six-pathed sage who summoned them. HMPH, the leader of the Uchiha clan, seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the six-pathed sage. A simple and honest man stood in the crowd of the Senju clan. Brother, we have all been dead for 1,000 years, and our chakras have been fighting for 1,000 years. It's about time to stop, right? These are Indra and Ashura. For 1,000 years, it was only their chakras that reincarnated, not their souls. The six-pathed sage took a look at the souls of his two sons, and shook his head as if helpless. He slowly raised his palm, stretched out his hand, and a huge void barrier appeared on the sea surface. He said in a deep voice, okay, now all ninjas please connect your chakras to the barrier I drew. I need to borrow your chakras to open the space leading to their fight and send to all the people participating in the battle over. All the souls present raised their palms. These countless ninjas since the birth of chakra finally gathered together at this moment. Countless souls with a glowing light raised their palms, and countless pairs of palms touched the barrier of the six-pathed sage, connecting their remaining chakra through the barrier. Everyone Uzumaki Naruto looked at countless ninjas who stretched out their hands and dedicated their chakra for the upcoming battle. Among these people, there were ninjas he knew, and even his relatives, but there were more ninjas he didn't know. These ninjas, known and unknown, even had 1,000 years of separation in their lives. Most of them didn't know each other, but at this moment, for the survival of the ninja world, they united unprecedentedly for the same goal. Uzumaki Naruto remembered Jiraiya's teachings, and his mind suddenly became open. The pressure brought by the power of Akihara Kagura suddenly disappeared at this moment. Ninja, it is possible to unite. Ninja, it is possible to understand each other. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki's face flashed a firm look. This time, we will definitely win. On the other side, in the Heaven's Palace. This is a space that belongs exclusively to Kaguya Otsutsuki. There are 6 different spaces in this space, among which the space in the center is the space of the beginning, which is connected to the other 5 spaces with deserts, magma, ice, acid and gravity. The space here is completely controlled by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Each space has a castle and statue where Kaguya Otsutsuki can live. She can absorb the chakra of those who have infinite moon reading here and restore her own strength. This is her space. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not dare to bring Kagura Akihara into this space, because she was worried that this space could not protect herself. She just wanted to stay here and hide for a while. Yes, hide for a while. Kaguya Otsutsuki knew very well that time and space were just toys in the hands of people of their level. This space could only hide for a while, and Kagura Akihara would definitely find it. Kaguya Otsutsuki hid in a castle in space, took a deep breath, slowly calmed herself down, and thought about how to escape from the hunters. Should we hide here? Black Zetsu sensed the anxiety in his mother's heart. No. Kaguya Otsutsuki shook her head slowly. She was still thinking about the scene of Akihara Kagura smashing the bones of the co-killing with a flick of her finger. If you want to leave this planet, he will find you sooner or later. Before she finished speaking, a pitch-black door of time and space quietly opened. Akihara Kagura walked out of the door of time and space slowly. Obviously, Akihara Kagura came too fast. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes suddenly tightened, and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in another desert space. Akihara Kagura's figure followed closely behind. When Kaguya Otsutsuki had just arrived in the desert space, Akihara Kagura appeared in the desert like a shadow, looking up at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air. Even Akihara Kagura raised her hand and waved to her. Kaguya Akihara Kagura smiled, his eyes still revealing the danger of his wisdom. Where do you want to escape to? This is the 1,000 years of blood war in the ninja world. It's finally coming to an end. Chapter 346, The Battle in Cheyenne's Hiju. This guy's time and space transmission speed is so fast. Kaguya Otsutsuki immediately wanted to escape in a hurry. Mom, Let's deal with him here. Black Zetsu hurriedly comforted Kaguya Otsutsuki's nervous mood and reminded her that it was useless to escape. This is your space, only here can you hope to defeat him. Kaguya Otsutsuki fell silent. The ancestor of chakra thought for a second and slowly raised his palm. Black Zetsu was right about one thing. Only here can he have the hope of fighting Akihara Kagura. If he continued to escape, he would not be able to escape this battle. A sharp light flashed in Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes, and her palm turned over and slapped it. Her voice quickly became cold and determined. Then here let's decide the outcome. Kaguya Otsutsuki's breath in the sky also became cold. The goddess of the rabbit no longer dodged. The chakra gathered in her hands like substance. She directly launched her full strength at this moment, not daring to be careless at all. The wind was blowing in the desert. The yellow sands were flying in the sky. Grains of yellow sands flew up from the desert and floated in the wind, turning into a huge tornado. Kaguya Otsutsuki's palm suddenly aimed at Kagura Akihara. The tornado quickly shrank and enveloped Kagura Akihara's body in the tornado. Countless yellow sands began to cut Kagura Akihara's body like a sharp blade under the tornado's super strong wind speed. This force was enough to turn a living person's body into a skeleton. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Kagura Akihara sighed a proverb in a long voice. A ball of lightning danced wildly in the tornado, and the thunder tore the wind apart in an instant. A towering giant formed by thunder roared in the desert, raised his hand and grabbed Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air, and lightning flashed in his giant hand. This guy Black Zetsu is trembling with fear. It's not the dangerous one. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised his palm with a cold look in his eyes. A gray bone spur protruded from Kaguya Otsutsuki's hand and pierced directly into the hand of the thunder giant. In an instant, the thunder giant turned into ashes. Under Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakugan observation, Akihara Kagura's hiding was nowhere to be hidden. This man was not hiding in the body of the thunder giant, but in the hands of the thunder giant. Nothing can escape the inside of the Byakugan. After the thunder giant dissipated, Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki, waving her fist and hitting her in the face. The two people started a physical confrontation in an instant. Kaguya Otsutsuki's beautiful face showed a hint of tension. It was the first time she fought with someone of Kagura's level. Even though she had seen through Kagura Akihara's tricks with her Byakugan in advance, she only subconsciously reached out and grabbed Kagura Akihara's fist. "Mom, don't touch his body." Black Zetsu only had time to remind his mother. Black Zetsu knew very well that Akihara Kagura was good at Flying Thunder God technique. With his meanness and insidiousness, he would definitely leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at her palm holding Akihara Kagura's fist in confusion. Is it too late to say this now? Of course. The biggest problem in close combat is not Flying Thunder God. It's the problem that Kaguya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, is not good at close combat. Akihara Kagura saw through Kaguya Otsutsuki's poor physical skills at a glance. Kaguya's physical skills are inevitably a bit immature for someone like Akihara Kagura, who can even suppress Uchiha Madara. She is innocent like a little white rabbit. Akihara Kagura didn't care that her fist was locked by the other's palm. In an instant, she got close to Kaguya Otsutsuki's body by taking advantage of the contact between the two. The elbow and shoulder of the other arm hit Kaguya Otsutsuki's chest one after another. The huge force brought by chakra is powerful and heavy. In an instant, Kaguya Otsutsuki had to let go of Kagura Akihara. The body of the goddess of the rabbit also flew backwards involuntarily. Kagura Akihara's body followed closely behind, and she was so fast that she followed closely beside Kaguya Otsutsuki, and raised her hand to grab Kaguya Otsutsuki's neck. Kagura Akihara grabbed her neck abruptly, stretched out her hand to grab her neck, and pressed her directly from the air to the desert on the ground. It would be too embarrassing for Kaguya Otsutsuki to fall down by the throat like this. Be careful. Black Zetsu always reminds one step slower. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her palm and opened a pitch-black door of time and space under her body, and her figure fell directly into the door of time and space. This is her blood inheritance Netuinquent Barasaka. This technique can easily open the door of time and space, allowing her to move freely in several spaces, and it saves more chakra than Beyond Min's Hong. The goddess of the rabbit activated a Yomi Hirasaka directly when she was in a state of embarrassment and escaped from the desert space. At the same time, Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared in an ice space. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked up at the black time and space door that was closing in the sky. No figure came out of it, and she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Did they chase me? Kaguya Otsutsuki turned her head and looked at an iceberg. This iceberg was like a mirror, reflecting her current appearance. The woman in the iceberg mirror still had a trace of panic on her face. However, in the iceberg mirror, just behind the woman, a young man with a smile stood strangely. This scene looked extremely terrifying, just like a stranger suddenly standing by the bedside in the middle of the night, but this stranger showed a creepy smile. I arrived a little earlier than you did. Akihiro Kagura stretched out his finger to indicate that he also appeared in the ice space like a ghost, causing Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu to tremble at the same time. Mom, be careful. Black Zetsu reminded Kaguya Otsutsuki in horror. It's too late, isn't it? Akihiro Kagura chuckled, waved her fist and hit Kaguya Otsutsuki's body. The goddess of Mao, who had no time to react, fell directly on the iceberg. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body directly merged into the ice the moment it touched the iceberg. Her body seemed to be hiding in the iceberg as if it was passing through a wall. This is natural integration. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body can be directly integrated into any natural environment, and can even use the natural environment to launch an attack. Countless sharp icicles suddenly drilled out of the ground like spikes. This sudden attack was so deadly. Countless sharp ice cones also fell in the sky, and dense ice cones and hail fell like raindrops. The temperature dropped suddenly. The entire ice space suddenly became cold. The wind, snow and hail in the sky completely submerged Kagura Akihira's body, and a glacier was formed in an instant, instantly burying Kagura Akihira's body in it. Under this terrifying low-temperature glacier, Akihiro Kagura was frozen like a prehistoric creature, and his body couldn't even move in it. A crack slowly cracked in the glacier. Akihiro Kagura instantly broke the entire glacier apart, and a massive magma-like red appeared on his palm, and he raised his hand to the sky. The next moment, the mass of red magma suddenly expanded. The entire ice space seemed to have a planet-like magma, which exploded in an instant, and magma fell like rain on this world of ice and snow. Let's go. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her palm to open Reincarnated. A dark space-time door quickly appeared in the iceberg, and her body escaped directly into another space. This is a space full of magma. The magma flows quietly in the canyon, and there is no foothold on the canyon at all, leaving ordinary humans with no foothold in this magma space. The gurgling magma on the ground kept bubbling with hot bubbles. Even if you were just floating above this space, you could feel the heat coming from the magma. This space seemed a little unlucky, because she was forced into this space by the magma rain in the ice space. Black Zetsu took a look at the magma space and said carefully, Akihiro Kagura is good at lava escape. The space here should not have any effect on Akihiro Kagura. It's right. A voice answered for Kaguya Otsutsuki first. This guy is actually chasing after me. Mom. Black Zetsu was so scared that he immediately reminded Kaguya. I saw it. Kaguya Otsutsuki instantly controlled the magma in this space to turn into a huge giant, and controlled the magma giant to grab Akihiro Kagura floating above her. Akihiro Kagura spread out her palm, and an ice cone appeared in her hand. This ice cone suddenly hit the chest of the magma giant. What was surprising was that the ice cone did not melt, but froze the magma giant instantly, and even the ice continued to spread, as if it was going to freeze this magma world. The magma space and the ice space seemed to be reversed. However, no matter which space it was in, the ability that Kaguya Otsutsuki wanted to use was suppressed by Kagura Akihira, and she had no natural ability to force Kagura Akihira to stop chasing. No matter what, she might not be able to escape. The time and space gate of Reincarnated opened again. This time, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not escape from this space. She just raised her right hand, and gray bone spurs like corpse veins suddenly grew on her back, and a bone spur drilled out of her hand. The next moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki's right hand suddenly stretched into the time and space gate, and the other side of the pitch-black time and space gate quietly opened behind Kagura Akihira. Like a sinister assassin, Kaguya Otsutsuki used Yomi Hirasaka and the co-killing ash bones to try to assassinate Kagura Akihira. Really? Kagura Akihira seemed not to see the time-space gate and the sharp thorns of the co-killing ash bones that opened behind him, and a smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. Naive mockery appeared on Kagura Akihira's face for a moment, and his body suddenly twisted to avoid the co-killing ash bones that emerged from the pitch-black time-space gate behind him. Kagura Akihara grabbed the white hand that secretly released the co-killing ash bones with his backhand. Kaguya Otsutsuki never thought that she would encounter such a situation. Kagura Akihara twisted the wrist with his backhand, cut off the sharp thorn of the co-killing ash bones with one hand, and stabbed the co-killing ash bones directly into the white palm with his backhand. "Mom, don't save chakra." Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and reminded in a deep voice, "Once your chakra is taken away by him, everything you have will be gone." Aim no Michu. The Samsara Sharingan between Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyebrows trembled, and she opened Aim no Michu and escaped from this space. She didn't dare to use Yomi Hirasaka to save chakra to escape. Aim no Michu is faster than Yomi Hirasaka. However, once Aim no Michu is activated, the chakra consumed to instantly transfer herself to another space is too huge, which is far less easy than the bloodline net of Yomi Hirasaka. Otsutsuki Kaguya appeared in another space with a big breath. The panting at this time was not because she felt tired from consuming chakra. She never felt tired, but just because she was terrified. This won't work. She really is like a prey, constantly dodging the hunter's pursuit. Black Zetsu looked at the terrified Kaguya Otsutsuki and quickly comforted her softly. "Mom, don't worry, we will fight directly and consume each other's chakra, but we can replenish chakra through the ninjas in the infinite Tsukuyomi." Black Zetsu always makes sense. If it was a battle between ordinary ninjas, Black Zetsu's idea would not be wrong. But Kaguya Otsutsuki was silent for a while, slowly shook her head, and said a fact that she had to admit. "Not enough. It's just that the chakra of those humans in the infinite Tsukuyomi, even if the chakra of those humans and her chakra are added together, it can't match the huge chakra in Akihara Kagura's body. Fight, I'm not as good as him." Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't know how to describe the combat experience and combat skills of the two people. She just frowned slightly and raised another dilemma of her own. Yes, the combat skills between them are also very different. The techniques and combat experience used by Kaguya Otsutsuki's combat skills are far from enough. If her chakra is not as good as Akihara Kagura's chakra, perhaps she can still find a way to turn the game around with her combat experience and powerful techniques. Unfortunately, these two aspects are what Akihara Kagura is good at. The most troublesome thing is that Black Zetsu is not good at these. For thousands of years, Black Zetsu has been trying to find ways to stir up trouble and create a pair of reincarnation eyes. He has never paid attention to the fighting of ninjas. After all, Black Zetsu does not think that anyone can compete with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Now there is a person who can compete with Kaguya Otsutsuki, which makes Black Zetsu have no idea how to fight. He has always believed that Kaguya Otsutsuki's power can crush the ninja world, and never thought that Kaguya would fall into a weak situation. What should he do now? Wait, Black Zetsu looked at the space they escaped from, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Mom, I remember this space seems to be supergravity space." Kaguya Otsutsuki answered softly. "This is a supergravity space. Kaguya Otsutsuki can adjust the gravity inside at any time, but everyone will be bound by the gravity, even Kaguya Otsutsuki is no exception. Run." Black Zetsu hurriedly reminded Kaguya Otsutsuki, and scared her to death. "That guy's speed is as fast as a light. He is very good at those time-space techniques. This supergravity space will only limit you." "How could it be?" A voice quickly comforted them softly, as if afraid of scaring them. "In fact, this supergravity space has the same restrictions on us. In this supergravity space, my speed can't reach that fast." Then, Black Zetsu was relieved. The next moment, Black Zetsu felt that his brain was about to fly. How could Akihara Kagura's voice suddenly appear here? If it was through Kaguya Otsutsuki's release of the time-space gate of Yomi Hirasaka that they caught up, it would be fine, but even Amanamachi couldn't buy them too much time. Kaguya Otsutsuki was even more frightened than Black Zetsu, and her figure immediately floated into pitch-black time-space gate. The initial space. This is Kaguya's initial space. This space is connected to other spaces. It has no natural elements. It is also the first space where Akihara Kagura and Otsutsuki Kaguya appear in Amanomi no Mikado at the same time. A pitch-black time-space door just opened on the side of the spherical space, and Otsutsuki Kaguya's figure floated in hurriedly, and almost stumbled and fell to the ground when she landed. Fortunately, someone supported her. The kind-hearted person helped her to stand firmly. "Be careful," Don't fall down. Thank you. Akatsuki Kaguya's body stiffened in an instant. In Akatsuki Kaguya's sight, she saw Akihara Kagura with a very gentle smile. At this moment, the instigator looked at her like a prey that jumped into a trap. Sure enough, how could there be someone else in this space? This space only has her as the prey, and a hunter who is chasing her. This hunter is even always one step faster than her. Whether it is Aminomi no Mikoto or Yomi Barasaka, she is always one step slower than this man, and she always seems to be a prey that jumps into a trap. This space in Shiansuhigang is obviously her exclusive space. This is my mother's world. Black Zetsu didn't know how to say it, and its voice became a little obscure, and it asked directly, even in this space, I can't escape your pursuit. Want to hear a story? Akihara Kagura stood beside Akatsuki Kaguya, and said with interest, this is a very old story, a story about a lion and a rabbit racing. Black Zetsu was shocked. Although the story of Akihara Kagura has just been told, Black Zetsu has lived in the ninja world for thousands of years. He has also heard the story of the tortoise and the hare, and can understand what Akihara Kagura meant. It's just that a tortoise called a bunch of relatives to pretend to be it at each node on the track, and the rabbit was scared into thinking that the tortoise was always faster than it. Akihara Kagura in those spaces. Black Zetsu immediately understood why he and Kaguya Akatsuki were always one step slower. All of them are clones you arranged in advance. No. Akihara Kagura shook his head regretfully, as if he regretted that Black Zetsu did not sort out the point. I just want to say that the rabbit is destined to be caught by the lion. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Today is Dad's birthday. I spent a long time with him for dinner and came back late. Chapter 347, Millennium Chakra. Workers who have completed the entry test. Are you kidding me? Black Zetsu listened to what Akihara Kagura said, and felt that he was being played by this guy again. He thought that Akihara Kagura relied on some skills to always be one step faster than them. But this guy relied on his huge chakra. Black Zetsu. Kaguya Akatsuki took a deep breath, and stopped Black Zetsu, who wanted to quarrel with Akihara Kagura in a cold voice. There is no need to say anything more now. Kaguya Akatsuki completely recognized the reality of the situation. Now it is impossible for her to escape the pursuit by relying on Aim no Mikoto, and it is impossible to fight Akihara Kagura by relying on Aim no Mikoto. In the end, she still has to return to the most primitive fight. Even if her chakra is not as good as Akihara Kagura's, even if her fighting skills and experience are inferior to Akihara Kagura, Kaguya Akatsuki is unwilling to hand over her chakra directly. Countless purple chakra fists drilled out from her back, and even the sharp thorns of the co-killing ash bones suddenly drilled out of her body. Aim no Mikoto is useless. At this moment, she is simply ready to fight with all her strength. Akihara Kagura slowly tapped his fingers, and his arms suddenly twisted. Countless white chakra palms appeared behind him, and the bone spurs of the common killing gray bones also drilled out of his body. He also had the same bloodline net as Kaguya Akatsuki. Just right, get rid of the biggest prey first, and give other prey time to gather. Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly rushed towards Kaguya Akatsuki, and his figure turned into golden light mixed with gray and white, and suddenly appeared in front of Kaguya Akatsuki. I see. The veins on Kaguya Akatsuki's face burst. She saw Akihara Kagura's figure like golden light, but her movements at this moment were a little behind. Bang! Kaguya Akatsuki's body was knocked out. Bone spurs simply flew out of her body, trying to stop Akihara Kagura's pursuit, but the golden light strangely passed through the gap of the common killing gray bones and appeared next to Kaguya again. The next moment, Kaguya Akatsuki's arm was suddenly pierced by Akihara Kagura's bone spur. This chakra ancestor did not die under the common killing ash bones. Her body was originally immortal, and even the bloodline net could not kill her. However, this seemed to bring her great trouble. A mass of white objects drilled out of Kaguya Akatsuki's body, and this mass of white objects quickly flowed out of her wounds and even began to spread on her body. Mom. Black Zetsu hurriedly wanted to remind his mother, is it because you just resurrected that you can't control the chakra in your body? No, it's just in time. The white object on Kaguya Akatsuki's body quickly covered her body, and she also said in a cold voice without caring, in the human body, I am not his opponent, then don't use the human body anymore. The white object on Kaguya Akatsuki's body expanded very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it completely covered her body. The goddess of the rabbit turned into a rabbit-shaped monster. This is an extremely large rabbit, with a striking Samsara Sharingan on its forehead, and its entire body is the same color as white Setsu. This is Kaguya Otsutsuki's tailed beast transformation. The tailed beast transformation of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. White palms emerged from the rabbit's body, all grabbing towards Akihara Kagura's body. These white palms have extremely strong adsorption properties, and can absorb the opponent's chakra very quickly like white Setsu. A silver-white complete Susanoo suddenly rose from Akihara Kagura's body. After the qualitative change of chakra, the size of this Susanoo also changed dramatically. Susanoo thousands of meters high soared in the space of the starting ball. The blade flashed. Akihara Kagura controlled Susanoo and pulled out the samurai sword in his hand. As the samurai sword was released, dozens of white lights were so dense that they were a bit dazzling. The huge Susanoo swung the giant blade and slashed dozens of knives. The next moment, the palms that the rabbit incarnation of the 10 tails stretched out were all cut off. Akihara Kagura controlled Susanoo and rushed forward suddenly, slashing the palms that tried to stretch out into countless pieces, and the blade was already pointing directly at the head of the 10 tails. Ah! The 10 tails roared and spurted out a huge tailed beast ball. Akihara Kagura controlled Susanoo and wielded the sharp blade, cutting the tailed beast ball in half with one knife. The huge tailed beast ball that was split into two halves instantly exploded in the space of the origin ball. The entire origin ball space trembled. Roar! Seeing that the tailed beast ball was completely useless, a pitch-black seeking truth ball drilled out directly from the back of the rabbit incarnation of the 10 tails. All the chakras of those who were hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi were absorbed by it in the origin ball space. It wanted to use the chakras of those people to perform an ninjutsu that was enough to destroy the world. Expanding Seeking Truth Ball. This technique is enough to destroy a world. Akihara Kagura's fingers stood up, and an equally huge expanding Dao Seeking Jade also gathered behind the white Susanoo. He could also use the expanding Dao Seeking Jade. However, Akihara Kagura's expanding Dao Seeking Jade turned into a huge black sword in an instant. The white Susanoo stretched out his hand to grasp the black sword, and suddenly slashed at the expanding Dao Seeking Jade behind the 10 tails. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The expanding Dao Seeking Jade that had not yet formed was directly detonated by a single sword. The entire space of the original ball was cracked inch by inch, as if it could not withstand this level of explosion at all. Even the explosion of the expanding Dao Seeking Jade that had not yet formed was enough to destroy the world. The 10 tails was somewhat embarrassed by the aftermath of the Dao Seeking Jade explosion, and its body was covered with pits and wounds. The white giant rabbit fell to the ground in a mess. When it wanted to continue to move, the white Susanoo appeared in front of it waving the black sword in its hand, raised its hand and raised the black sword to point at its head. That's it, outsider. Just when the victory was decided, a figure with a blue glow suddenly appeared under the black sword. Along with the appearance of this figure, a Susanoo that was over 1,000 meters tall and glowed with blue light suddenly appeared, and a blue samurai sword forcibly stopped the black sword that wanted to kill the 10-tailed rabbit. The black giant sword controlled by Akihara Kagura's white Susanoo was made of the Tao Seeking Jade, and only ninjas at the 6 paths level could touch the Tao Seeking Jade. It was obvious. The identity of the visitor was already obvious. I've heard of it for a long time, the 6 paths sage. Akihara Kagura stood in the crystal of Susanoo, frowned slightly, and controlled her Susanoo to fly back with a black giant sword in her hand. The visitor was the 6th-path sage Otsutsuki Haguramo. This 6th-path sage gathered the chakras of all ninjas over the past 1,000 years, not only found the space where Otsutsuki Kaguya was hiding, but also had the strength to fight again. Back then, the 6th-path sage spread his chakra in the ninja world like sowing seeds, and 1,000 years later, these seeds also gave him a huge return. Human reproduction ability brings huge energy. Even the 6th-path sage had to admit that the chakra gathered by countless ninjas over the past 1,000 years not only allowed his remaining chakra to continue to exist, but also allowed him to obtain chakra that surpassed his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki, and it was easy to find the space in Cheyenne's human. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. The 6th-path sage was still a little fortunate in his heart. If he was a step late, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra was taken away by Akihara Kagura, it meant that he might not be able to solve Akihara Kagura. Haguramo Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice appeared in the ears of the 6th-path sage. Kaguya Otsutsuki saw the remaining chakra of the 6th-path sage appear, and immediately withdrew from the tailed beast of the 10 tails. She looked at a blue Susanoo that defeated her 1,000 years ago, and also looked at the old face of the six-path sage, and felt a little like a lifetime ago. No, this is truly like a lifetime ago. So you're already this old. Even only the remaining chakra is left. Kaguya Akatsuki can see the state of the six-path sage. The six-path sage now relies on the huge chakra to maintain his spiritual body. The image of Akatsuki Haguramo makes Kaguya Akatsuki feel particularly complicated. She hates and is angry that her child sealed her, but she also feels a little distressed that her child has fallen into such a situation, and even feels a little ashamed. Mother Akatsuki Haguramo's expression is still very calm. Because even in ancient times, when Akatsuki Haguramo was still a young man, he was steady and intelligent beyond his age. He had long since broken away from the shackles of family thinking. Haguramo, you are still here. When Black Zetsu saw Akatsuki Haguramo appear, he scolded her almost angrily. If you and Hamura hadn't sealed Mom in order to rule the ninja world, this situation wouldn't have happened. As a result, Mom is no match for the enemies from outer space. It's all Akatsuki Haguramo's fault. If Akatsuki Kaguya hadn't been sealed, she would definitely continue to cultivate the sacred tree, making the power of the sacred tree stronger, and making her own power stronger. Now everyone can feel how powerful Akihara Kagura is. It seems, Your Excellency is well aware that I will appear. Akatsuki Haguramo ignored Black Zetsu, but his eyes fell on Akihara Kagura. What he was most concerned about was Akihara Kagura's question. My residual chakra is still in the ninja world. Is it also under your observation? The abilities of chakra are strange and varied, even a little bit of residual chakra can be used. Akihara Kagura did not deny it, and took the initiative to say, I just killed Naruto and Sasuke, the two chakra reincarnations, and let them see you on the verge of life and death. At that time, didn't I ask Sasuke to help pass on the message? It's terrifying. The six-path sage stared at Akihara Kagura, his expression extremely serious. Like Your Excellency, you not only possess such a powerful force that is unmatched by ordinary people, but also have strategies and wisdom that are simply undetectable. The six-path sage's eyes became more and more solemn, and he asked himself in a deep voice, I'm a little worried. I have gathered all the chakra in the ninja world for thousands of years to confront Your Excellency. Is it also within your expectations? This question opened the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Akihara Kagura looked at the face of the six-path sage, and the corners of her mouth suddenly smiled. Don't doubt your own thoughts, because the time I have been chasing Kaguya is to give you this opportunity. The face of the six-path sage showed some uneasiness. Because according to Akihara Kagura's previous style, once Akihara Kagura's conspiracy is established, it will surely succeed, and absolutely no one can escape his conspiracy. Would I be an exception? But you really didn't let me down. Akihara Kagura looked at the six-path sage, chuckled and took the initiative to praise. Now you are even stronger than I imagined, and I am not sure I can get rid of you. Why don't we have a good chat first? Six-path sage, haven't you been worried about Kaguya? Akihara Kagura controlled the white Susanoo and raised the black giant sword, pointing at Kaguya Akatsuki from a distance. I will work for you and completely solve the trouble of Kaguya, so that she won't be resurrected again in the future. If you want someone to be your boss, then the strength of this boss must be strong enough. Akihara Kagura had given the six-path sage time to gather his chakra and become more powerful. After all, the six-path sage's remaining chakra could even summon successive cages from the pure land of the underworld. I won't trust you anymore. The six-path sage looked at Akihara Kagura's smile. He knew that he had probably guessed it right, and his mood became completely heavy. No one in the entire ninja world will believe in you anymore, right? Whether they are the living or the dead. Akihara Kagura frowned slightly. System prompt, no one in this world is suitable to be the host's boss. System hidden prompt, as long as you work hard, you will definitely be appreciated by your leader. System, the first test, job entry, has been completed. The host has learned how to choose a suitable boss and how to leave the wrong company. The test reward has been issued. Appendix, an excellent worker must learn to choose the most suitable company and boss for himself. More than 50% of workers cannot choose the right boss and leave the wrong company. System prompt, the host can choose to leave this world in the safe area at any time. Once leaving this world, he will go to perform the second worker test. All the power and system obtained in this world will be retained. When Akihara Kagura was forced to load the system provided him with two ways to leave the ninja world. The first way was to let Akihara Kagura be expelled from the entire ninja world, and the second way was to let Akihara Kagura destroy the entire world. Now according to the results, these two methods are actually just one answer, so that no one in this world can become Akihara Kagura's boss. The two bosses, Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, have been removed. There must be no one in the ninja world who thinks Akihara Kagura will be their subordinate. No matter the living or the dead, it is impossible to think that Akihara Kagura, the outer hunter, will be willing to serve as someone's subordinate. The only hope to become a boss, the Six-Path Sage, has now chosen to refuse. The Six-Path Sage does not even want to give a chance. Is this what it means to be expelled from the world? Akihara Kagura's forehead jumped, and he felt something was wrong. No, why does this situation seem familiar? Aren't these the workers who were blacklisted by their employers in their previous lives? Has he been directly put on the blacklist of dishonest people by the ninja world? Summoning technique. The Six-Path Sage didn't know what Akihara Kagura was thinking. He was still worried that he might have fallen into a trap, and he raised his hand to summon people. Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and others were summoned and together. Have you found it? Uzumaki Naruto stood in the Susanoo crystal of the Six-Path Sage. He saw Akihara Kagura and Kaguya Otsutsuki, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next thing to do is to fight, right? The other party may have some conspiracy. The Six-Path Sage looked at the living ninjas present and said in a deep voice, I just gathered the chakras of all the ninjas in the ninja world for thousands of years. All of this is within the conspiracy of the other party. This battle may be more difficult than we imagined. I will go and communicate with my mother, and both sides will work together to solve the opponent. Are there any more conspiracies? A group of Konoha ninjas were a little numb. Hatake Kakashi's eyelids also trembled. Hatake Kakashi has been observing Akihara Kagura. He has always been the most familiar person between Konoha and Akihara Kagura. He looked at Akihara Kagura with a frown, and he didn't know what he was worried about. After all, Akihara Kagura didn't frown very often. Now that I think about it, this guy was probably pretending at the time. But at this time, this guy seemed to be really frowning. Is that guy worried? Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura's figure and remembered the past for the first time in a long time. However, Hatake Kakashi soon lost the mood to think about it. Akihara Kagura's sad face was quickly restrained by him. He seemed to have found a way to vent his emotions. Akihara Kagura's eyes were fixed on the Six-Path Sage. He controlled the white Susanoo and raised the jade-black sword, pointing it at the Six-Path Sage's Susanoo from a distance. This chapter should be published together with yesterday's chapter, but I was afraid of full attendance yesterday, so I just published 4,000 words. Chapter 348, The Battle is Over, The Disappearance of Akihara Kagura and the Speculation of Yakushi Kabuto. The space of the first ball. Everyone stared at Akihara Kagura's movements. Akihara Kagura controlled the white Susanoo and held the black sword in his hand. His holy body and heavy weapon made him look like a truly invincible martial god. Get ready to fight. The Six-Path Sage looked solemn. He looked at Akihara Kagura's figure and said to the people around him in a deep voice, all the ninjas born in the 1,000-year history of the ninja world, whether they are alive or dead, now put their hopes on us. We will never let them down. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Uzumaki Naruto and nodded silently. The expressions of Senju Tobirama and Tsunade also nodded very seriously. They had seen the most important relatives in their lives. At this moment, they all had no regrets in their hearts. Now facing Akihara Kagura, they must give it a try. A monstrous fighting spirit rose from everyone's body, and the chakra in everyone's body was like a substance. At this moment, their hearts were stronger than ever. Mother. The Sage of Six Paths raised his palm and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was floating near the crystal. Now I also understand the fear you faced back then. Haguramo. Kaguya Otsutsuki interrupted the Sage of Six Paths, tears flowing down her cheeks, as if she was moved that her child could understand her feelings. I understand what you mean. Kaguya Otsutsuki shook her head slowly, then nodded to the Sage of Six Paths. Her expression calmed down. Haguramo, I will fight with you. That's great. The Sage of Six Paths chuckled and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that it would take him a long time to convince Kaguya Otsutsuki, but he didn't expect Kaguya Otsutsuki to agree immediately. It seems that the situation has reached a point where he has no choice. Then let's start from this moment. History will also remember this moment since the birth of chakra. Ninjas have been fighting for more than 1,000 years now. In order to solve our common enemy, all the endless fights in the past will come to an end at this moment. The six-path sage looked at Akihara Kagura opposite him and said in a deep voice, "This has never happened in the ninja world for thousands of years. Whether it is the ancestor of chakra or ordinary ninjas, everyone's will is gathered at this moment and will never dissipate. At least from then on, the ninja world knew the threat from outside the sky. After all, Akihara Kagura, the enemy from outside the sky, said in person that there have always been people from outside the sky spying on the ninja world, and he is just one of them. But the conspiracy and power of this visitor almost destroyed the entire ninja world. From now on, the ninjas of the ninja world will definitely face up to the enemies they need to face together, and the internal fighting will stop on this planet. Even if some ambitious people want to make trouble, all the power will be used to resist the enemies from outside the sky. Perhaps, I have to thank you this time." The six-path sage raised his palm, controlled his blue Susanoo, raised the blue giant sword in his hand, and rushed towards Akihara Kagura first. The six-path sage controlled Susanoo to fight, and even had a smile on his face. "If it weren't for your arrival, we wouldn't be aware of the threat from outside the sky, and all the fighting ninjas for thousands of years would not be willing to unite at this moment." "That's a good thing for you." Akihara Kagura controlled the white Susanoo to meet it, and the black giant sword and the blue giant sword suddenly collided in the air, and a huge shock wave continued to sweep the space of the original ball. The next moment, the figures of the white Susanoo and the blue Susanoo suddenly accelerated, and the giant swords in their hands kept slashing at each other, and the swords and shadows were wantonly slashing in this space. Every slash was constantly destroying this space. The heart ancestral space was slashed and cracked into huge cracks. Everyone had to be thankful that this battle took place in Kaguya Otsutsuki's starting space. If this battle took place in the ninja world, perhaps the entire ninja world would be destroyed by their battle. No one had ever seen such a horrible battle. Even though the battle between Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura was amazing enough, it was far inferior to what they saw before their eyes. Two Susanuos that were over 1,000 meters high were fighting frantically in the field. The two giant swords that were hundreds of meters long seemed extremely agile in their hands. They were fighting at this moment like two sword masters, and the huge tremors were endless. However, Akihara Kagura seemed to be better. The white Susanoo soared into the air, wielding the black giant sword transformed from the expanded seeking jade, and chopped it down with great force, but was blocked by the blue Susanoo's horizontal sword. The next moment, the giant sword with a blue glow was suddenly cut open by a knife. The white Susanoo, like a martial god, wielded the black giant sword and directly cut off the opponent's weapon, and slashed heavily on the opponent's neck. Snap! The six-path sage's Susanoo was about to collapse in an instant. "Are we going to lose?" Hiruno Sakura looked at the black giant sword in horror. As long as this black giant sword that is hundreds of meters long cuts horizontally, it can cut off the head of the blue Susanoo. "No, it's a chance." The six-path sage maintained his Susanoo, and his eyes suddenly became serious. He directly controlled the Susanoo to release the broken weapon. The next moment, the two palms that the blue Susanoo stretched out suddenly closed together, tightly holding the black giant sword, and the blue light of chakra rushed into the sky. Six paths, Chibaku Tensei. The six-path sage suddenly closed his palms, and a sharp shout came from his throat, and the chakra all over his body surged. This is the six-path sage's strongest sealing technique. In the past, the sealing technique he launched alone was not enough. Now that he has obtained the chakra of 1,000 years in the ninja world, he alone is enough to launch this strongest seal. As the six-path sage closed his palms, the entire spherical space seemed to have an extremely terrifying incarnation of the god, and the white Susanoo seemed to be wrapped together by the palms of the incarnation of the god. The ground of the spherical space cracked. Countless stones wrapped around the white Susanoo. The body of the white Susanoo floated up, and its body seemed to have become a source of gravity. The stones on the ground kept flying towards it, tightly attached to its body, and in the blink of an eye, its body was wrapped into a huge stone ball. "This is the technique to seal my mother." Black Zetsu's voice was a little gloomy and hoarse, and its eyes looked at the stone ball floating in the sky. "Akihara Kagura will also be sealed up. If nothing unexpected happens, the sealed Akihara Kagura inside will never be able to break free, and even if it flies to outer space, it will attract meteorites to continuously reinforce the seal until it turns into a huge planet." This is a sealing technique, which can also be called a terrifying creation technique. Even the space-time technique cannot escape. Is the battle over? Tsunade slowly breathed a sigh of relief. No, not yet. The eyes of the six-path sage became extremely sharp. The stone ball in the sky suddenly cracked, and countless rays of light burst out from the stone ball. These rays of light were like sharp blades, cutting the earth of the origin sphere. The stone ball exploded in an instant. A martial god emitting white light suddenly flew out from a group of broken stones, as if he was a baby born in the stone ball. The white martial god waved a black giant sword in his hand and slashed directly at the blue Susanoo, trying to split his enemy in two. The blue Susanoo knelt on one knee on the ground and held the black giant sword tightly with his hands. The huge slashing blade light made its armor crack, and the earth of the entire origin sphere was slashed by the residual power of this slash, leaving a deep gully. Let me help. A blue Susanoo appeared instantly. Hatake Kakashi directly activated the complete Susanoo state. The gift of the Six Paths chakra gave him a power that he had never dared to imagine. The nearly 100-meter-high blue Susanoo soared in the sky, and the blue Susanoo took everyone into its crystal. The moment the black giant sword fell, it seemed as if it was slashing in the void, sweeping across the blue Susanoo. This is the virtual state of the Kamui Sharingan. Even Susanoo can use the virtual ability of the Kamui Sharingan. It's a pity that this power can't bring everyone a sense of security. Kamui Shuriken. Hatake Kakashi controlled the blue Susanoo, and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Two huge black shurikens appeared in its hands, and raised its hand to throw at the white Susanoo that was more than 10 times taller than its body. One of the huge Kamui shurikens was thrown at the head of the white Susanoo, and the other Kamui shuriken was thrown at the arm of the white Susanoo. Limited time to seal the air. Akihara Kagura raised her palm directly. The time and space techniques of the entire spherical space were instantly banned. Two huge black shurikens bit the white Susanoo like mosquitoes, leaving the white Susanoo unhurt. The next moment, a tall purple Susanoo also appeared. This space of the primordial sphere has become a chaotic battle between the Susanoo warriors. Uchiha Sasuke controlled his purple Susanoo to fly out quickly, and a purple longbow suddenly appeared in the hand of the purple Susanoo. A silver-white lightning giant arrow containing the six paths of immortal appeared on the longbow, and the silver-white giant arrow suddenly attacked the head of the white Susanoo. The white Susanoo raised his free palm and directly grabbed the silver-white giant arrow and held it in his hand, just like holding a silver needle directly. Seeking the way Jade Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto raised his palm, and a spiral shuriken with the Seeking the Way Jade as the core emerged in his hand, and suddenly threw it towards the head of the white Susanoo. Even though he didn't have many Seeking the Way Jade, he didn't hesitate at this moment. 80 God's airstrike. Countless purple chakra fists emerged from Kaguya Otsutsuki's body, and these purple chakra fists suddenly smashed towards Akihara Kagura's white Susanoo. In the rapid attack of everyone, groups of explosions continued to sound on the body of the white Susanoo, and groups of smoke exploded around it. The white war god who was rampant on the battlefield finally had to stagger back half a step, allowing the blue Susanoo to finally get a breathing space. Senjutsu, Yinten Thunder School. A ball of electric current suddenly appeared in the hands of the six-path sage who was controlling the blue Susanoo, and the lightning in its hands quickly split apart like branches. Compared with Uchiha Madara's Yinten Thunder School, the Yinten Thunder School of the six-path sage was like a real god angry. This group of branch-like lightning spread out in an instant, covering the whole body of the white Susanoo, and directly made the white Susanoo fall into a stiff state and unable to move. Sage Technique, Storm Release Light Fang. The blue Susanoo opened its mouth and spit out a thin and long lightning bolt. This lightning bolt turned into a real sharp blade, leaving long wounds on the body of the white Susanoo that was thousands of meters high, almost splitting its body in two. Now, seeing the body of the white Susanoo was broken, the six-path sage said in a deep voice, "I have broken his defense. Destroy his Susanoo immediately." Understood. Understood. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke controlled their Susanoo to fly up at the same time. The nearly 100-meter-tall blue Susanoo and purple Susanoo suddenly drilled into the wound. The two Susanoos waved their huge samurai swords and chopped them wildly. Boom. 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 The white Susanoo disintegrated in an instant. Akihara Kagura's body was directly separated from the protection of Susanoo and exposed to the attack of this group of people. The joy of victory rose in everyone's heart. Snap. Akihara Kagura suddenly closed his palms. Akihara Kagura was not afraid at all. He closed his palms directly, and a burst of emerald green light emanated from his body. Along with Akihara Kagura's movements, the 9 Magatama Samsara eyes in his eyes also turned into a pair of blue eyes like stars at this moment. Samsara Eye Chakra Mode, activate. 12 green truth-seeking jades surrounded him. Akihara Kagura raised his palms, and the 12 truth-seeking jades turned into golden giant sword, which suddenly split the blue Susanoo of Hatake Kakashi with one sword. The remaining force of the golden giant sword did not decrease, and it split the purple Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke again. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground like meteors. At this moment, they could not use the time and space technique. They could only watch themselves falling from the sky. The impact of this landing must be fatal. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked up at them. 2 balls of white hair suddenly stretched out, wrapped around their bodies, and put them on the ground, but the 2 people's breath was obviously unstable. Obviously they were severely injured by the blow. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Akihara Kagura raised his hand and controlled the 12 seeking jades to transform into golden giant sword again, and suddenly split the blue Susanoo of the 6-path sage that was more than 1,000 meters high. After Akihara Kagura cracked everyone's Susanoo in an instant, he slowly exited the reincarnation eye chakra mode and returned to his original appearance. In an instant, everyone's Susanoo was destroyed by him alone. The 6-path sage hurriedly opened his arms, controlling gravity to let everyone slowly fall to the ground, but his face became more serious and cold. The first time Tsunade and Hiruno Sakura landed, they hurriedly appeared beside Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke and helped them treat their injuries. But now the most important thing is still how to deal with their enemies. Obviously at the critical moment, they gathered all their strength and finally cracked Akihara Kagura's white Susanoo amidst numerous difficulties and dangers. As a result, Akihara Kagura easily defeated everyone's Susanoo, including the 6-path sage, and let everyone see his terrifying power. Even the 6-path sage felt that he was somewhat helpless. He looked at the young man standing in the crowd, and for a moment he couldn't think of a way to defeat the opponent. The 6-path's Chibaku Tensei was directly cracked by the opponent with violence. Susanoo was directly chopped to pieces by the opponent. Now the 6-path sage was somewhat helpless and couldn't think of how to defeat the opponent. That's about it, right? Akihara Kagura walked towards the 6-path sage step by step. No, it's not over yet. The 6-path sage stretched out his palm, and a seeking jade turned into a zen stick in his hand. His figure rushed towards Akihara Kagura quickly, and the 2 figures started a close combat in an instant. Let's go together. Uzumaki Naruto immediately called on the others to rush up together. Although their strength may not be enough, as long as they can cause a distraction to Akihara Kagura, it will be the greatest help to the 6-path sage. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her palm at the first time, and a joint-killing ashbone aimed at Akihara Kagura's back and suddenly flew out. However, Akihara Kagura's eyes suddenly turned into a blue galaxy, and his eyes instantly observed the trajectory of the joint-killing ashbone that attacked from the air. Akihara Kagura kicked the 6-path sage away with 1 foot, and the black seeking jades turned into black sticks in his hands, directly nailing the body of the 6-path sage to the ground. Akihara Kagura's body speed was amazingly fast. He turned around and grabbed the flying joint-killing ashbone with his backhand, and threw the joint-killing ashbone at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had made the move. Mom! Black Zetsu quickly reminded his mother. However, a figure appeared in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki and helped her block the joint-killing ashbone. The figure turned directly into flying ash. That was Uzumaki Naruto. This is Ashura. Kaguya Otsutsuki saw through the chakra in this figure at a glance. It's just a shadow clone. Uzumaki Naruto saw Kaguya Otsutsuki in a daze and thought that the chakra ancestor was frightened by his death, so he quickly reminded Kaguya Otsutsuki that it was just a shadow clone. But Uzumaki Naruto can only save once. 2 black sticks flew towards Kaguya Otsutsuki, directly piercing through Kaguya Otsutsuki's shoulders, nailing Kaguya Otsutsuki's body to the ground and unable to move. Now the most powerful 6-path sage and Kaguya Otsutsuki were directly imprisoned in place. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke were still injured. Only Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Hiruno Sakura and Senju Tobirama were left. It's a pity that everyone knows that they can't be the opponent of Akihara Kagura. Everyone present felt the coming of despair. They originally thought that by removing Akihara Kagura's Susanoo, Akihara Kagura would be on the same front with him. However, when fighting in the form of ordinary humans, Akihara Kagura directly showed a crushing trend. The strength of his physical skills and his ability to observe the battle situation far surpassed everyone present. The only person who can still compete with him is probably Uchiha Madara, who has long been a sacrifice for Kaguya's resurrection. However, no one in this world will surrender. I'll stop him. Uzumaki Naruto jumped into the air and met Akihara Kagura. He hurriedly said, "Six-Path Sage, you should think of other ways quickly." No matter how strong Akihara Kagura is, Uzumaki Naruto will never give up. His fingers suddenly stood up, and countless dense shadow clones appeared from behind him. Multiple shadow clone technique. A group of shadow clones leaped into the air and pounced directly at Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and gently sprinkled a ball of chakra glowing with electric light from his palm. Countless thousands of birds flew out from his hand, and instantly turned into spears, nailing countless shadow clones to the ground. However, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones were like an army. Hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto with golden light on their bodies pounced on Akihara Kagura, wanting to use his life to stop Akihara Kagura from attacking other people. This idiot Uchiha Sasuke stood up. He didn't want to see Uzumaki Naruto fighting alone. He didn't think that this multiple shadow clones could pose any threat to Akihara Kagura. Even Uzumaki Naruto's real body is not a match for Akihara Kagura, let alone a group of shadow clones that can be easily destroyed. At this time, the voice of the Six-Path Sage echoed in this space. Perhaps it is finally time for this chakra that should not appear in the world to be useful. The Six-Path Sage controlled his seeking truth jade and pulled out the black rods that imprisoned him. His eyes gradually became deeper. I will try to use another method to get rid of the opponent. The rest of the things are left to you who come later. The rest of the things refer to the enemies that may appear in the future. Six-Path Sage, what are you going to do? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the Six-Path Sage who was floating again. The expression of the Six-Path Sage gradually calmed down. His eyes were fixed on Akihara Kagura who was fighting with Uzumaki Naruto. I will exhaust all the power of this chakra, and try my best to launch the largest-scale Chibaku Tensei to seal the opponent completely. But Senju Tobirama raised an objection. He remembered that Akihara Kagura's Susanoo directly broke the Chibaku Tensei. That technique may not be able to seal him. The pupil technique of the Rinnegan is very special. The Six-Path Sage shook his head and said in a deep voice, the longer it takes to prepare the technique, the more chakra is consumed, and the more powerful the technique will be. I need to prepare for some time. During this time the Six-Path Sage's eyes fell on their side, and said in a deep voice, I need you to help delay Sasuke as much as possible. I need you to launch a Chibaku Tensei on him at the critical moment, so that I can aim at the target of the release. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke nodded quickly. There is one more thing. The Six-Path Sage glanced at his mother, Kaguya Akatsuki. His voice was a little heavy, and he lowered his voice and said, if I use up my chakra to solve Akihara Kagura, my mother may still regard the ninja world as a seedbed. Naruto and I will solve her. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Kaguya Akatsuki deeply. In this battle, Uchiha Sasuke also saw Kaguya Akatsuki's strengths and her weaknesses. As long as he and Naruto find an opportunity, they can also solve Kaguya. I will try to find an opportunity. The Six-Path Sage shook his head and said in a deep voice, seal up mother and him together. As for what will happen in the ninja world in the future, I can only entrust it to you. I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly. Kaguya Akatsuki had no idea about this. Black Zetsu came out of her sleeve and helped her pull out the jade black stick of seeking truth that was inserted into her shoulder. Kaguya Akatsuki flew towards Akihara Kagura to help Uzumaki Naruto. A strand of her long white hair rolled up the endangered Uzumaki Naruto and threw him to the side. The rest of her long white hair suddenly rolled towards Akihara Kagura's body. Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and a black sword transformed from a seeking truth jade appeared in his hand. The black sword flashed a few black rays and cut off Kaguya Akatsuki's long hair. Akihara Kagura raised her sword and flew into the air. Kaguya Akatsuki directly condensed the ash bones of the common killing, waving the bone spurs in her hand to resist Akihara Kagura's attack. She struggled to use her Byakugan and poor fighting skills to fight Akihara Kagura desperately. After all, she had nowhere to escape. All possible helpers in the entire ninja world are here. The Six-Path Sage watched the battle between Kaguya Akatsuki and Kagura Akihara. His chakra was rapidly mobilized, and his palms slowly closed at this moment. Chakra quickly gathered in his palms. As the six-pathed sage gathered chakra, his body gradually became somewhat transparent. This was a sign that the remaining chakra was about to be exhausted. Sasuke. The six-pathed sage shouted in a deep voice, calling out to Uchiha Sasuke. Understood. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly raised his palm, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes with a six Magatama Samsara eye. At this moment, he suddenly launched a Chibaku Tensei. Compared with the Chibaku Tensei of others, Uchiha Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei can directly take the person he wants to seal as the core, and he can quickly seal the enemy. As Uchiha Sasuke took action, Kaguya Akatsuki and Kagura Akihara, who were fighting in the middle, were simultaneously wrapped and sealed by the stones on the ground. The body of the six-pathed sage flew up, raised one of his hands, and rushed towards Kaguya Akatsuki and Kagura Akihara who were about to be sealed. Wait a minute. Black Zetsu saw the actions of the six-pathed sage, and was about to remind him, Haguramo, what technique are you going to use? Mom hasn't left the sealing range of the technique yet. Sorry. The six-pathed sage shook his head and said in a deep voice, if possible, please leave the tailed beast behind, and the next time you encounter a crisis, ask someone to revive her as a god in the ninja world. The six-pathed sage can be said to consider the affairs of the ninja world. His consideration of this move can only be called exquisite. As long as the tailed beasts exist in the ninja world, and the Rinnegan exists, Kaguya also has the possibility of resurrection, and the future ninja world will also have another hope to deal with enemies from outer space. In this way, Kaguya will not be able to stay and regard the ninja world as a seedbed. Because Kaguya Akatsuki, the ancestor of chakra, will remain sealed until the next crisis in the ninja world. Once a crisis occurs, Kaguya Akatsuki can also be resurrected by the latecomers in the ninja world. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone. You bastard. Black Zetsu immediately understood the six-pathed sage's thoughts and couldn't help but curse, you and Hammer betrayed Mom, which led to the troubles in the world today. Now you still want to seal Mom at this time. You want to use Mom as a tool to protect the ninja world. Kaguya Akatsuki's body floated upwards involuntarily. She ignored the enemy Akihara Kagura who was close at hand, but just looked down at her son. The six-pathed sage's eyes were unprecedentedly calm. He seemed like a real god, and his heart had long lost any emotions. Six-pathed sage is the title given to him by the humans in the ninja world. The humans in the ninja world worship him as a god, and he has become a real god because of this, a god who only considers the sentient beings in the ninja world. Haguramo, do you think so? Kaguya Akatsuki stared at her son, as if she could understand the six-pathed sage's meaning. She looked at the six-pathed sage's body gradually disappearing and stretched out her hands. A ball of chakra flew out from her palm and landed on the six-pathed sage's body, making his gradually transparent body gradually solidify. Mother. The six-pathed sage was puzzled. In this case, continue to live. The war between us mother and son will never end again. Kaguya Akatsuki's expression instantly became indifferent, and the black zetsu in her sleeves flowed on the ground like liquid. The chakra of the tailed beasts also fell off her body and quickly turned into 9 tailed beasts. Interesting. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Kagura Akihara's mouth. The next moment, countless stones were completely attached to Kaguya Akatsuki and Kagura Akihara, sealing them in a stone ball at the same time. Uchiha Sasuke raised his palms and said in a deep voice, Six-pathed sage, be faster, they can break free at any time. I know. The six-pathed sage stretched out his hands and fell on the stone ball. He suddenly shouted, Six-pathed Chibaku Tensei. This is the six-pathed Chibaku Tensei, launched by the chakra of all ninjas in the past 1,000 years. The entire space of the original ball began to tremble violently at this moment. Stones flew up from the ground, and the six-pathed sage's Chibaku Tensei was tightly attached to Uchiha Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei. Under the seal of the double Chibaku Tensei, in just a few seconds, a planet far larger than the moon soon appeared in front of everyone. This planet soon caused a crack in the space of the original ball and flew directly to the outer space of the ninja world. Meteorites along the way kept sticking to this planet. Let's leave here. The six-pathed sage looked at the collapse of the space of the spherical ball, and looked at Hatake Kakashi. Can we use the time and space ritual now? Yes. Hatake Kakashi directly collected all the people present into the Kamui space, even the 9-tailed beasts and Black Zetsu were also collected together, and followed the cracks opened by the Chibaku Tensei to directly use Kamui to leave this space. The present world. On this sea surface. Many souls of the dead are still waiting here. When they saw Hatake Kakashi appear, their hearts suddenly tightened, and they thought that only Hatake Kakashi survived. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi did not waste much time, and soon released the other people in the Kamui space, and the ninjas who went to participate in the battle survived. This major crisis in the ninja world finally ended at this moment. Hagoromo, you bastard. Black Zetsu looked at the illusory figure of the six-path sage and couldn't help but cursed. You actually sealed my mother with it. Are you going to kill it? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were cold. No, let it live. The six-path sage shook his head. He looked at Black Zetsu's angry face and instantly turned into horror. He said calmly, if there is a crisis in the future, maybe it will be needed to revive my mother. At least now the trouble of the enemy from outer space is solved. The six-path sage looked up at the sky. A huge planet was flying slowly towards outer space in their sight. The sea surface was constantly stirring up tidal waves under the gravity of the planet. It seemed that the enemy sealed inside had no way to break free from the seal. Now at least the chakra gathered by these thousand-year-old ninjas was not in vain. Infinite Tsukuyomi, release. Uchiha Sasuke raised his finger. As Uchiha Sasuke moved, the infinite Tsukuyomi of the entire ninja world was unlocked at this moment. The vines of the sacred tree slowly withered and dissipated, and all humans woke up at the moment when the infinite Tsukuyomi was unlocked, as if they had had a very long and beautiful dream. This crisis can finally be declared over. The infinite Tsukuyomi crisis set off by Black Zetsu and the hunting ground crisis driven by Akihara Kagura all ended at the moment when the infinite Tsukuyomi was unlocked. The six-path sage returned to the gap between the netherworld and the real world, secretly waiting for the arrival of the next crisis. The dead souls of the ninja world also returned to the netherworld. After the crisis ended, the 5 major ninja villages did not disband the ninja coalition, but completely united to guard against the next crisis they might encounter. No one knows when the next crisis will occur, and no one knows whether there will be a new Akihara Kagura appearing in Konoha village in this world. In the Konoha orphanage. Yakashi Nono is still busy in the orphanage. She still has many children to take care of, but Yakashi Kabuto's mental state seems to be getting worse and worse. He never believed that Akihara Kagura would be an enemy from outer space. He didn't believe that Akihara Kagura would regard everyone as prey. Yakashi Kabuto wiped his glasses again and again, not wanting to believe the answer he knew from other people. Dean Nono, before Kagura's conspiracy really wanted to be implemented, he picked us out and didn't want us to be hostile to others. But you are not. Yakashi Nono held his glasses and asked softly, I heard that you stole a piece of his bark. You knew that he wanted to destroy the world and wanted to find an opportunity to give it to Tsunade. Everything you did at that time was in his plan. But Yakashi Kabuto put on his glasses, but still couldn't stop the mist on his glasses. His voice became a little gloomy. It was Kagura who gave me the bark personally. He told me what to do, but I know that only by doing this can I not be regarded as an enemy by others. Yakashi Nono was silent and speechless. Kagura has wanted to leave this world for a long time. Kabuto Yakashi looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to find the star where Kagura Akihara was sealed. In fact, Kagura has never wanted to destroy the world, and has never said that he wants to kill anyone, otherwise he would not have thought of arranging all this for us. Kabuto Yakashi's expression gradually became serious, and he said solemnly, I want to try to unlock Kagura's seal and rescue him from the Chibaku Tensei. Kabuto. Nono Yakashi hurriedly stopped Kabuto Yakashi. Dean. Kabuto Yakashi looked at Nono Yakashi and said softly, do you remember? Kagura sacrificed himself so that the two of us would not be assassinated by Danzo Shimura. There is a precedent for this kind of thing. He may have deliberately sacrificed himself for the peace of the ninja world outside the Konoha orphanage. The two figures who had been listening quietly fell silent. Uchiha Sasuke was wearing the root outfit. He wanted to rebuild the root with Orochimaru and invited Kabuto Yakashi to join him. Unexpectedly, he heard the secrets that Kabuto Yakashi told him at this time. Could this be a conspiracy of Akihara Kagura? Orochimaru frowned slightly, and his mind unconsciously diverged. At that time, before launching his conspiracy, he arranged a backup plan in advance that might fail, so that we would be fooled into unlocking his seal. This possibility is really high. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. These ninjas have all experienced the multiple conspiracies of Akihara Kagura, and they really can't stand being fooled again. They are worried that they will fall into Akihara Kagura's trick again. There is no other reason. They are really scared. To be honest, it is more reassuring to keep Akihara Kagura sealed than they might be fooled again. Akihara Kagura is too dangerous and they dare not take such risks again. Yet, a familiar voice appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, and gently advised them, don't be fooled again. Naruto is almost over, and these two pictures are over. Chapter 349, the final chapter of Naruto. Congratulations on defeating my wooden clone. This voice sounded so familiar. It was so familiar that Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru had some stress reactions. Their bodies trembled subconsciously and they turned around in disbelief. Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Sasuke's heart began to beat faster. What a joke. Why would this guy appear here? And how could such words of fear of being fooled come out of his mouth? Obviously, this guy is the most terrifying conspirator in the ninja world, and he is still deceiving them. Wasn't this guy sealed by the Six Paths Sage? However, Akihara Kagura stood in front of them, as if nothing had happened in the past, and there were even a few familiar people standing next to him. Karin, White Zetsu, Oi, and even Kaguya Akatsuki, this woman who was sealed together with Akihara Kagura, unexpectedly appeared here. Are you guys here at the orphanage too? Akihara Kagura greeted them as if nothing had happened, and was even very polite. It's been a few days since we last met, Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke's body tensed up immediately, and his palm subconsciously wanted to pull out his ninja sword. Isn't it sealed? Don't pull out your sword. You're not my opponent. Akihara Kagura pushed Uchiha Sasuke against the wall with his backhand, raised his foot to press down on Uchiha Sasuke's palm, and pressed his ninja sword back into the scabbard. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't break free at all. Okay. I'm not here to fight. Akihara Kagura patted Uchiha Sasuke's head and ruffled his hair, just like he was still the high and mighty root leader many years ago, and Uchiha Sasuke was still the little guy who wanted to join him. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Akihara Kagura and asked in a deep voice, I'm curious, how did you escape from the Chibaku Tensei seal cast by me and the Six Paths Sage? Then why aren't you curious? Akihara Kagura chuckled and asked back, why was I sealed by you and the Six Paths Sage's Chibaku Tensei? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. This long-lost fear swept his heart. This panic that everything was controlled by Akihara Kagura once again surfaced in Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Why would this guy take the initiative to be sealed up? Because Orochimaru laughed, he seemed to have figured something out, and took the initiative to answer, Kagura-kun has never been an unforgivable evil person. Uchiha Sasuke felt that Orochimaru was telling a joke. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and whispered something. Do you remember how many people Kagura-kun has killed? A lot. Uchiha Sasuke responded subconsciously. The entire ninja world knows that Akihara Kagura has killed many people. Whether it is Akihara Kagura attacking the great ninja village or attacking the ninja alliance alone, the number of ninjas killed must be countless, right? In addition, he has always been the leader of the root, so his hands must be stained with blood. No. Orochimaru shook his head. He remembered that he had checked the information about the Ninja Alliance, and said in a deep voice, as far as I know, the only time Kagura-kun killed the largest scale was when he killed hundreds of ninjas from the Grass Country with one blow, which indirectly led to the demise of the Grass Country. Those scumbags all deserve to die. Karin adjusted her glasses and refuted Orochimaru in a cold voice, as if she didn't want to hear Orochimaru defend those scumbags in the Grass Country who were like cannibals. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Karin. Obviously. Sasuke has also heard of Karin's story. Karin has not been shy about her origins. Many people know that Karin was born in the Grass Country and was brought to Konoha by Akihara Kagura. Besides that, when Orochimaru said this, he seemed a little unbelievable. The only large-scale killing related to Kagura-kun was probably the cleaning up of a group of gangsters in the casino. Apart from that, Kagura-kun has almost never killed anyone. No, there is one more. Orochimaru thought of his former ally, and said with a smile, for example, Danzo Shimura, who wanted to use Kagura-kun as a tool. As for Kagura-kun's large-scale actions, it seems that they are always based on absorbing chakra, and there has never been any blood. On the contrary, the people who were saved because of Kagura-kun. Orochimaru's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura, and he seemed to be quite emotional. In fact, there are far more people than he has killed. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Akihara Kagura in astonishment. Akihara Kagura clapped his hands gently, as if to appreciate the detailed data obtained by Orochimaru. He chuckled and said, Lord Orochimaru is indeed a scientist. He even wants to investigate this kind of social data. No. Orochimaru felt that he was unworthy of it. He shook his head gently and took the initiative to say, "This conjecture actually comes from a person you are very familiar with. That person is in the infinite Tsukuyomi. He has only one dream, to see an eternal and peaceful world where you will not exist." Yes. This conjecture comes from Akihara Kagura's teacher Jiraiya. When the infinite Tsukuyomi came, Jiraiya took the initiative to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi in order to provide chakra to Six Paths Madara. There he entered the world of his dreams. There was no Akihara Kagura in that world, but more people died in that world. Whether it was the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the collapse of Konoha, or the final battle of the Ninja Coalition, countless people died. Even Jiraiya became a victim of preventing Nagato from implementing his plan. He saw the end of the world from the perspective of a bystander. In that dream world, Jiraiya saw his disciple Uzumaki Naruto become the child of prophecy and save the world. He saw the prophecy he had been pursuing all his life come true. However, that dream world was almost destroyed. Jiraiya thought that his disciple Akihara Kagura might not be a bad person, but unfortunately he could not tell more people about this conjecture. He could only privately tell his good friend Orochimaru about his experience in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Orochimaru did not want to believe it. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's conjecture was true. It's not good to be too smart. Akihara Kagura smiled and invited sincerely, "I have been in this world for 15 years, and I am about to start my next journey. Is Lord Orochimaru interested?" "Sure." Orochimaru smiled lightly and took the initiative to agree. He even proposed another guess, "Kagura-kun, Danzo died in your hands, but I was able to survive. Is it because I gave you birthday gifts and New Year gifts every year? It makes me sound like you care about such trivial matters." Akihara Kagura waved his hands repeatedly, but the smile on his mouth became more intense. He liked to communicate with a smart Orochimaru because Orochimaru could always understand his thoughts. Yes, it happened that when he was alone in Konoha, there was nothing more heartwarming than receiving New Year gifts and birthday gifts. "I specially prepared a partner for you." Akihara Kagura smiled, raised her hand and summoned a figure that Orochimaru was very familiar with. "You are old teammates, you should be able to get along well, right?" Scorpion. Orochimaru looked at the figure of Scorpion of the Red Sand with the gritted teeth. I really didn't expect that Akihara Kagura would let him and Red Sand Scorpion, the old enemy of Akatsuki, become partners. It seems that this guy thought of letting Red Sand Scorpion to monitor him in advance. "Okay." Orochimaru shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face. "If I'm with my old partner, it's not impossible. But I prefer Kabuto as my partner. By the way, Kagura-kun should be able to take Kabuto away, right? I won't stop Kabuto and the Dean from doing what they want." Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued nonchalantly, "I came here just to take a few things from Kabuto. I heard that he has summoned Kinkaku and Jinkaku, and he should have some weapons left by the Six Paths Sage. Kagura-kun cares about this." Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. "No." Akihara Kagura shook his head. He looked at the Konoha village outside, which was decorated with lights and colors. "I heard that the 5 major ninja villages are going to honor the heroes who prevented the disaster in the ninja world today. So when the heroes are honored, they must need a few prizes, right? Naruto doesn't need it either." Uchiha Sasuke frowned. "There is no doubt about it. The ninjas that the ninja world wants to honor are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but Uchiha Sasuke refused to stand in the sun, so the honor naturally belongs to Uzumaki Naruto alone. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto is also the most powerful ninja in the ninja world now. The 5 major ninja villages want to take this opportunity to honor Uzumaki Naruto, and by the way, discuss the issue of the possible appearance of enemies from outer space in the ninja world in the future. Did I tell him?" Akihara Kagura smiled and stepped into the orphanage on her own. "Wait." Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly called Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, "I have a question. Where are my people? I want to give them a home." "Oh." Akihara Kagura looked back at Uchiha Sasuke, waved at him and said, "Then go find them yourself. Remember, go and ask them nicely, instead of using your power to threaten my former subordinates." Those Uchiha didn't want to leave this world. Akihara Kagura naturally wouldn't force it. After all, they all followed Shiso in the past, and they were considered to be following Akihara Kagura. As a result, Shiso's soul was summoned away by the Six Paths Sage, and these Uchiha were afraid of Akihara Kagura's power and wanted to continue staying here. Orochimaru followed behind Akihara Kagura and asked a question that he was very interested in. Speaking of which, how did Kagura break the Chibaku Tensei? The Chibaku Tensei is indeed the ultimate sealing technique. When Akihara Kagura said this, she couldn't help but frown, as if she was still a little afraid of her recklessness at the time. Maybe I was a little too reckless. The wooden clone was careless and didn't break free from Aim no Minaka. Wooden clone Orochimaru's smile suddenly became stiff. Even Uchiha Sasuke's pupils flashed a touch of shock. The Akihara Kagura, who beat all of them and even forced the Six-Path Sage to use the chakra gathered by the Pure Land souls for thousands of years to perform the Chibaku Tensei and seal it, was just Akihara Kagura's wooden clone. Isn't this a bit too scary? That kind of powerful godlike power is just a wooden clone, and such cautious behavior is called reckless? Are there still cautious people in the ninja world? There is no way. Akihara Kagura smiled and took the initiative to say, after all, I am not alone. My real body has never entered Lord Kaguya's Heaven's Palace. This is also to prevent my subordinates from being liquidated by the ninja world after the war is lost. I didn't expect that the wooden clone sent in couldn't get out of the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. Kaguya Otsutsuki frowned slightly. Because no one is more scared than her. Even though Kaguya Otsutsuki and Kagura Akihara were sealed by the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei together, Kaguya Otsutsuki still felt a little fortunate in her heart. At least she didn't need to worry about Akihara Kagura taking away her chakra, nor did she need to worry about Akihara Kagura's crisis. As a result, Kaguya Otsutsuki saw Akihara Kagura, who was also sealed, slowly turning into a piece of wood. The situation at that moment made Kaguya Otsutsuki instantly overwhelmed by fear. She was in prison with a terrifying enemy, but she was the only one imprisoned. The terrifying enemy just played a trick on the Six Paths Sage. The unfilial son did not hesitate to destroy all the chakras, and sealed up only a wooden clone. What this means does not need to be elaborated too much. The crisis of the ninja world has never ended. But it was also when Kaguya was most afraid that a huge black sword suddenly split the planet that sealed her and broke her out of the darkness. Kaguya Otsutsuki originally thought that when she was most vulnerable, Kagura Akihara wanted to absorb her chakra, but Kagura Akihara not only did not mention the absorption of chakra, but just asked her indifferently if she was willing to go to other worlds together to see different scenery. At that moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki seemed to see the light. No one could have guessed the conspiracy I carefully prepared. Akihara Kagura thought of her own arrangement, shook her head and sighed. When I was fighting in Aim no Minaka, I specifically mentioned a story about a lion and a rabbit race to Mr. Black Zetsu, but it was a pity that Mr. Black Zetsu did not grasp the essence of it. No one could have thought of such a thing. Black Zetsu is still hiding in Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeve. Yet, who could have thought of such a thing? That bastard Akihara Kagura told a story about a lion and a rabbit race, which reminded Black Zetsu of a story about a turtle and a rabbit race that was circulated in the ninja world. But who knew that Akihara Kagura only sent a wooden clone to participate in the battle? A person who defeated the Six Paths Sage, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the most powerful ninjas in the ninja world, and forced the Six Paths Sage to spend 1,000 years of chakra, was actually just a wooden clone with less than 50% of his strength. How could anyone have thought of such a thing? Akihara Kagura met Kabuto Yakashi and Nono Yakashi, and took the initiative to tell them that he was going to the next world. However, Nono Yakashi was too late to take care of the orphans in the ninja world, let alone follow Akihara Kagura to the next world. Kabuto Yakashi also chose to stay in Konoha and manage the Konoha orphanage with his adoptive mother. He just gave Akihara Kagura the ninja tools left by the Six Paths Sage. He always remembered what Akihara Kagura told him, that he only needed him to protect Nono Yakashi. Where are we going next? Uchiha Sasuke didn't dare to leave Akihara Kagura's side, for fear that if he couldn't stop her in time, someone would offend Akihara Kagura and bring trouble to the ninja world. How about ramen? Akihara Kagura touched his chin. Ichiriko Ramen. 3 familiar figures were eating lunch here. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto were eating here very happily. Hatake Kakashi sat beside them, holding a yellow-covered comic book with a serious look. The classic work of the Intimate series is still so wonderful. Hatake Kakashi looked at the contents of the book and even felt like not wanting to eat. When he saw the wonderful part, he couldn't help but actively praised it and asked, by the way, has Lord Jiraiya considered writing the next new book? Haha, maybe there will be more exciting ones in the future. Jiraiya laughed and waved his hands, and took the initiative to propose his next creative plan. I plan to write another new book, A new book with Akihara Kagura as the protagonist. Is the new book a healthy reading? An inquiring voice appeared in Jiraiya's ears. It should be healthy. Jiraiya subconsciously felt that the voice was familiar. His mind was still immersed in his own thoughts. Maybe the ending of the story will not be accepted by many people, but it is already good enough if this story can be read by 20,000 people. Jiraiya touched his chin and continued, as for the content, it is probably a story about a ninja who calls himself a tool, but uses his own unique and extreme means to try to save the ninja world. Huh? After Jiraiya finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the inquiring voice was a little too familiar. He couldn't help but wanted to look back, but saw Uzumaki Naruto with a solemn face. And Hatake Kakashi with an even more serious expression. How could you? Hatake Kakashi clenched his kune, looking at the man who lifted the curtain of Ichiriko Ramen in disbelief. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Kakashi, we haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 days, right? Akihara Kagura looked at the alert Hatake Kakashi and said with interest, it seems that my old friend doesn't welcome me very much? Hatake Kakashi's forehead twitched. This guy was a hunter who tried to treat the entire ninja world as a hunting ground 2 or 3 days ago. How could he be in the mood to treat him as an old friend now? Huh? Jiraiya waved his hands quickly, motioning Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi to relax, and took the initiative to say, it seems that I am writing a documentary novel. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he even winked at Akihara Kagura. Hey, you guy, can I write something else in it? Using the writing style of the Intimate series to slander the second-generation leader of the Root will be banned, right? Akihara Kagura looked back at Uchiha Sasuke who was standing outside the door, and took the initiative to say, third-generation Root, although you tried to kill the second-generation Root to take the position, you should ban the book that slanders the former Root leader, right? Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath. What the hell does he care about this kind of thing? He doesn't want to get involved at all. If he wasn't worried that Akihara Kagura would cause a big mess, Uchiha Sasuke would just want to find a place to quietly think about what happened, and then go find his lost tribesmen and ask them to be willing to go home. Where are we going next? Jiraiya took the initiative to order a bowl of ramen for his disciple. Maybe he's going to meet the Shudame. Akihara Kagura asked for a pair of chopsticks, and comforted the hand-type boss of Ichiriko Ramen and Miss Aim. Hand-type boss, I'm an old customer. The hand-type boss tried his best to open his eyes. Who are you? Aim looked at Akihara Kagura curiously, as if he didn't quite understand his identity. Why do people in the ninja world say that you are a world-destroying devil, and the people in the village are so scared when they mention you? Give me more soup. Akihara Kagura asked the hand-type boss to add more soup, and asked curiously, Miss Aim, is there anyone in the village scolding me? Not at all. Hatake Kakashi immediately answered for Aim. Okay. Akihara Kagura picked up the chopsticks and spoke slowly. If you have to say my identity, my favorite one is probably the leader of the Root. That's the kind of village where the Hokage will use his identity to forcefully issue orders that must be executed, and the Root leader will persuade the Hokage to regret it, but he has to execute the Hokage's orders and has to send ninjas to kill whole families. I used to be the leader of the Root. You guy, don't slander the Hokage. Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead, feeling that the slanderous words were a little familiar. And you didn't really obey the orders of the Hokage, did you? Don't slander the Root either. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Akihara Kagura's words and said in a deep voice, now I am the leader of the Root. Even when you were in office, the Root never killed a whole family. No Aim waited for them to finish speaking, then spoke cautiously. I remember you seemed to have mentioned this incident 10 years ago. Wasn't it the Anbu who killed the whole family? Jiraiya laughed so hard that he fell backwards and couldn't help but slap the table. By the way, Naruto. Akihara Kagura tapped her fingers and tapped Uzumaki Naruto next to her. In view of your ungrateful behavior, I will cancel your hero title. Sorry. Uzumaki Naruto came back to his senses, and a flash of excitement flashed across his face. He didn't care that his hero title was cancelled, so, Kagura is not an enemy. If you want to apologize, you should do something to apologize. Akihara Kagura interrupted Uzumaki Naruto, and her voice suddenly became cold. I remember that during the Chunin exam 4 years ago, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, violated my orders. You should be willing to help me vent my anger, right? I'll help Naruto deal with it. Uchiha Sasuke quickly stood up. As a good friend of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke had to help solve the problem at this time. But Uchiha Sasuke basically never talked to the people of the Hyuga family, and even didn't talk to the people of the Hyuga clan when the 12 strong men of Konoha gathered. Probably, it can only be dealt with violently. Of course, killing people probably won't happen. As for the issue of forcibly canceling the main family and branch family, Uchiha Sasuke still remembers what Akihara Kagura once proposed. I'm done. After Akihara Kagura finished his ramen, he placed the chopsticks in his hand on the table and looked at the people who gathered around him. Well, everyone, goodbye. In the Konoha Forbidden Technique room, 2 figures were discussing the problem inside. One was named Senju Tobirama, and the other was named Senju Hashirama. These 2 Hokage were resurrected by accident during the war. After the war, they did not die, so they naturally stayed in Konoha. At this moment, the 2 brothers were still arguing about the life and death of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama was still trying to persuade his brother Senju Hashirama, "Brother, as long as I use the impure world reincarnation, I can determine whether Madara is dead. Will innocent people be sacrificed?" Senju Hashirama frowned. "We just need one prisoner." Senju Tobirama never cared about these things. He said in a deep voice, "As long as we make sure that Uchiha Madara is dead, there will be no more threats to the ninja world." What a coincidence. A voice appeared in the ears of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. A familiar figure sat on the table in the Konoha Forbidden Technique room and chuckled and said, "Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, and the biggest threat to the ninja world is still there. Akihara Kagura." A look of horror suddenly flashed across Senju Hashirama's face. Senju Tobirama's face was even more surprised. He saw Akihara Kagura being sealed with his own eyes. A detonating talisman quickly appeared in his hand. Ding-dang. A shuriken nailed the detonating talisman directly to the wall. Kagura has never been an enemy. Uchiha Sasuke quickly stopped Senju Tobirama's suicidal behavior. He rubbed his forehead with a headache. He didn't know how many times he had to explain today. "No, it's unfortunate at this time." Akihara Kagura shook her head and sighed faintly. "The second thing I came to Konoha to do is to take back the 2 people who should not be resurrected." Akihara Kagura opened her palm and released a familiar figure. "Coincidentally, your old friend also misses you, the first generation. Hashirama." Uchiha Madara stood in front of the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, grinned and showed a crazy smile. "Follow this guy and see a bigger world. This place is too small, not enough for you and me." Ever since Akihara Kagura rescued Kaguya Otsutsuki, she asked Kaguya Otsutsuki to peel off Uchiha Madara's body, but Uchiha Madara, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, had lost the 10 Tails chakra and had been in a dying state. Fortunately, someone helped him. Akihara Kagura rescued Uchiha Madara casually. This kind of gifted and strong heart will almost certainly become the top combat force in the world, even if the sun and the moon rotate and the world changes. After all, Uchiha Madara is the only one who has broken through the chakra limit in his body and become a reincarnation of Indra chakra. His determination and strength of mind are even better than Uchiha Sasuke. Once he is given more opportunities, Uchiha Madara may even surpass Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara is an extremely useful tool. Akihara Kagura is working hard to collect tools in this world, and naturally will not miss Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara put forward a condition, hoping that Senju Hashirama will go to another world in the future with him to become stronger. The road to the strong can certainly be lonely, but it is also okay to have an old friend and old rival like Senju Hashirama. As for Senju Tobirama, the naturally insidious second-generation Hokage, it is just a bonus. Akihara Kagura is very interested in the mind of the second-generation Hokage who developed forbidden techniques. No matter what the future world is, the forbidden technique science and mechanical combination of the second-generation Hokage, Orochimaru, and Scorpion of the Red Sand can definitely help a lot in the future. Welcome both of you. Akihara Kagura looked at Hashirama Senju, who was full of joy, and Tobirama Senju, who was full of displeasure. If you two don't have anyone to say goodbye to, please go to the Hokage Rock and gather there. Uchiha Sasuke watched all this silently. Okay, Sasuke. Akihara Kagura threw a pile of 6 Paths ninja tools on the ground, and took the initiative to attach the cursed 6 Paths chakra to the 6 Paths ninja tools, and said softly, "Go and do this for me, and give these to Tenten. What happened in the past has been repaid. I have done everything I can do. The fate of this world is completely handed over to you. From this moment on, Akihara Kagura's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only one sentence: "I don't owe anything to anything in this world." Uchiha Sasuke watched Akihara Kagura's figure disappear, and his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at the row of 6 paths ninja tools placed on the ground, still a little confused. He didn't have the sealing scrolls for these things on hand, and it seemed that one person couldn't take them away. Uchiha Sasuke could only ask someone to help him. He directly pulled Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto to help him move things. He did not hide what Akihara Kagura had said, and directly told Hatake Kakashi about it. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi knew more. After all, during the Chunin exam 4 years ago, Hatake Kakashi had seen Akihara Kagura change the rules he had set, and took the initiative to save Tenten, whose life was in danger. Unfortunately, Tenten still knew nothing about it. "Why did you send me these things?" Tenten flipped through these 6 paths ninja tools, and felt that she didn't quite understand. Why would someone send me these things inexplicably? It should be a reward for kindness. Hatake Kakashi looked at a row of 6 paths ninja tools, and sighed in his heart. "Perhaps it should be because of you that you are the hero who saved this world. I don't quite understand." Tenten pouted and shook her head a little melancholy. Shianchan never cared about who she had helped, because she would always do what she could, and she didn't think these things were important. Inside the Hokage building, a group of cages gathered here. 3 days had passed since the war. However, the cages of the big ninja villages were still meeting here. They told each other that they must not let down their guard, and even doubled the vigilance of each ninja village. Be careful. The 3rd generation Tsuchika Jinoki was a little worried, and took the initiative to say, "In the future, the identity review should be stricter to prevent someone from sneaking in secretly like Akihara Kagura." "Yes." The 4th generation Raikage nodded and said in a deep voice, "Are the orphanages in the major ninja villages going to be abolished? This can also prevent the enemies from outside from sneaking into the ninja world under the name of being adopted by the orphanage." This. The 5th generation Hokage Tsunade hesitated. In any case, the threat of this infiltration method is indeed very large. But once the orphanage is abolished, what should the real orphans in the ninja world do? In order to prevent someone from sneaking in through the orphanage, do we have to ignore the real orphans? Ordinary ninjas in the ninja world don't have the eyes to see whether an orphan is an ordinary child or an alien. Don't worry. A familiar voice appeared in this conference room. A familiar figure sat on the beam and said with interest, "You don't have to worry. If there are any more enemies from outer space, they probably won't be as merciful as me. They should invade here and kill everyone directly." "What?" The voice sounds familiar. The 5 cages were talking in a rambling manner, and in an instant they raised their heads at the same time and looked at the familiar figure sitting on the beam of the conference room. Akihara Kagura. A long-lost fear swept over the whole body. The last time they were so scared was at the 5-cage conference in the Hidden Rain village. Why did Akihara Kagura appear again at this time? Akihara Kagura Tsunade clenched her hands into fists. Because she saw Akihara Kagura being sealed with her own eyes. When did this guy unseal himself, and why did he appear at the 5-cage conference at this time? The last time this guy appeared at the 5-cage conference, he made his puppet Hanzo the chief of the Ninja Alliance. Tsunade was worried that Akihara Kagura would appear at the 5-cage conference again for some conspiracy. "Don't move." The terrifying chakra emanating from Akihara Kagura instantly forced everyone to stop in place. "If you have anything to ask, go back and ask Sasuke or Jiraiya." Akihara Kagura slowly floated down from the beam to the ground, and took the initiative to say, "I didn't intend to appear in front of you, but when I heard this, I felt that I should say a few more words to you, so that you don't always stare at the orphanage. Tell you a truth actually, I have never been a child from an orphanage." The 5 cages were so scared that they didn't dare to speak or move. Even these people felt that they were caught in a huge conspiracy again. "You came here." Tsunade looked up at Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, "What is your purpose?" "I just want to see you again. After all, we have been dealing with each other for such a long time." Akihara Kagura looked at the 5 shadows whose faces were either livid or pale, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of her mouth. "See you again if we are lucky. I am glad to see you again. I hope you are also glad to see me again. Goodbye." After Akihara Kagura's figure finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace in full view of everyone. On the Hokage Rock, Kaguya Akatsuki stood on the Hokage Rock, overlooking this tiny village. Karin, Uchiha Madara, Hoshirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and White Zetsui and others stood on both sides of her. They were also looking at this village that has left a long history in the ninja world and is also a village where many people have struggled all their lives. Perhaps in the future they may never have the opportunity to return. Before the gathering, Orochimaru went to see his disciple Matarashienko and checked the Heaven's Curse seal on Matarashienko's body, so as to avoid the possibility of dying in another world in the future. I thought Kaguya-sama would want to see her son. Akihara Kagura appeared beside them with Orochimaru, and his eyes fell on Kaguya. Hagoromo has already lost his human side. Kaguya Otsutsuki shook her head. She didn't want to see her son, but just looked back at Akihara Kagura who appeared beside him. I don't want to see him again, take me away from this world. Then let's go. Akihara Kagura stood on the Hokage Rock and took a last look at the village where she had lived for more than 10 years. This world is actually very happy. I hope the next world will be happy to see us. This is the end. By the way, let's talk about the bug of the six paths summoning Shisu's soul. In the original work, Hoshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were still in the state of impure world reincarnation, and their souls were also summoned by the six paths. Shisu's situation is similar to impure world reincarnation. The Naruto chapter ends here. Akihara Kagura is not a bloodthirsty person. He just liked killing because he was influenced by Danzo. In essence, he is just a worker who does it for fun. Chapter 350, The New World does not seem good. Akihara Kagura was stolen. The year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. This is a rather backward year. After the pirate king of this world, Goldo Roger, was executed by the world government, he claimed before his death that he had placed his treasure at Raftel, the end of the Grand Line, and the Great Pirate Era began. More than 20 years have passed since then. East China Sea. This is the hometown of Pirate King Roger. Perhaps because of the appearance of the Pirate King, this sea area has been open for more than 20 years in the Great Pirate Era, but no powerful pirates have ever appeared. Therefore, more than 20 years later, this sea area is also known as the weakest sea in the world. It happened that on the small island in the East China Sea today, two strange travelers appeared. A black-haired young man who looked about 20 years old, with a very gentle smile, as if he didn't have a temper. A red-haired girl wearing glasses and looking about 16 or 17 years old, wearing tight clothes, carrying a very hard-looking ninja sword on her back. Her expression was particularly alert, and she looked like she was not easy to mess with. However, the two strange travelers did not do anything special. They just admired the scenery of the island and even took a few travel photos. They looked exactly like other ordinary tourists who came to the island to check in and take photos. Finally, they came to a restaurant and tasted the special food of the island. This restaurant was probably the end of their trip. These two people were Akihara Kagura and Karin, who had just arrived. Mr. Kagura. Karin was very nervous about the strange world she came to. Her eyes were hidden in her glasses and looked particularly sharp. She said in a deep voice, "There is an evil breath approaching this island. That evil person has a very special power. There is another person flying towards this island quickly. He also has a very special power. It seems that it should be the power of this world. Let's order first." Akihara Kagura turned a deaf ear to the coming of danger and ordered his own meal. After he came to this world, this was his first proper meal in this world. "By the way, do you have a newspaper?" "Yes." The waiter of this restaurant took a newspaper. "By the way, in this world, there is a magical bird called the newsbird, which travels around the world to deliver newspapers and the latest pirate wanted posters. There is no big news in this newspaper. 20 years have passed since the Great Pirate Era. Pirates are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river. There are rarely any big news caused by pirates. Now the newspaper is full of peace. World Noble Saint Joliet. I will take the ship of the world government to tour the East China Sea. This is the biggest news in the East China Sea, which makes the whole East China Sea proud. World Noble. The most noble race in this world, also known as the Celestial Dragons. Their status comes from the fact that 20 kings founded the world government 800 years ago, bringing peace and stability to the world. The descendants of these 20 kings are respected as world nobles and celestial dragons. They regard themselves as descendants of the Creator, and their status is directly above the kings of ordinary kingdoms in the world. Anyone who sees them must kneel down to greet them, and any country must pay tribute to them with treasures and rare goods as heavenly gold to contribute to the gods. The celestial dragons regard other humans in the world as inferior humans, and can unscrupulously use anyone they see as a slave. Once they encounter an attack or trouble, the world government will immediately send the highest-powered admiral to solve the problem for them. No doubt. This is big news for the East China Sea. Theoretically, everyone in the East China Sea may be demoted to a slave or killed at will by the celestial dragons they see. In fact, there are also celestial dragons who will do this. Looks more arrogant than me. Akihara Kagura looked at the man wearing a square headgear in the newspaper, and couldn't help but sigh. The celestial dragons in this world have a very high status. I have to give him some gifts to take care of him, so that we won't be troubled by him. Karin frowned. Because in her impression, someone should always give gifts to Lord Kagura, but she didn't expect that on the first day they came to the new world, they would need to give gifts to others. Just when Karin wanted to say something, a quick bell suddenly rang outside the door, and people shouted in the street. Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Hide quickly! The one coming is the great pirate Buggy. Why is Buggy here? I heard that a thief stole his treasure map. Hide quickly! Buggy's bounty is 15 million Baileys. People on the entire street shouted everywhere, and the waiters and bosses in the restaurant also followed the people on the street to escape. When people heard the arrival of the pirates, they immediately seemed to scatter and escape, fearing that they would be killed by the pirates. When the people on the street gradually ran away, a cannonball suddenly flew over and landed directly on a house. The house was immediately blown off a corner by the cannonball, and countless wood chips and gravel flew everywhere. Cannonballs kept flying over. The great pirate Buggy who came to the island to rob seemed to want to greet the island with cannonballs, and kept flying cannonballs to the island. Akihara Kagura did not leave the restaurant, but sat here quietly eating. Karin could only sit here with her boss, and her Kagura mind was directly open, sensing the danger that might come. However, the restaurant was not spared after all. On the coast of this small island, a pirate ship with a red-nosed skull hanging on it docked. The big pirate Buggy, who had a red nose and a captain's hat, landed on the island with a group of subordinates who looked like circus performers. These people even brought a circus lion. The pirates set up a tent as a temporary camp for Captain Buggy, although the camp also looked like a circus. If the pirates had not quickly set up a cannon next to the tent and continued to fire shells with clown heads painted on them at the town of this small island, they would have looked like a walking circus. Of course. This continuous firing of shells will definitely harm innocent people. In the sky above this small island, while the great pirate Buggy was still firing shells wantonly, a huge seabird holding a boy wearing a straw hat was caught in the crossfire. The seabird was hit by a shell as it passed by, and a cloud of black smoke immediately appeared in the sky. The body of the boy wearing a straw hat fell directly on the island. Just right. An orange-haired girl was on the run with a sea chart in her hand. 3 pirates were chasing her from behind. The purpose of this pirate group landing was for this treasure map. However, a straw hat boy fell from the sky. The moment the straw hat boy landed, he didn't pay any attention to the pirate crisis here. He just rubbed his stomach. I'm so hungry. This guy wearing a straw hat looked stupid, and was immediately used by the orange-haired girl. She yelled at the straw hat boy and ran away. Boss, these pursuers are on your hands. The 3 pirates immediately surrounded the straw hat boy and gathered around him. Hey, are you her boss? Are you here to save your men? Fortunately, the straw hat boy was quite strong. The 3 pirates holding knives were knocked away by his 2 punches. The orange-haired girl looked at the powerful strength of the straw hat boy, rolled her eyes, and turned back again, taking the initiative to invite this guy who looked a little stupid and naive but had some strength to have dinner together. Boom. Boom. The shells over the town still did not stop. A shell landed outside the restaurant. Akihara Kagura held up the pear juice in her hand without moving. A piece of gravel broke the glass of the restaurant, and a piece of glass flew to the glass of pear juice in Akihara Kagura's hand by mistake. The glass fragment fell into the pear juice without any obstruction, and a small bubble splashed with a gurgle. This moment seemed like a fate, like the domino effect. Tisk, it seems that I can't drink it anymore. Akihara Kagura reached out and shook the pear juice in her hand. The pear juice in this restaurant looks well made. In the rich colored juice cup, you can't even see the broken glass that fell into it. I'll go kill them. Karin reached out and held her ninja sword. Sit down. You're too extreme, Karin. Akihara Kagura let go of the pear juice in her hand, stopped her subordinates from doing extreme things, and said softly, it's just a small matter, Just a glass of pear juice. There is no need to provoke unknown enemies in this world for the time being. But Karin suppressed her murderous intent somewhat helplessly, and slowly lowered her head. It's rare for me to have a meal with Lord Kagura. i.e., Mr. Black Setsu. Akihara Kagura ignored Karin, as if talking to the air. Help me steal a box of their shells, just as compensation for damaging this glass of pear juice. Okay. A black and white figure drilled out from the ground, responded with a word, and then quickly sank into the ground and disappeared in front of them. Lady Kagura is going to study the power of this world. Karin immediately thought of serious matters. She never questioned Akihara Kagura's actions. Recalling the power of the shell, she nodded to herself. However, a random weapon can be comparable to our detonating tag. Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded and said softly, that kind of shell is very powerful and has excellent scientific research value. However, the data on studying shells is secondary. When Akihara Kagura said this, she looked down at the table. The newspaper on the table was still about the news about the celestial dragon's visit to the East China Sea. Let's go. Akihara Kagura picked up a piece of paper and wiped the corner of her mouth. Just as Akihara Kagura and Karin were leaving, the orange-haired girl and the straw hat boy walked in. They seemed a little surprised that there were still people eating in the restaurant. Hey, is there anyone who is not afraid of pirates? The orange-haired girl looked at Akihara Kagura and Karin with a little surprise. But her eyes fell more on Karin. Karin looked only a year or two older than her, but she was wearing a smart outfit, carrying an ordinary ninja sword on her back, a short sword hanging on her waist, a ninja tool bag on her belt, and a few kunai stuck outside the ninja tool bag. No gun? Why not? But he definitely doesn't look like an ordinary person. The orange-haired girl glanced at Akihara Kagura who was walking in front of her. This black-haired young man looked like a young man who was ignorant of the world. The fully armed red-haired girl should be his bodyguard, right? When the two parties passed each other, the orange-haired girl subconsciously bumped into Akihara Kagura and stole something from Akihara Kagura's pocket. Clang. Karin's palm suddenly grasped the handle of her sword. Karin. Akihara Kagura stopped Karin with one sentence, as if she was unaware of the orange-haired girl's little action. She thought that her subordinates only drew their swords because they bumped into each other, and took the initiative to say, the road to the restaurant is very narrow, it's normal to bump into each other, let's go. Yes. Karin's eyes passed over the orange-haired girl, and her eyes fell on the straw hat boy behind her, as if she could see through the mysterious power contained in the straw hat boy's body. Hey, what a very interesting person. The straw hat boy said bluntly. He looked at Karin's appearance and thought subconsciously, he looks like a ninja or something. Oh. Akihara Kagura stopped and looked at the straw hat boy with interest. Hey, kid, have you seen a ninja? Ah. Shanks mentioned it. The straw hat boy raised his head and reached out to press the straw hat on his head. A touch of nostalgia flashed across his face. He missed the friend who gave him the straw hat very much. Oh, by the way, I'm hungry. The straw hat boy just missed his friend for a while, rubbed his hungry stomach, and looked at a corner of the restaurant. The straw hat boy suddenly stretched out his hands, and his hands stretched continuously in an instant, stretching like rubber, and grabbed the table full of food. The next moment, the body of the straw hat boy flew over with the elasticity of the body. Seeing this scene, Karin suddenly remembered someone in their team. Wait, is this a softening transformation of the body? Shouldn't this ability to stretch the body be researched by Orochimaru? Obviously just an ordinary straw hat boy, he can use this magical ability casually, even more sensitive than Orochimaru. Ah, no. Straw hat boy sat directly on the table, took a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, looked back at Karin and Akihara Kagura, and casually said his ability, I am a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. When he said this, the little guy who looked only 16 or 17 years old raised his arm and stretched it to signal them, so the body can be stretched directly like rubber. The orange-haired girl looked at this scene with shock on her face. Karin's face was also full of surprise. Your fruit ability is good. Akihara Kagura chuckled and praised, turned around and walked out of the restaurant, leaving only a sentence that made people think about Chen-si. If there's a chance, we will meet often. Hey, often meet. Straw Hat Boy looked at this strange person in surprise. However, Akihara Kagura didn't say anything more, and took Karin away from here on his own. It was not convenient for him to become a pirate in this world. Because after coming to this world, The system gave a prompt that this time the test was the promotion ability of the workers, so the function of choosing a boss to get the characteristics disappeared. Obviously, Akihiro Kagura is already a qualified worker. In the first world, he has learned to choose his superior. Then, the second world is the most troublesome and thorny promotion problem for workers. In this world, Akihiro Kagura can only choose one superior, and even needs to judge whether he will be given new characteristics based on the superior's ability. In addition, some characteristics also disappeared after entering this world, such as Darkness of Ninja World and Ninjutsu Professor, which can only be used in the ninja world. The only thing that may be fortunate is that this world can gain more powerful power after continuous promotion, so he must join a camp with a more detailed promotion system. Navy. Only the Navy with a more complete position system can realize this ideal. After all, it is too difficult to get promoted in the pirate system. If you want to get promoted in the Navy system, you just need to keep killing pirates. Akihiro Kagura has plenty of means to cultivate powerful pirates, and even does not need to cultivate the pirates in the sea. It can't be killed cleanly. Now the function of the system seems to have been weakened on a large scale, and the difficulty of obtaining system rewards has also increased. It is worthy of being the most terrifying promotion test for workers. The good news is that the power of the previous world is basically still there. The seaside of the island. Akihiro Kagura raised her foot and stepped in the sea water. A vine quickly emerged and turned into a sturdy raft on the sea. A wooden dragon emerged from the sea with a vine wrapped around its tail. One end of the vine was holding the raft, as if it was ready to take Karin and Akihiro Kagura away from here at any time. Until a long time later, a black and white monster holding a box of shells with a clown's head painted on them finally arrived on the raft, motioning to Akihiro Kagura to see their work. "Boy, is this what you want?" Yeah, Akihiro Kagura looked at the box of shells with satisfaction and nodded. "Oh, right." White Zetsuai remembered something and took the initiative to speak. The leader of the clown circus is called Buggy. He hates people saying that he has a red nose and can use a power that can be torn into pieces. They want to catch a little girl with orange hair. Lord Kagura and I saw it. Karin nodded seriously. Her mood was still immersed in the previous things. The orange-haired woman also stole the things in Lord Kagura's pocket. "Someone stole your things." Black Zetsu looked at Akihiro Kagura in disbelief. "It's not stealing, it's buying." Akihiro Kagura shook her head and explained softly, "She spent a lot of money to buy it from me. Don't slander others casually." On the other side, in the restaurant of this small island, the orange-haired girl lied to the straw hat boy in front of her to discuss cooperation to deal with the Buggy's pirate group, while chattering about her theft. "I thought that guy was some big shot with a very impressive female bodyguard. I didn't expect that his pockets were filled with a few dried orange peels. I have enough oranges at home to make a mountain. That guy is too poor." Chapter 1. Please subscribe. Now you can happily watch the Naruto chapter first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.